engineering that I got in 2013.
That's too crazy. That's too crazy. And what was you did teach at an HBCU or do you still teach there?
I'm still teaching at HBCU. In fact, I just got out of class. Literally, I teach a signal systems and transformations class. So I teach three core classes over at Morgan State University in the School of Engineering. And so I that's what I do full time. I'm a full time lecturer over in the School of Engineering at Morgan.
Well, shout out to Morgan. I know so many, I happen to know a lot of really smart black people who teach at Morgan. Isn't that funny?
Yeah,
Seriously.
Dr. Ray Wimbush, he's over there. A lot
I
of our
never
scholars. Yeah.
I don't know. You have to introduce me to them. The people I know are like random people. They're
Okay.
not, nobody knows who they are. I just happen to know them. But I was like, I feel like keep meeting all these people at Morgan. That means I got so God is trying to tell me something. He's telling me I need to go visit, hang out.
Come up
So
there. We would love to have you, Doc. You got to come through there. I would love for you to come up there and speak to the class.
we gonna do
I
it.
would love it. I would love it.
All right. So what do y'all think in the chat? Y'all think I should go? Give me a yes if you think I should go to Morgan, and give me a yes if some of y'all might come up there and support and hang out. Let me know if we roll through more.
Yeah.
Should we go and just rock that campus?
Come
Just
on, pull
wake
up.
wake some people up.
I like and look in the words of the young folks, pull up. You know how they say pull up, pull up.
That's right. We're gonna pull up. I'm pull up like Snoop did in Baby Boy. There we go. Oh, so let's start there. You and I, there's so many things I want to talk to you about. First off, Dr. Ma'at does extraordinarily good content, and she is
Thank you,
incredibly
Doc.
talented at what she does. We gave her an award at the All Black National Convention. You said you had it. There we go.
Oh, right here.
Yes,
Oh, this is one of the
yes.
most I'm tired, one of the happiest moments of my life.
It was well deserved, well earned. We didn't even give you nothing. I mean, you earned every bit of that because you're dedicated to our people, and that's something that's as you all know, that's yeah, that can be tough to do because not everybody's on the same page.
Yes, it
And
is.
Dr. Ma'at, not only are you dedicated to our people, but you are well qualified in STEM. You're doing extraordinary work with our young people in STEM and I want to start there with a question about something I just saw. I saw a lady, and I didn't verify the stats, but it didn't
Mhm.
sound completely off base just because I've seen what's happening like in Chicago public schools and other places.
Mhm.
And she claimed that only 3% of Black graduating seniors are even qualified mathematically to pursue a career in STEM. That it's gotten that bad that only 3%, 97% of them couldn't even go into STEM, at least with the skills that they have at that point, because the school system has betrayed them so badly, or something's betrayed them. I don't know if it's the schools. I don't want to blame anybody, but it's or the teachers. I'm not talking about any of that. I'm just saying that these kids are coming out and they just ain't ready. Have you observed anything like that? What are your thoughts?
At Dr. Watkins, that is 1,000% correct. We're seeing that on the collegiate level. It's not that our children can't successfully matriculate through a STEM program. They can do it, they're just not being prepared to do it. And that is why my team and I, we started, that's a part of one of the reasons why we started Conscious Ingenuity, to make sure that our children have those skills so they can successfully matriculate through any STEM program. So that teacher was 1,000% correct. Most of our children, by the time they finish high school, they don't even get past algebra 2. In order to be successful in STEM, when you get to college, we want you to place in math 241, which is calculus 1. So in order for, and I'm not saying if you don't take calculus in high school, I'm not saying if you don't take calculus in high school, you're not going to be, you're not going to successfully matriculate through a STEM program. The highest math that I took was trig. And that's because Dr. Watkins, speaking candidly to you and your audience, I went to Polytechnic, which is a STEM focused school. At that particular time, we in Baltimore now, so I'm coming out there, I'm fighting and doing all kinds of stuff. They kicked my butt right out of that school, and they end up putting me in my zone school, Woodlawn, and I finished there. And at Woodlawn, the highest math that I took was trig. And so when I got into the program at Morgan, I was behind, but I wanted to catch up. And I had a really, really good support system of professors, peers, my family who said, you can do this. And so I just stuck with it. And it took me some time. I had to go to school during the summer. I had to go to school during the winter break, but I was able to catch up with my peers. A lot of our children get frustrated in college, and 40% of our children, Black students, change their major from STEM majors to non-STEM majors. So they leave
Mhm.
engineering and they go, and I'm not throwing daggers at anybody else's major, but they'll say, oh, doc, engineering is not for me. I'm going to go down to the School of Business where they're teaching, information technology, which is less technical. I'm
Mhm.
hearing now they have these cybersecurity classes in the School of Business now, so it's taking students away from the School of Engineering, because now these students are like, I can't get past the math. I keep failing calculus. I keep failing statistics. And so,
Mhm.
yes, that teacher is 1,000% correct in saying that our children are unprepared. And let me say another thing, Dr. Boyce Watkins: reading comprehension. So at
Mhm.
that level, we're recognizing that our children are struggling in math, which is preventing them from successfully matriculating through the program. And we also see a lack of reading comprehension skills. I tell my students often that 95% of your job is going to require you to read. You have to
Mhm.
read the project description. You're going to have to read articles. You're going to have to do research, R&D, research and development. So our children are struggling with reading. So I tell all of my parents, please, parents, this is Dr. Ma'at begging you, please, if your child is interested in pursuing a STEM career, every day in your household, make sure your children are reading. I don't care if it's nonfiction or fiction. I don't care if it's a quick article, a novel. Make sure they read something every day and ask them questions about it. Have discussions to make sure that they're understanding what they're reading, okay? To strengthen their reading comprehension skills. And then make sure that they're doing math, okay? And there are plenty of tools. I want to definitely plug a brother by the name of Professor Akil Parker. This brother's out of Temple University. He has a YouTube channel called Histomatics, where he's teaching parents how to incorporate math in your everyday life. You could be riding down the street looking at a license tag number and say, add up all of those numbers, and just tell your child. So now you're working on addition, or you might say multiply those first two numbers. So he teaches you how to incorporate math in your daily life. So you have Professor Akil Parker, you have Khan Academy, you have another software called Alex, Aleks. My son is on Alex every day. So these are things we could be doing at home to make sure that our children are prepared to pursue a STEM degree and career.
I really love that. I love that. It's funny when you talk about like that first calculus class you take as an engineer. I taught that class at University of Kentucky, and I remember it was specifically designed to be a weed out class. Like it was
Yes.
like we were going to put them through hell, and whoever couldn't survive, you was going to have to go home because we had too many people trying to be engineers. So they specifically told us, they said drill them. And it was so interesting because the funny thing, the inside joke on that class was whenever every semester there would be some kid or two or three that would come up to me and say, well, I just want you to know I already took this in high school, so I already know everything you're going to teach. And I would be like, oh, really? And I'd be thinking, oh, okay, so you're the one that's gonna fail out because
Yes.
you're walking in with the wrong attitude. And
Yes.
but you are right. And then what would happen, and I was a business major, is I remember it was almost like the business school became kind of almost like this graveyard of broken dreams for all these kids that used to be engineers or used to want to be engineers, right? So they go to school of engineering, get the feelings hurt because that was the side of campus where they really made you learn. Like they really, like you get a real skill as opposed to like no disrespect to my business management
No, no,
majors.
no, yeah,
Yeah,
no.
yeah, right, right. But it's kind of like it's a little fluffy. It's not specific. Whereas engineering's pretty intense. My friends that studied engineering were challenged, but the benefit though is that you're getting these skills in terms of logic and just the ability to really just process information in a special way. So when I got to my doctoral program in finance, the best students in our class a lot of times were the students who studied engineering in undergrad. I thought studying business would get me ready to get a doctorate in finance. No, if I could go back in time, I would have majored in engineering or math or some hard concrete science, not business school. So when you told me you had a PhD in engineering, I instantly respected that because I know how hard that is. Because you know how it is. You got a lot of people call themselves doctor this and doctor that, and it's like, yeah, that's cute. Whatever you do, that's real cute. But when you say you have a doctorate in engineering, I'm like, oh, okay, that's like somebody say, okay, I did 5 years in Rikers Island. Okay, you put in the work. You went through the fire. So tell me about that. Like, tell me about you in terms of just that process. What even led you to even pursue something? I imagine that your field was not just boiling over with Black women getting PhDs in
Not at
engineering.
all.
How did that happen for you?
Not at all. And great question, Doc. Two things I want to say. Sister Ann in the chat, she talked about STEM or STEAM. Me personally, if you go to my website, consciousingenuity.com, I have a double A in it. Science, technology, engineering, art, agriculture, and mathematics. So I just wanted to be clear because she was like STEAM or STEM or so for me, I feel like as Black people, we need it all, right? So in order for us to advance ourselves, we need the art, we need the agriculture, we need the science, we need this technology, the engineering, the math. That's one thing. The second thing I wanted to say to you, Dr. Watkins, is you mentioned that when you matriculate through like a STEM program, right? And now I'm intentionally saying STEM, right? To Miss Ann. So a STEM program, you develop these skills that you necessarily did not develop. And those skill sets you're talking about, Dr. Boyce Watkins, is critical thinking. I know that a lot of us feel like we're critical thinkers, but we think, but a lot of us don't understand that critical thinking it's a set of skills and it's something that you develop. It's not, I'm not saying that you can't develop it, but thinking, yeah, we have thoughts, some intentional, some not, but critical thinking is intentional. And see, a lot of us, when we enter college, we're used to operating at the lowest level of thinking, which is remembering. And that's what they teach us in the public school system. I'm sorry, the public school system. I'm sorry, Dr. Watkins. So they teach us to operate at the lowest level of thinking. So we remember things. We mimic everything. Just like a 5-year-old mimics things. You do this and the 5-year-old does that. That's how we're taught to operate. But when you get into
You got me cracking up. You did not say
that.
public food system.
I didn't mean to say that.
I'm gonna remember that one.
I didn't.
That's keep talking.
I didn't mean to say that, Doc. I meant to say the public school system. So we're taught to operate at the lowest level of thinking, which is remembering. You remember. So someone tells you something, you remember it, you repeat it, right? Engineering, science, math, and you have to, in order to be successful in those disciplines, you had to utilize higher order thinking skills. So we had to move from remembering to now we actually have to understand. Then we had to be able to apply what we understand. Then we have to analyze and evaluate what we did, right? And then if you reach the apex of those higher order thinking skills, we might create something new. We may innovate, but that requires higher order thinking skills that we necessarily did not develop as we matriculated through the K through 12 system. And so that's why when my students, I teach electric circuits class. That is the first electrical engineering class that the students take at the ECE program at Morgan. And I tell my students, this is going to be a painful course for you, because it's going to require you to utilize skills that you necessarily have not developed. You're not incapable. Don't ever think that. But those skills weren't developed while you were going through the K through 12 process. So I tell them it's going to hurt a little bit. It's going to be challenging a little bit, but you will be okay. So I wanted to say that to you, Dr. Wilkins and Dr. Watkins. And now I want to move into your question. How did I get into engineering, electrical engineering to be specific? I got to give props to my mother. Got to give props to my mom. When I graduated from Woodlawn, I wanted to major in history. I told her, I said, I'm going to school. I'm majoring in Africana studies. That's what I told her. And she said, baby, and my mother, she was a school teacher for, like 20 years in the system. And then she became assistant principal, then assistant to the area executive. So I come from a family of educators and also community activists. So no wonder what I'm doing, It's
Mm-hmm.
not, if anyone who knows my family, they would say, okay, I see why the sister is an educator and I see why she's a community activist. My
Mm-hmm.
father, he's a community activist, his side, community activism. My mother, educators. And hence you have me. So when I graduated from school, I wanted to become a history, a history teacher. And she said, baby, teachers don't make any money, baby. History, you're not going to make any money. So one day she came home with a magazine and it showed the top 10 paying majors. And at the top, it was computer engineering. And I said, well, my engineering is math and science. And she knew I was good in it. And I knew I was good in it. And so I said, well, yeah, I can do this. I can do this. Because at that time, we just thinking about bringing more money into the household. So
Mm-hmm.
Morgan State had an open house. And I'll never forget, we got to the open house. And at that time, they only had electrical engineering. Now they offer electrical and computer engineering. And so we went to the open house and my mother fell in love with the school. She fell in love with the students, because of course, during open house, they showcase the freshmen and sophomore and juniors and seniors. And we walked the building. The building was beautiful. The labs were beautiful. She loved the staff. She loved all the opportunities. And my mother said, baby, you going here. And I said, yes, ma'am. So I get into my major, doc. And about 2 years into my major, I was like, Mom, I'm changing my major. I'm going to math. I'm going over to the math department. I'm out of here. And she said, no, you're going to stick with it. You're going to stick with it,
Mm-hmm.
baby. And I'm glad that I did. Because I developed skills that I necessarily didn't have, those critical thinking skills. And I learned to become a problem solver. And I realized that as an engineer, the skill set that I did acquire, I can apply that to anything that I choose to do.
Mm-hmm.
It
Mm-hmm.
doesn't always have to be in the context of technology, right? Or science and engineering and math. Anything. I can apply critical thinking problems. I can apply that to anything I put my mind to. And that's what I realized. And that's what engineering did for me. And so,
Mm-hmm.
anyway, decided to go back to Morgan, my alma mater, and teach in 2017. And so I started off as adjunct faculty, and then I was offered a full time position to actually teach. And that was one of the best decisions I've ever made. A lot of my friends, they're in industry and they're making like twice the amount of money, three times the amount of money. And they're like, girl, you need to come over here to Northrop Grumman. You need to go over here to Lockheed Martin, or you could be at Boeing, or you could be at HP making 250,000 or 300. I want to be with my people. I love teaching our young people. I see what the problems are, and I'd rather be there in problem solving on behalf of our people than to be somewhere in corporate America.
Mm-hmm. Well, it's that's a great point you make, and great segue into this. Dr. Oya Maat, by the way, that's who is here, and you are would you say a professor of engineering at Morgan State?
Absolutely.
Is that your official title? Okay, and
Absolutely.
also, and then also, here's another thing too, Dr. Maat, that I admire, and why I think you can have it all. I think you can have the best of both worlds because you're not just a professor, you're also an entrepreneur, and you're doing all these other amazing, fulfilling things that you probably would have a harder time doing if you were at Northrop Grumman, right?
Yes.
They're not gonna let you do all this, right?
No.
So in my view, and in case you want to know, this we meet every morning. This is our financial consciousness training. And
Love
I'm
it.
sure you have your own definition of what it means to be conscious. I think consciousness definitely connects to even some of the skills you talk about in terms of critical thinking. I think the more critical thinking skill you have, the more conscious you become. You become aware of things.
Absolutely.
You understand how things work and all this, right? And we need consciousness to be at an all-time high for our people because there are so many games that are being played with us, so many traps being built for us, so many cages, that are designed to control us. And what I like about you being a critical thinker and being the scholar that you are is that you're very much aware of this. I mean, you've done some really great work lately. You and I are both big fans of the one and only Dr. Claude Anderson, and you
Yes.
have done some amazing work lately in terms of really highlighting the discussion on reparations and how critical thinking needs to be included in how we even process that. Can you kind of talk about that? Let's start. You start anywhere you want, but I'd love to get your take on where we are in the whole reparations conversation and why we should even be demanding it in the first place. Let's start there.
Yeah, so thank you so much, Dr. Watkins. And I couldn't agree with you more when you said that to be conscious definitely um, includes, developing and operating with critical thinking skills. So you and I, our definitions are very, 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 very similar. But thank you for actually inviting me on to talk about reparations, or to contribute to the reparations discussion. Doc, that's something that should be at the top of our list of priorities as Black people. Reparations. That should be at the top. And I just want to reiterate that. That should be at the top of our priorities. I was reading the book some years ago. Salute to Nana, Dr. Amos Wilson. I'm a huge fan of his work. Dr. Amos Wilson wrote a book, 868 pages, called Blueprint for Black Power. And
Yes.
when I say that I studied along with the group, and guys, you can go to YouTube, type in RAM, the RAM Book Club, and type in Blueprint for Black Power discussions. And we discussed every chapter. We met every Sunday for 8 months, and for 2 hours just studied, Dr. Amos Wilson's work. And in that book, Dr. Amos Wilson made it clear that most of our social issues are tied to our economic issues.
Mm.
We had to get our finances in order. People talk about, politicians and politics. Well, goodness, if we had some money, Doc, we could influence these, Claude Anderson say, he talks about this ladder. I love Dr. Claude Anderson. He talks about that ladder. He says, get your economics together. You move up to the next level. You can go buy a politician that's going to do what you want him or her to do. So we have to get our finances in order. So how do we do that? Reparations. And some of you are naysayers, oh, Dr. Mott, we ain't going to do that. That's a pipe dream. No, it's not a pipe dream. People have sued for reparations and have gotten it. Okay. People have done it. I always encourage folks who are naysayers, Dr. Watkins, to just Google people like Belinda Sutton. This was a sister. She was born in West Africa. She was captured and sold into slavery before she was 12. And she was enslaved by a family in Massachusetts called the Royal Family. But the Royal Family, their assets got seized because they were loyalists. So the government found out that they were loyalists. So they seized their property, and they also manumitted their enslaved people. And Belinda was one of them. So you can go online and just Google Belinda petition. She actually signed a petition. She petitioned the government for what we would consider now reparations, and she did it multiple times. And so this woman is really, this is the first known case of a free person obtaining financial reparations for slavery. You also have another sister, Kylie House. She started an entire movement. She helped to found an entire movement called the National Ex-Slave Mutual Relief Bounty and Pension Association. And she was able to get over 300,000 members who actually paid dues. And so this was the first mass reparations movement that was led by us in this country. Now, they did get her for mail fraud and they imprisoned the Dr. Watkins, but people sued. I just want people to know that it's doable, that we can do it, because you have a lot of folks, Doc, who don't feel, they have that self-defeating mentality. Oh, we're not going to do it. We can do it. And then you had other groups of people, who got reparations. There was other groups of people. You had the Japanese, the Native Americans. You had the survivors of police abuses in Chicago, victims of forced sterilization, the Black residents of Rosewood in Florida. They got reparations. So it's possible we can get it. So to answer your question, Doc, because your initial question, you said, what are reparations? And, just defining it, what is it? And why should we get it? Why should we get it? And the definition that I take is from Dr. Darity. Dr. Sandy Darity in his book.
Yeah.
Oh man, I got his book on my shelf, Doc. And I was trying to get my
never,
little
I
books
never met
together.
him, but I've admired his work for a long
Oh,
time.
what was the name of the book? I feel so bad. Oh, From Here to Equality. From
Mm.
Here to Equality, reparations for Black Americans in the 21st century. And I hope I didn't butcher it. Family, throw it in the chat. Google Dr. William Darity's book. Throw the correct title in the chat if Dr. Ma'at butchered it. But I feel like it's From Here to Equality. reparations for Black Americans in the 21st century. And he talks about how reparations is redress, it's repair from the atrocities that occurred. Dr. Watkins, that's what it is. And it was a lot of things that happened. It's not just slavery. I know a lot of people like, oh, it's slavery. It's not just slavery. It's slavery and everything that came at it. It's slavery. And as Dr. Claude Anderson says, it's semi-slavery. Jim Crow was semi-slavery. It was slavery. Then you had systemic racism. You had policies that were passed that created this enormous racial wealth gap. So Dr. Darity says, man, reparations should close the racial wealth gap. So whatever number, and I'm not talking about in the thousands, Dr. Watkins, because some people want to call a reparations program, Dr. Ma'at, in California, they're giving people $1,000. That's a reparations program. That's not a reparations program. Oh, Dr. Ma'at, they're giving some citizens over here $500. That's no, a reparations program should be designed to close the racial wealth gap that exists between Blacks and whites. That is an effective reparations program. It has to close the racial wealth gap that exists between us and them. And we're talking trillions of dollars, Dr. Watkins, not thousands, hundred thousands, not millions, billions, but trillions of dollars. Seems like you want to jump in there, Doc.
No, I mean, let me jump in on that point. My conclusion on this, Dr. Mott, is that that's a big part of the reason that our reparations case is seen so differently by the world, not just because I'm just convinced that the world just does not like Black people. We love everybody else. We give them our money, give them our votes, and don't ask for nothing because we try to be accepted so badly. But I don't think they like us very much. But on top of that, if you compare the amount of money that they owe us, if you compare it to what they gave the Japanese, or even compare it to what they gave the Holocaust survivors, it's of many orders of magnitude higher. It's an amount of money that would be about a third of the national debt. I think the national debt's 37 trillion, and we really are owed about 14 trillion. That's the estimate that I've seen. And so I think that that's part of it too, is that the amount is just so massive that they're like, what the hell are we gonna do with this? What are we gonna do with this? And but that doesn't mean we don't have the conversation. We don't keep pushing the issue.
Absolutely.
And one of the things that's interesting, I'd like to get your take on this, is I think critical thinking skills from people like yourself and others is important in this discussion, because they're gonna come up with some BS. When they finally submit, because you see in California, the folks out there in California ain't playing. They are not. Shout out to the Black people in California. Like, they are getting in these politicians' faces. They are telling them, we're gonna take your vote. And actually, this week, Dr. Cornel West is going to be on here on Monday, I believe.
Beautiful.
His wife texted me. I think it's Monday. And so the movement's kind of happening. And I think that to your point, I'd like to get your thoughts on this. Critical thinking skill is important because we have to really sort of be clear about what we really want. I think really people like yourself have to be involved in the conversation. People like a Dr. Claude Anderson, I'd be happy to contribute. Sandy Darity and others, and they're not going to do that. Well, or they finally start having that conversation, they're going to say, okay, Al Sharpton, what do you think we should do for Black people? And that's not appropriate. Can I get your thoughts on some of that?
Absolutely. And right now we're hearing all kinds of proposals. I know that Kamala's pitching her opportunity economy. I'm not clear on what Donald Trump is proposing, but I know
think he had the platinum plan.
So he's still doing. He's promoting the platinum plan.
I don't know if he's still promoting the platinum plan, but I imagine that comes with a free grill if you want to get a new grill like Dame Dash or something, But
yeah, so absolutely. So they're coming with these plans, and I'm Doc, I'm telling you, you're reading my mind. Everyone in your class who this is a finance class, please get The Color of Money, Black Banks in the Racial Wealth Gap. And I know when I go like this, because of the screen, it looks like the words are in reverse, right? But it's called The Color of Money, Black Banks in the Racial Wealth Gap. Because a lot of the stuff that they're proposing, Dr. Watkins, they've been doing this stuff since the 1800s. A lot of the stuff, we'll give you a community bank. Oh, we've been down that road before.
Mm.
with community banks. You know, we've been there. So a lot of the stuff that they're proposing, we've been there, done that, and it end up, you know, we end up not becoming the beneficiaries. Everybody else benefits but us. And that's what's happening. So you have to apply critical thinking to these policies that they are proposing because, you know, they're really slick, Dr. Watkins, with the language. So
Mm.
they'll say, well, you know, we know that, and I'm not going to say any names because I know you said you didn't want to make this a politically charged discussion, but they'll
Well,
say things like, oh, well, Freedmen's Bank, you know, even though, you know, it was, you know, created, you know, for free, formerly enslaved people, we want to open it up to everybody. And they'll start talking about
yeah.
minorities. And before you know it, everybody's benefiting from something that something that was created for us. And see,
Mm-hmm.
that's when critical thinking comes into place. We got to be able to carefully analyze these policies and how they are going to impact us directly. And when you
Mm-hmm.
start reading the fine line, you say, this is not a good, it sounds good on the surface. And I don't want to get
Mm-hmm.
into other policy, $25,000 down payment. It looks good on the surface, but when you start reading between the lines, and again, that's your critical thinking kicking in, you say, okay,
Mm-hmm.
this is not really a good policy. This is not a policy that's going to impact Black people the way they think. This is really going to impact middle class, not the working poor, but the middle class or upper middle class, or it's really going to impact, you know, other minorities, right? The
Mm-hmm.
immigrants that are coming, the migrants that are coming over, you know, not non-Black people. And so you start seeing that when you critically think, when you critically analyze these policies that they are proposing, Doc.
Mm. Well, Dr. Oya Maat, I'm gonna keep saying your name because I want everybody who's coming in late to know who I'm talking to. Um, so that's a good point, Dr. Maat. And one point that you made that I thought was interesting is you talked about how the whole conversation on reparations has been racialized.
Yes.
What do you mean by that?
It is now become a Black thing. You know, when people think about reparations, they have racialized reparations. They think that it's a Black thing. If you talk to, see, a lot of people talk about how we have been miseducated. They have miseducated us, and we start talking about the miseducation of the Negro. I mean, miseducation of the Negro, right? By Dr. Carter G. Woodson. They have miseducated us, but we have to understand that white folks they're just as miseducated as we are. White
Mm,
ignorance is a thing, and the media is complicit in that. The media and the
mm,
education system, they are complicit in maintaining white ignorance. And so
mm,
white folks, the average white person, when they hear reparations, they think of Black people in slavery. They're not
mm,
thinking of, you know, a debt that's owed, something
mm,
that must be repaid because of an atrocity that happened. That's not racial. That's a human thing. It's not, reparations isn't a Black thing, but in the minds of the average white person, when they hear reparations, they think Black people in slavery, and it's a human thing. It's a debt. It's the I don't want to frame it as anything moral because it is a debt, but it's the
mm,
right thing to do, and it's a debt that's owed that must be repaid. It must be paid. And so that's what I meant when I said, Doc, they have racialized reparations. So to the point where in the minds of white folks, they think it's a Black thing and it's a slavery thing. No, it's a debt and it's a redress, it's a repair thing. That's what it is. And so that's what I meant by that. And Doc, I wanted to say something that I did not mention earlier when I was talking about why we're old. I mentioned slavery, I mentioned Jim Crow, I mentioned systemic racism. And because of all of those things, we in the Black community, um, we lack transformative assets, and
mm,
we also lack parental welfare. This was a book that really helped me understand what is going on, the condition of us, why we are what we are. It's called The Hidden Cost of Being an African American: How Wealth Perpetuates Inequality. This book is a
mm,
must read. And what it helped me to understand is that literally, because of the color of our skin, because we are Black Americans, when we're born, we're born with a cost. It's a cost associated with being a Black American. That means that more than
mm,
likely in your family, you don't have transformative assets, and you probably don't have parental welfare. Now, let me define real quick, Dr. Watkins, what I mean by transformative assets and parental welfare. It says right here, says to get a better analytic handle on this phenomenon, he said, I will use the concept of transformative assets, inherited wealth lifting a family beyond their own achievements. I'm going to say that again. It's wealth lifting a family beyond their own achievements. See, a lot of white folks, and in this book, I saw it, a lot of white folks, that in terms of income, they make what we're making or less. But the difference between us and them, is that they have transformative assets. So they might be living in great grandma's house or great granddaddy's house that's paid off. So guess what? They don't have a mortgage. They're just paying land taxes and utilities. When it's time for their children to go to college or their children to buy a house, they can just grab the equity out of grandma and grandpa's house. The average Black family does not have transformative assets that we can use to do things like that. And then also parental welfare. Let me define real quick what parental welfare is and give thanks to my mother. I got a lot of that parental welfare growing up. You know, my mother, she struggled, she did, but she was, here it is. I think it's page 61. Hold on, Doc. I want to get the right definition for parental welfare. Yeah, parental welfare. It says, well, they call it parental wealth. So it says, the name of the chapter says parental welfare, but it says parental wealth. The parental wealth measure captures the capacity of parents to give their children a head start on life. So being able to buy your child a car, give them a decent savings account, you know, some stocks. And you talk about that a lot on your platform, Dr. Watkins. And I've been listening to you over a decade. That's why my son Jalen to this day has stocks. He's on Robinhood. He has over 250 shares of stocks and he's 14 years old. And I did that because of listening to you. That is parental wealth. Okay. The measure, it says, is a measure that captures the capacity of parents to give their children a head start on life. A lot of us did not have that. My mother did not have that. My grandmother was born in 1933. And during that time period, Black women could do two things: domestic work or be school teachers, right? And so my grandmother was a domestic worker. She dropped out of school in the 5th or 6th grade. She worked on what she called the tobacco farms in Sumter County, South Carolina. That's where my maternal lineage is from, Sumter County, South Carolina. So she worked on what we say the tobacco farms. And so she had to do that, and she did not graduate from high school. She ended up relocating. She was among that great migration that took place between 1915 and 1970, those Blacks that left out of the South and they went to different places. And she was among, I think, the second wave of the great migration. She ended up in Baltimore, and she used to clean the homes, my mother said, of Jewish people. She would scrub their homes for work. And then she ended up getting a job working in the laundry department at Shepherd Prayer Hospital. So my grandmother could not give her 7 children parental wealth, you know, but what she did was make sure that all 7 of them graduated from high school. And then my mother went on to become a teacher. And one day, she actually taught her mother how to read and write. So my grandmother could not give her the parental wealth, but she gave her the guidance, the wisdom, and the knowledge to get ahead. And in turn, my mother was able to give me some parental wealth, which is why, and my father, which is why I'm sitting here today. But that's what happened with us, Dr. Boyce Watkins. So in our families, we lack a lot of us, the average Black family, lack transformative wealth, transformative assets. And we also lack parental wealth, a parent being able to give their children 20, 30, 40, 50,000 for a down payment. And I always say this, and I'm going to land my plane. The baby boomers, give thanks. This is the largest wealth transfer ever. The baby boomers were the first generation. They got their homes. A lot of them, their homes are paid off. They got pensions. They're retiring. They said that this is the largest wealth transfer in American history. So if you're not tied to a boomer that has these things, then what will become of you in years to come? I'm going to land my plane.
I love it. I love it. I hope y'all understand why I was so happy to bring Dr. Maad in here. Give her flowers because that's such valuable information. And you're right that wealth transfer is happening now. The boomers, it's actually starting as a wealth transfer from men to women because men we don't take care of ourselves and we end up croaking and then we give our money to our wives, and then it's going to be a transfer from the boomers to Gen X. That's our generation,
Right.
and it's in the trillions, the absolute
Yeah.
trillions. So women, I think, will have probably more economic power than they've ever had in history, which I ain't nothing wrong with that. And then also, there's whenever there's a wealth transfer, whenever money's moving around, there's opportunity there, there's possibility there. And one thing that's interesting, Dr. Mott, when you talk about things like reparations, is I sometimes I'll be walking. One time I was walking through Denver and I just looked around and I looked at all the skyscrapers I saw in Denver. Oh, there's so many buildings. They don't have actual skyscrapers because they have
Mhm.
laws where the buildings can't get too tall because they want to be able to see the mountains. But any city, you look at all the big buildings that cost, hundreds of millions of dollars, some of them billions of dollars. And I say, isn't it amazing that we don't even think about the fact that if I do that, if I go through New York City and just look at the thousands of skyscrapers that there are,
Mhm.
I bet you almost none of them belong to black people. Not one, right?
Mhm.
And really, in a perfect state of the world, we would own 10% of those. You can every 10 buildings, every 10 skyscrapers, you say, oh yeah, there's a black family that owns that, or there's a black owned corporation that owns that. But we were just locked out. We were locked out of the multi-trillion-dollar thing called America, and now we've sort of been brought in, but we're brought in as the servants, as the slaves. We're brought in kind of in the basement of America, and that's what integration was all about. Integration was about them sort of we were kind of brought in the way the immigrants are kind of being brought in. Like they're not letting people across the border so they can go take over companies and own property. They're bringing them in so they can go pick grapes and tomatoes, and that's why they want everybody coming in. And I feel like in a way that's kind of like we were kind of originally in that group where they were like, yeah, we want black people here, but only because we need them to strengthen the economy.
That's
You
all it
know,
was.
and this is one of the big tricks when you talk about the public fool system. You are being fooled because the goal of that system is to make sure that you play your position, that you know your role. When I mentioned earlier that the world doesn't like black people very much, I don't think they always dislike us. I think they like us as long as we know our place. You know,
Absolutely.
right. If you showing up, if you're a black man and you showing up as an athlete, a comedian, or some toxic rapper that's rapping about murdering black people, oh, they're gonna love you. They'll give you lots of money and tell you how great you are. But when you show up as a critical thinker and you start saying, "Well, I don't want to, I can't rap, and I don't want to rap about murdering my own people. Maybe
Right.
I'll rap about murdering your people. How about that? Right? Right? How about we rap about getting some revenge? Right? And then suddenly everything. Oh no. We're okay with you talking about killing black people, but you talking about killing us, and that ain't cool. We can't pay you for that, right? So really, and again, just to be clear, I don't want to kill nobody.
Right. No, 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 no.
We here just talking. We gonna murder them with knowledge. That's what we gonna do. But
That's right.
anyway, so the point of the matter is to say that this speaks to, and I think that you are among the most qualified to address this issue.
That's
We got
right.
to educate our own kids.
That's
I,
right.
I don't understand why we can't embrace that idea. We just have to be able to think outside the box. It may not necessarily show up in the form of us building a bunch of schools per se, even though that's possible. But until then, you got a lot of things you actually, and I'd love for you to talk about some of that, like Meltrek and some other things that you have in place. You have a professor, you are a professor, you have a real PhD. I have a PhD. There are thousands of us out here that are good educators who have stuff in place that our people can embrace. Tell us about what you're doing. And then I'd like for you to address sort of the psychological hurdle of us even believing that we're capable of educating our own. Please.
Absolutely. Oh my gosh, Dad. You just be like, like you throw me the ball. What they call it? The alley oop. Is that what they call it? You just
Yep.
go like that.
I'm Steph
Boom.
Curry and I'm gonna throw it up in the air.
Yes.
You could
I'm
be
just like,
LeBron
yes.
or what's the one that plays for the Chicago Sky? I forget. You know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, but I'm just like, thank you. Like this is right up my alley. Yeah, educate. We have to educate our babies. Right now, 83% of teachers in the public school domain are white. What is that saying? That's saying that the responsibility and of the development of the mind of Black children are in the hands of middle class white women. I want you to think about that, Dr. Watkins. 83% of school teachers are white middle aged women. What does that mean? That means that the future consciousness of us, Black people, is literally in the hands of white women. And you all should read the book, They Were Her Property by Dr. Stephanie Rogers. Oh boy. Anyway, in the hands of white women. And so we have to take ownership of developing the consciousness of our children. That's their education. Education, see, a lot of us think it's just something that you get, it's the passport to a great future. It's just something you get. Man, when you educate someone, you're socializing this individual. You're grooming this person to think a certain type of way. You are embedding the culture in them, politics. A worldview is being developed. It's so much that happens during the education process. Values, morals, worldview, goals, all of this happens doing personality. I'm sorry, Doc. I just get excited. Personality. All of these things are being inculcated in that person when you educate that person. So when you allow outsiders to educate your babies, these outsiders are in control of your morals, your values, your worldview, your culture. Come on, man. We can't do that. We can't do that. When you talk about Black liberation and sovereignty and advancement, and then you sending your children to be educated by the same folks that you say are oppressing you, I made the decision, or we made the decision in my household, to take my son Jalen out of the full system. Sixth grade year, I had enough. He was 11 years old. I had enough. And I put our son in the Uhuru Academy. The Uhuru Academy, I always say that's the number one if Black online education school. The Uhuru Academy, which is run by a husband and wife team, Baba Amin and Mama Nkoyo. Jalen is now 14. This is his third year in the school, and he loves it. He loves that it is centered around our history, our culture, our psychology, and our interests. Our children need to be in our schools. And I know some of us used to say, well, I don't live near an African Center school or a pro-Black school. I don't live near one. Black center schools are online now. And during the pandemic, we didn't have a choice, Dr. Watkins. Remember, during the pandemic, they shut the school system and they were teaching online, And so people say, well, Doc, well, what about the social aspect? Your child is doing, he's doing, school online and he's getting that. But what about his social life? He has a family. He plays football during football season, basketball during basketball season. He goes to church with my mother. He's active in the community. During the summer, he attends 2 to 3 summer camps. So he has a social life. So a lot of us, Doc, we make all kinds of excuses. Well, the real deal is this. We're afraid to change. People are very monotonous. We're used to the same old thing. My mother sent me to public school. I'm going to send my children to public school. We're routine. Humans are monotonous. It's routine. It's routine. No, just because you went to public school, you don't have to send your child. You have options. We have options, and we need to understand what our options are, Doc, and not be afraid to explore our options. Public school is not the only option. We can educate ourselves. We have. What do you think they did? What do you think we did prior to the inception of the public school system? What do you think they did? There's documentation of us on plantations teaching prior, post emancipation. There's documentation out there. People getting all the kids at a schoolhouse, up the street. Or they said one brother was a teacher. He was teaching on a rock. He used to bring the children. They used to bring the children to the rock. And we've always educated ourselves. So I think bottom line is a lot of us are scared, Doc. I mean, let's tell the truth. We are afraid of change. That's what it is. A lot of us are really scared, and we don't want to admit that. We don't want to admit that. We are afraid of change. And we need to overcome that fear and understand that it's our responsibility to educate our babies. It's our responsibility. Our babies aren't even receiving education right now. What they are receiving in the public school system is miseducation. How do I know it's miseducation? Because when they grow up, they act against their own self or best interest. That's how I know they've been miseducated. See, educated people don't do that. When you're educated, you act in the best interest of yourself. And by self, I don't mean individualism. By self, I mean collectivism. So the best interest of self, the best interest of Black people. See, when you act against your best interests, you're miseducated, because educated people don't do that. Education empowers you. Miseducation disempowers you. So we have to understand that our children aren't receiving education right now. They are receiving miseducation. They are being trained. They are being schooled. They are being indoctrinated. Okay. And so I land my plane there.
Yeah, I mean it's to your point, it's the power, the teachers are very powerful because teachers don't just teach you how to do things, they teach you why you should do these things and who you should be doing them for. So sometimes a highly educated Negro can be more dangerous than an uneducated Black person.
Come on.
If you have that education and you've been taught to use all of your skill, all your resources, in to help other people, to do things for other people, and sometimes even against the interests of your own people. I mean, there's a lot of highly educated Negroes that work for BET, who get excited every time, the BET Awards get 10 million viewers or whatever, and they made money from all these big white corporate sponsors that say, "Oh, that was great. Bring Sexy Red on. Keep her on there longer next time." And there's no consciousness. There's no critical thinking about the what in economics we might refer to as the externalities, which is like almost like a type of social pollution that you're creating because you got this massive corporate powerhouse that's making all this money, but you're destroying the community in the process. You're creating millions of little girls who want to grow up and ride up and down the stripper pole and get pregnant by whoever, and just whatever, and embrace a culture that is not going to lead them to peace, success, freedom, or happiness. And that's a problem. That's something that people like yourself and I feel like it's our job to kind of speak on that. And I know that it gets political, right? Like even when you use a term like school choice, they make that politically charged. Oh, you sound like a Republican. You sound like a Trump supporter. No, no, we want people to be free. Freedom means choice. Freedom means options. Ain't nothing wrong. Ain't nothing. If you got an issue with Black people being free, then I got an issue with you. And so ultimately, another area where they make it political is they might look at you and hear you talk and they say, "Oh, she's from the conscious community." And the conscious that's dangerous. And I don't know if you ever had anybody define you as I've been called dangerous my whole life, and I'm like, where am I dangerous? I ain't hurt nobody. Like, what are you talking about? I love people. I love the babies, and I ain't, but at the same time, you got a thug on stage talking about he gonna murder everybody in your whole family, and that's your favorite Black man. But
Right.
I'm dangerous.
Right.
But
I'm dangerous. But I'm dangerous.
What makes it? Well, we know why we dangerous. We dangerous because we see right through your bullshit.
That's
And
right.
you don't like that. You're like, dang, these are our Negroes. We own these people. These are our pets. We got our pets doing exactly what we want. They are well trained to follow instructions, even if it's leading them to a path of their own self-destruct, even if it's taking them all right down the pathway to hell, economic hell, spiritual hell, family hell, social hell, educational hell. We got them trained to ride the stairway to hell. And here you are coming along upsetting the apple cart. You're just simply waking them up out of the trance and saying, "Hey, why are you doing that? Why would you why would you promote an artist that wants young Black men to die or be hooked on drugs?
That part.
Why would you dedicate your life to working for businesses that do nothing for your community and are gonna leave you broke after you don't work 50 years? You don't work 50 years your whole life and you got less wealth than a newborn baby. How the hell is that? How's that benefiting you? How's that
Right.
working out for you?
That's right.
And you got 100,000 in student loans from that big white university that overcharge you to go to school. So my thing is, it's a war. It really is a war.
Yes, it is.
And I'll say that I love the fact that I got some fellow soldiers out here like yourself, and everybody in this
Absolutely.
room
Absolutely.
is in this battle, and all of you. I know that it takes a special kind of person to participate in conversations like this, because let's just be clear, this is seen as radical. And I'll tell you something.
It is. It really is.
Well, I'll tell you something, Doctor. When I was on the faculty of Syracuse, I remember that was when I met Dr. Claude Anderson in 2006.
Hmm.
And I remember our first conversation, I think I said it was at the Black Family Conference in Louisville, Kentucky, my hometown. And I remember just kind of talking to him, and I said, yeah, well, you know how it is when you start being pro-black, they call you radical and everything else. And he said, ain't nothing wrong with being radical. He said, you're supposed to be radical. You know, he said, that's good. That's a compliment. And it really made me rethink what it means to be radical. He said, because he was like, basically like, if what are you trying to do? You're trying to just fit in to a system that isn't working and fit
Mm-mm.
into a culture that's losing. You trying to just maintain the status quo? You know, we cannot.
Mm-mm.
What are we going to sit around and be a bunch of conservatives and try to conserve the
Right.
way things are? No, we need to all sort of say, okay, no, we're not doing this anymore.
That's
And
right.
critical thinking to me, and I'm gonna let you. I'd like to let you get the last word, because I definitely want us to know how to follow up with you and stay in touch. Um, to me, critical thinking means that you really assess. The instructions are real simple for me. And
Mm-hmm.
everybody write this down if you have, you may have heard me say something like this before. Look in all the areas that represent your quality of life. I encourage you to start with health, wealth, and relationships. Look
Mm.
at your mental and physical health. Do you feel that the life that you live optimizes your mental health? I say for Black folks, our mental health is not optimized. We
No,
crazy.
not at all.
A lot of us have crazy trauma everywhere. You in Baltimore, people getting
Yes.
shot up, babies getting, crazy stuff,
Yep.
drugs and everything, right? Mental health healing is an absolute must. That has to be
Absolutely.
Yes, that has to be part of our reparations plan. The part that we implement, we gonna implement our reparations. The repair ain't just something that's gonna be done by white folks. We can repair
No.
ourselves as well until they get on board. So mental health, physical health, right? You look at the garbage that they feed us, right? This is capitalism. We're gonna feed you all the cheeseburgers and fried chicken we possibly can until you are 45 years old and you're starting to keel over because you got the health of an 80-year-old, right?
Mm.
So physical health, we have to be conscious of that. And by the way, brother Nuri Muhammad, I spoke to him this morning. He's going to be in next week. I want y'all to know we bringing the heavyweights up in here. These are my seniors
Ashe.
right here. Dr. Maad is one of them. And then you go into relationships, right? Broken families everywhere, trauma, people fighting each other, disagreeing. And I think that's something that I want everybody to evaluate that and figure out, like, what does that mean? Remember, there's a science to that. My wife is a therapist and she's a relationship counselor. So
Mm-hmm.
there is this whole science to how to choose healthy relationships and maintain them. And that starts with family, it starts with your spouse, it's with your friends, it starts with business partners. Me and Dr. Maad have a relationship.
Absolutely.
And there is a protocol, there's a code of conduct that we aim for. In that, she came in and you were giving me all these props and thanking me, and I was like, oh, this is great, and I was thanking you, giving you props, and that's us feeding. We're investing in each other,
Absolutely.
because think about it, process this, Dr. Mott. We could have both been a couple haters. You could be up in here like, who this guy think he is? I'm smarter than him. I'm gonna
Right.
show him up. And I'm
Right.
like, wow, she gonna take my spot. She better than me. Whatever. Like, that's silly, right? Like you
It's
have
silly.
Right, right. So ultimately, it really, and even consciously, like me reaching out to bring you in, there are things we have to. It's interesting, like even little things like I'm gonna be vulnerable and confess that, like, one of the problems I had from my trauma
Mm.
is, I think as a kid I had a thing with rejection.
Mm.
I don't know. I think about a couple things. I got to really figure that out. I'm not going to give TMI because I ain't trying to be too vulnerable right now, because I'm
No,
being
no,
a,
no. I get it. I'm with you because I
but
had an issue.
really,
I struggled with
it,
that as well. Mhm.
and what it did was it made me like just fiercely independent. Because you don't want to
Mm.
ask for help, because you don't have people just say no or whatever and go through that frustration. So you just say, I got this. I'm gonna do this myself. I'm gonna do this myself. And I
And
found a
mine
lot.
was the opposite. Mine was the opposite, the craving of acceptance, being wanting to be
Oh,
accepted. So you were like, you went one way and you wanted to be independent. You were like, I'm independent. Mine was wanting to feel accepted, you know.
oof.
Yeah.
Yeah, those things, like, these are tough conversations we have to have with ourselves, because if you think about it, I believe collectively as Black people, it's our desire to be accepted that becomes one of our greatest liabilities.
Mm.
That's what causes us to sell out and get excited because because we got an Oscar or a Grammy or Employee of the Year, right?
Mm.
Or when Joe Biden puts out a something and he says, "Thank you to Black people for getting me elected," and we're like, "We did it! Black women saved you again." And I'm not, no disrespect, no problem with anybody who voted for Biden, but it
Right, right,
was
right.
like, but before you save him, let's say save yourself.
That's
Save
right.
your kids,
That's
save your
right.
community first, then save him, right? So I kind of feel like we want everybody to tell us that we are important, that we matter. That's why you might see somebody, they'll spend a lot of money buying expensive European products so we can have that label on us to say, look, I made it. I'm important. Look at the car I drive. Look at the job I have. Look at the
Right.
university I attended. Look at the clothes on my back, right? And then the name on the label on these clothes, right? So that need for acceptance, I think a lot of us go through that. And so in fact, one of the most dangerous types of Black people, in my opinion, is one who really knows who they are and has accepted themselves and does not need anybody's acceptance. Then you can
Mm.
kind of walk through the world and you like, what? I'm gonna do what needs to be done. I don't care what none of y'all think. Right.
Right.
So
Right.
you are right. So that was the benefit of kind of going in that other direction of rugged individualism for me,
Right.
is
Right.
that
Right.
I trained myself to not give a damn what
Mm.
think about me. I don't care. I don't want to teach at your universities. I don't want to get on your TV shows. I don't want none of that. In fact, when it happens, when they grab me, but here's the problem though. You get too
Mm-mm.
used to that. So like the other day I spoke at a UPS, right? The Black
Okay.
employees invite me in, and I was like, I don't want to go to UPS. Like, my friend had to talk me into it. I was like, I don't want to be around those people. That's the lack of balance though. That's the downside of that extreme. And what I really would like is just to be balanced, where you're not carrying there's so much baggage that comes with being Black sometimes,
Absolutely.
and the last area I'll throw in there, and then I like Dr. Ma'at to take us out is in terms of measuring your quality of life. We talk about health, wealth, and relationships. So we talked about health and relationships, and y'all know what it is when it comes to wealth. We got you. We got you. Dr. Ma'at knows a lot about wealth. My doctorate's in wealth, and basically at the end of the day, it's real simple. Do you have enough income to cover your bills, ethically? And do you have financial security to protect you in case something goes bad, in case
Right.
that man doesn't want you at that job anymore, or in case something goes wrong in your personal life financially? This is why we invest, and we're doing this for ourselves. We're also doing it for our children because that's what we're going to be. This pain and trauma that we went through in this generation, we're not passing that on to the kids. We're not doing that. So, Dr. Ma'at, tell me where people can follow up with you and just see more of what you're doing because your work is amazing.
Before I do that, Doc, I want to give you your flowers. Doc, I'm telling you, you are a brilliant and amazing brother. I've
Wow.
learned
Thank you.
so much from listening. I've been listening to you over a decade now. And let me tell you real
Wow.
quick, just being candid about something. You were promoting Bitcoin years ago. This was years ago. But you were promoting it. I think it was like barely like $3,000. And I kept hearing you talk about it. You was like, I'm telling you, just get a share. And I was like, man, I don't really got the money. I called my auntie up. I'm like, auntie, Dr. Watkins is talking about this Bitcoin. I think we, should invest. I ain't got 3,000. Won't you put up the money? She's like, girl, I ain't got it. Da, 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 da. And then it got up to $65,000. So I wish that I would have called pops and called mommy and got that $3,000 up and got more than that. Because I mean, you've given out a lot of great financial advice. You also talked, and I mean, decades ago, you was like, stop buying your children toys. Don't buy your children toys. Buy them stocks, buy them this, buy them that. Jalen's tell you, I stopped. Nope, we're not doing the games. We're not doing this. For your birthday, you're going to get STEM kits. You're going to get a savings account. So by the time you're 18, you got 10,000 in your savings account. You're getting stocks, STEM kits, and books. And he'll tell you he's in school right now, but I'll bring him on camera. He'll tell you it's stopped. Dr.
Wow.
Watkins, I thank you for the wisdom and the knowledge that you have given the global Black community. This stuff, the stuff that you're doing is global.
Wow.
You got brothers and sisters listening to you around the world. And I just want to say publicly, I thank you for who you are and what you mean to us. You know what I mean? You mean a lot
Wow.
to us. And you've been stomping for Black wealth. You've been stomping. We need to create wealth. We need to create wealth. We need to create businesses. And you've been out there on the front lines consistently consistently. And I want to say I thank you from the bottom of my heart. And also thank you for opening up your platform to me. And this is not the first time you did it. I've been on your platform a couple of times. Like I said, you brought me to the All Black National Convention, put me on the panel to speak on media manipulation, blessed me with a wonderful award that I show my students every semester. I show them this award. Doc, I thank you. I thank you. I thank you. I thank you. And I'm
Wow.
grateful for you. I'm also grateful for your listening audience. You all could have been anywhere right now, but nearly 1,000 of you are tuned in. And this is the place that you need to be for the best advice for you, for Black families. And so you could have been anywhere doing anything, but I thank you for opening up your mind to us. So I always tell people, I thank you for your mind and I
Mm.
thank you for your behind. The last thing that I want to say is please, family, the last thing I want to say, family, is please support the work. Okay. I'm wearing a shirt that says conscious ingenuity. This is a pro-Black, Black-centered STEAM program that was designed to make sure that our children are prepared to successfully matriculate through these programs when they get to college, through a STEM program, even STEAM programs, just preparing them. So make sure that you get your child enrolled in Conscious Ingenuity. You can go to consciousingenuity.com. And Doc, I know you have the link, so you'll put them in the video. Go to consciousingenuity.com, sign up for our email list. Okay, you'll love the website. I have Black engineers going into our communities teaching STEM, young Black people 18 to 22. So right now, with Conscious Ingenuity, Dr. Watkins is doing is bridging the gap between Black college students and also in the community, and Black engineering professionals in the community. Because a lot of times they get their degrees, and what do? We go work for white corporations. We forget about the community. We move out to the suburbs, and that's that. Right now, we're bridging that gap. I have students who are working at Northrop Grumman, students who are down. I have one student, he's getting trained in Mexico, but they're in industry. And you know what? They teach for Dr. Ma'at. Even to this day, they teach and they go into the community. So we're bridging the gap to make sure that our children are prepared. So support Conscious Ingenuity. Also, family, support the Meltrek program. Please go to Meltrek 365. Support the Meltrek program. We actually just dropped our third film, Meltrek Exploring the Ma'afa Part 1, The Arrival of the Portuguese. Meltrek is a series that is teaching Black history from a Black perspective. And it's an animated children's series that's doing that. So we're targeting the babies, making sure we teach what we call corrective history. Lastly, family, make sure that you get your son enrolled in the Asafo training camp and your daughter enrolled in the Agoji training camp. These are camps that focus on critical thinking, the development of critical thinking skills, and also character and leadership skills. So make sure you get your baby enrolled in what I call all of these youth empowerment programs. With that said, thank you so much, Dr. Watkins, for having me. Peace. And I always say Black excellence. Peace and Black excellence.
Yes. Yes. Well, by the way, everybody, I put some links in the chat for you all to take a look at. And also we will bring this back so that everybody can get a chance to take a look at this. And also, what is your Instagram, Dr. Mott?
It's
Did,
Dr.Maat underscore. So Dr.Maat underscore. That is my
it,
IG. And also, family, check me out on my YouTube channel, Dr. Oyamaat. All you got to do is go to the search engine, type in Dr. Oyamaat, and it'll pop up. So make sure you check out my YouTube channel.
all right. And you'll see her name on the screen. So give me a quick yes if you're going to go and follow or support something. Let's be conscious and let's be clear. Just give me a yes. Again, you could buy something if you want to, but if you can't, at least you can pay attention. If you can't pay money, just pay attention. Because and the reason it's important, the reason I'm consciously asking you all to put that yes in the chat is because it's not easy to get the attention of our people if you're not into like foolishness and silly stuff and
Right.
destructive stuff, right? And so again, I had no problem with the rappers that have 20 million followers that they're where they talk about their baby's mamas and who they shot yesterday or whatever it is that they might
Right.
talk about. That's fine, they can do what they're going to do, but I really think that we got to bring our scholars to the table. You have thinkers in your community that are really doing great work, that are deeply committed, and Dr. Maat's one of them. And I would say thank you, Dr. Maat, for coming in and hanging out with us. It
Thank
was
you
it was
so
a
much,
pleasure
Doc.
having you here,
I
and we will
appreciate
do
you.
this again. And everybody have a great day. And I don't know about y'all, but I'm feeling good and black and strong.
Same here,
And
Doc. Same
yes,
here.
yes. And also tonight, Constance Carter. You all have met Constance Carter. That's another person that we partner with who's extraordinary in real estate, stuff like that. She's doing another free event tonight at 8 p.m. on for those that are interested in multifamily property, stuff like that. So I'll text that out to you as well. So have a good day, everybody. And don't forget, if you want to get on the text list, if you are not on there yet, text the word morning, MORNING, to 87948. Text morning to 87948 so that you can remain connected. We'll bring you into the private Zoom and we can do this. We do this every single day, 7 days a
Wow.
week, 10 a.m. Eastern. That's what we do. We're all serious about this. So thank you, Dr. Mott,
Thank
and
you,
everybody
Dr.
have a great
Watkins.
day.
Have a good one.
100%. Yeah,
Peace and
bless you.
love.
All right, take sometimes it makes sense to do that, or you think it's something that you should never do. Is it a hard no? Is it like okay, Chelsea says it depends. Calvin says depends. April, it depends. Marcus says heck no. He's probably thinking hell no. Okay, I see Irma says no. Okay, I see some yeses and some nos. And so what I want to do is kind of, I don't know, this was on my brain today, and I thought this would be a nice topic to drill into in order to just gain some perspective on some of this. So maybe when it comes time to make that decision, you'll have a framework that you can lean on that'll help you decide whether or not it works for you, whether or not it's something that you want to do. Believe it or not, there's financial research on almost everything. There's research on all kinds of topics in terms of what how people respond to money. As you know, money is power. Money's also a source of a lot of emotion. It could be a source of happiness and and feeling good about life, or it could be a source of tremendous distress. And so what I'm going to do is basically explain when you should loan money to relatives, okay? And not so much tell you that you should or should not do it, but just to say that if you ever thought about doing it, there are ways to do it safely, and ways to do it in a way where you're not going to end up hating your cousin for the next 40 years because they didn't pay you back. My grandfather. I've told you all how many times. How many of y'all know that my cousin was in that group TLC? Give me a yes if I've ever told y'all that story. I don't know. Some of y'all know me well enough to know the TLC story. But anyway, yeah, my cousin's in TLC, which I think is the greatest female group of all time. Her name was T-Boz, aka Tiana Watkins, and like I felt kind of awkward when I realized she was my cousin because I always thought she was the prettiest one in the group, and but you can't be looking at your cousin like that. That's just weird. And so anyway, the way we're related is our grandfathers are brothers. Her grandfather's name is Sam. My grandfather's name is Matt. And basically, Sam and Matt, the reason I was asking my family, I said, okay, I know we got 10 billion cousins because I mean, they had a lot of kids, generate a lot of generational wealth in terms of children and family. Family is a form of wealth. We've talked about this. We talked about how your family is your multi-million dollar asset, but you have to activate it. It's just like a business or a trust. If you don't put assets in a trust, then a trust has no value. But if you put assets in the trust, you fill up that bucket, then that can become something that is creates generational wealth for the next 100 years. So or business. If you get the business and you work the business and you're skilled at the business, then the business can make you very wealthy. But if you're sloppy with the business or you don't know what you're doing or you don't put the time into it, then it's not going to help you. It becomes a liability rather than an asset. So really, when it comes to family and children, what I encourage you to really, really think hard about is how do we activate this asset? How do we really, take these little badass kids and really turn that into something that's just going to put our family, on fire in a good way. And help us to just really do some amazing things. And I spoke today with a brother that I met when I went to Atlanta. I forget, I don't have his name in front of me, but he was a black man that he happens to be a member of the Nation of Islam, which I told you all, I think that you should study the nation in terms of their philosophies on family structure, on economics, education, things like that, mental health, because there's a lot to learn there. Anyway, he had 3 kids. He homeschooled all of his kids because he didn't want them to be harmed by the school system. And now a lot of his kids, I think at least 2 of his kids work for him, and he has a very successful construction company that's doing really amazing work. And so, really, ultimately, I encourage you to really understand that children are an asset, but like any asset, you have to activate the asset. You got to work the asset in order for the asset become worth anything. If you acquire an asset and you don't invest in it, it's going to fall apart. So, for example, I was here, I was listening to a podcast where they were breaking down whether or not private equity firms are good or bad for business. You know, is it good or bad when a private equity firm takes over a company? And they point out examples where it was good and examples where it was bad. Like Red Lobster pretty much got destroyed because the private equity firm came in and they sucked the company dry. It's kind of crazy how they do this. They do these things called leverage buyouts. It's crazy, right? So what they'll do is they'll say, we want to go buy Red Lobster. And they'll say, well, we got to borrow $3 billion to buy Red Lobster. So we'll put up, three hundred million, and the rest, the 2.7 billion, we're gonna borrow from a bank. But then what you tell the bank is you say, after we borrow this money, Red Lobster is gonna have this debt. Red Lobster is going to go into debt. Not the person who's controlling the asset. The company I'm acquiring is going to take on this debt. So again, these are not specific numbers. The numbers vary from, situation to situation. But basically, Red Lobster is now in debt. Not you, Red Lobster, but you're able to control the company. So they're milking the assets. They're making all these crazy deals where they're just basically sucking the company dry. And then next thing you know, Red Lobster, which was a great business before the private equity firm came along, is suddenly saying, oh, we got to shut our doors. And they're saying it's because we gave endless shrimp. And it wasn't because of the endless or bottomless shrimp or free shrimp, all you can eat shrimp. That wasn't what brought it down. It was basically some moves by the private equity firm that allegedly caused this company to have so many problems. Okay. So ultimately, I think it's like, in a way, you can think about that like with children, where or any asset that you have, if you invest in the asset in a relevant way, where you are pouring something into it consistently, you're not just sort of milking it dry. You can actually create something that's bigger and stronger. Like there's been times where private equity firms took over a company and made it better. Like Burger King, there was one company that took it over, and now Burger King's stronger than ever. And so that can work out very, very well. But if you go the opposite direction, where you either don't invest in something, or you're just a taker and not a giver, then that thing's going to fall apart. And this is not just true for economic investments. This is also true for relationships. Relationships. Hey, seriously, has anybody ever had a relationship with a taker? If you're a giver or a pleaser or whatever it is, however you might be defined by your therapist, has anybody ever been in a relationship with somebody who takes? How many of y'all have gone through that? It is the absolute worst feeling in the world. It's terrible. It's not fun. You don't like it. And takers tend to know they know who to go after. Believe me, take it from a man who's had money for quite a while. I can spot a gold digger from a 50-mile radius. I can pick up on it. I can pick up on the women that suddenly thought all my jokes were hilariously funny and that I was the most interesting man in the world and all this other stuff. And it's not, I mean, I don't have a problem with it, right? Because the studies show that the women are naturally attracted to resources and stuff. And I get that. But when I get a sense like, okay, that you're literally looking at me like fresh meat, and you kind of know, like, okay, because this guy has this money, I can buy this and I can buy this and I can buy this and I can buy this. That's not interesting to me, right? And so when I married my wife, I specifically was happy to marry somebody where money isn't that important to her. And also she had her own money, so it wasn't as big of a deal, right? So ultimately, when you're talking about relationships, it has to be give and take. It has to be reciprocal. Some of you have relatives that take. You have people that you've had relationships with that take. And those sorts of interactions don't tend to work. They're not sustainable because you can't take from something forever without replenishing what you take. You can't, I'm gonna stop right there. You can't just keep taking and then not replenish. It's okay to take. See, this is the thing. People think that it's bad to take anything. I had a whole conversation when I spoke at UPS yesterday. I spoke to a young lady, 27 years old. She was a single mom, and she was an airplane pilot. So we kind of really had a good conversation about airplanes and flying, because I got my pilot's license, but she's a real pilot. I'm just a student pilot. And she was saying that she said, I really want to fly more, but it's expensive. I said, yeah, it is expensive. And but I said, you're around all these airplane pilots. I just met with all the black UPS pilots the other day. They would love to help you. They would take you up. It wouldn't cost you anything. And she said, yeah, but I really don't know. I really don't like asking for help. And I said, no, 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 no. See, don't think like that. It's okay to ask for help. It's okay to take things. You deserve support. You're doing great things with your life. I'm really proud of you. People will want to help you, I said, but if you want to make yourself feel better, make it reciprocal. If you feel guilty about taking, just just make a rule. Give twice as much as you take, right? So if somebody offers you help, it's not charity, it is mutual support. So when they come in and they say, "Hey, I'll help you fly. It won't cost you anything. We can take my airplane and whatever." Then what you do is you say, "Okay, anything you ever need, I got you." Their birthday comes up, you send them a gift. They have a problem, you step up and you help them as much as they help you, and then it becomes a great relationship. Then you have a web and a network of people around you where everything is beneficial for everyone. It's a win-win-win-win-win. Right? And so taking is not the problem. Taking is not the issue. Taking is only a problem if you're not giving as much as you take. It's only a problem when it's not reciprocal, right? And this is the issue that you run into. This is why a lot of athletes go broke, why a lot of celebrities lose money, is because they're giving, 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 but nobody's giving anything back. Nobody, and part of that is built around how you frame yourself. Some people frame themselves as charity cases. If I have a brother who goes off and becomes a rap star and he's making lots of money, maybe I define myself as a person who can do nothing for him except be a part of his entourage and just sort of hang around him and wait for him to pay my bills. Right. And that's not effective. What has to occur is that I got to say, okay, how can I help? Maybe you need security. Maybe you need somebody that can cook for you. Maybe you need somebody that can help handle your business affairs. Like, I want to help. I'm available. What you need, cuz what you need. And you have to have a mindset that says, okay, how can I activate you? LeBron did this. LeBron activated a lot of his friends. He didn't want a big entourage of a bunch of people that he was just throwing money at. He would send them to places to learn skill sets that he needed. I do need a chef. Here, I'll send you to culinary school or whatever. I do need a business person. So I'm gonna make sure you get trained so that you know what to do with my money when I start getting rich. Rich Paul, thank you. That's his name. So long story short, there's nothing wrong with taking. I would think of it almost like when they do environmentalism. If you notice, the environmentalists, I think they have these rules like where like every tree they chop down, the environmentalists worked with the industrialists who want to go chop down these trees. So they have these little rules where it's like for every one tree you chop down, you plant 5 trees or something. So that works out perfectly fine. Okay. So don't think that taking is bad. Don't get to the point where you embrace this rugged individualism where you're trying to do it all by yourself, figure it out all by yourself. That's what a lot of folks do. I think a lot of people get caught up in that nonsense of thinking that they're supposed to conquer the world all by themselves. And that's very lonely. It's very, very hard. It typically fails and it doesn't work. But if you find good people that will give to you as much as you're giving to them, then that becomes a beautiful thing. Then you can ask for things and it's okay. So let's talk about loaning money to relatives. So one of the things I want to sort of drill into, and actually before I forget, let me give you all this quiz that I created this thing. You can try it out. Tell me what you think about it. But it's a quiz on whether or not your estate plan is properly put together. And so this quiz will allow you to kind of figure out where you are. Remember, building all this wealth doesn't matter if you throw it all away, when you die and stuff, because we're all going to die. And what's interesting is that a lot of us are not prepared for death. We just kind of, I don't know, think we're going to live forever or something. But you're black, and that doesn't happen for black people or anyone. Actually, no one lives forever. But black people, we kind of die a lot. So it's kind of important for us to kind of have a plan for that, especially if you love your kids and love your family and stuff like that. So in fact, that same single mom, and I hope I invited her to class, so she may be in here. I hope she doesn't feel embarrassed. I won't say her name, but I was talking to her about her. By the way, the link is in the chat. I did tell her. I said, as a single mom, you got to ask yourself, what happens if I'm not here tomorrow? If I'm not here tomorrow, what happens to my child? What happens to my life? Who knows where my bank accounts are? Who knows where my investment account is? Right. So anyway, so there's the link to the quiz. It's in the chat. So feel free to grab it and you can keep it and take it, or you can take it right now. It's totally up to you. And it'll kind of give you a sense of where you are in terms of planning for your estate. And also don't forget, if you want to be on the text list to get invited to this class, just text the word morning to 87948. Text morning to 87948. 7948. All right, so here's a few stats on loaning money to relatives. I wrote about it a lot in my book, The 10 Commandments of Black Economic Power, and you can find a copy of that at drboycebooks.com. And so anyway, here's some data on loaning money to relatives, and I chose to write about this because I've loaned money to relatives before. I still do, and sometimes it hurts your feelings. It really does. Sometimes it's like, damn it, like who built these people that think they can borrow lots of money from you and just never pay it back? Like who created these childlike individuals? I call it childlike. It's a form of what I refer to as economic immaturity, because you don't understand, you're not grown enough to understand that that person who loaned you that money, they need their money. Like, what makes you think that you can take from other people and they're going to be okay? Like, who defined you to be the 30-year-old kid in the family? You're in your 20s, you're in your 30s. It's okay to ask for help. But when you ask for help and then you don't do what you say you're going to do, you don't pay back the money that's owed, somebody has to pay that price. In economics, we have a term that says there's no, or a phrase that says there's no such thing as a free lunch. And that means somebody's paying for that. So the idea that you think that you can take and not give anything, and that somehow it's going to magically get covered for or taken or sort of fixed by somebody else, pretty much means that you have what I refer to as a form of economic immaturity. Because economic immaturity is where you're thinking like a child. Children do that. Children are like, I'll make a mess. Somebody gonna pick it up. Children think like, oh well, I need new toys. Somebody's gonna buy it. Not me. Not me. I mean, the educated kid. And you get these like 35-year-old versions of little kids. Like, I just a little kid. I can borrow money. I just can't pay. I can't pay it back. I don't have no money. Right. So when you don't solve the problem, you're handing the problem to somebody else. And part of what creates challenges in a lot of our families is that, again, you got these grown ass kids, 45 years old. Hey, yeah, I can't, I'm just struggling, cuz I can't come up with nothing. No, that's not appropriate. Because if everybody thought the way you think, then everything would fall apart. Everything will fall to shit. It really goes deeper than that. Even goes, to the point of somebody making a baby and just being like, oh, well, my baby's mamas, they got it covered. They holding it down. They're holding it down because your weak ass can't hold nothing down. Like, that's what they're doing. They're holding it down so you can go play like a child. And they're the ones who figuring out how to go pick up the baby from school, how to take care of the baby when they sick, how to go buy an extra pair of diapers or a set of diapers that the baby needs. I mean, it's crazy to me. And it's not just men, right? It's everybody, right? So it's not just gender specific, but it's a mindset. It's a mindset that says, I am not without accountability. I can add no value to anyone else's life. And if I do have the ability to do something good for the world, I'm going to do it for me. Right? I'm going to do something that's going to give me pleasure, or I'm going to go buy me a new pair of Jordans, knowing that I owe my cousin $400 that they really needed when they loaned that money to me. That is a mindset. That is psychological. That is 100% in your brain, because there are other people who think in the completely opposite direction. There are people who say, gosh, I know you really need your money. I borrowed it from you. I'm going to get it to you as soon as I can. Even if I can't pay it right away, I'm going to do everything I can to try to make this right. I'm going to be accountable to you because I understand my role in the ecosystem. I understand my position on the basketball team. If I don't get the rebound, if I throw the ball out of bounds, or if I can't hit the open shot, then the team is going to lose. You understand? Because remember, your family is your team. Your family's your team. And a lot of your teams are losing because your players don't understand their position. They're not playing their position. They're not playing their role. You're passing the ball and they're asleep on the bench. Or you're waiting for them to play defense with you. You're playing defense all by yourself because they at the club getting high or something, right? So ultimately, this all is a mindset, and this is something that is detrimental. It costs the Black community trillions of dollars. There's so many different reasons that this horrific ecosystem does come into existence, because it's one of these things where you can't sort of isolate the blame. You can't say, well, it's because of these men or it's because of these women, because remember, a lot of these men were raised by women. So you can't say it's just the men, and you can't say it's just the women, because a lot of the women are abandoned by the men, right? And so and I believe that men, we have a certain type of power, and we do set a standard. So if we don't set the standard the right way and show up in the best way we possibly can, then guess what? Everything falls apart. This is where I become the old school Southern black man. I'm not politically correct. I don't give a shit about being politically correct. I believe that the man is the tent pole of the tent. I believe that the father, the man, you got this thing in your body called testosterone. You've got these big muscles and all this, and these other things that give you special skill sets nobody else has. And I believe that you set the standard. You are the tent pole of the tent. So if the tent pole falls down, the whole tent collapses on everybody. If the tent pole is flimsy, then the tent cannot withstand the storm. If the tent pole is short and tiny, then the tent's not going to be very high. So one of the things that I talk to our son about all the time is I say, look, man, you're the tent pole, you're the leader, you set the standard. You're 6 foot. He's 6'9", by the way. So he's not my biological son. I am not capable of creating a child that's 6'9". His father's a wonderful man, but I spend a lot of time with him in the house. I'm his bonus dad, and I love that role. I'm honored to play that role. And I just remember talking to him and saying, look, man, you're 6'9". You're very smart. You're a natural leader, and people sort of follow suit based on what standard you set. So in my view, when you see women around you that need help, you're supposed to step up. You have to be reliable. You have to be sturdy. If you're not reliable and sturdy, then it kind of creates chaos for everybody, and it's really disruptive to the Black community because you have to have so many scenarios where women are like, well, there is no man here, so I'm going to be the man. And then it just creates all this awkwardness, because when a real man shows up, then you got two dudes trying to fight it out for power, which just becomes chaotic, right? So again, this is my personal observation. And probably some of this is a reflection of my own unique experience. So I'm definitely biased, but I'm assuming some of you can relate to this because I think some of you see the imbalance that's occurring in our families and in our communities. So let's start with this basic idea that says if you talk about the financial side, you have to be you have to understand the code of conduct as it pertains to money and as it pertains to borrow money from family. So let me give you some stats on this. Basically, 57%, according to a survey by Bankrate, 57% of people who loan money to friends or relatives said they had negative outcomes, including damaged relationships, resentment, or not being repaid in full or not at all. So that means 57% of people endured what my wife talks about a lot. She has a workbook on this. They endure financial trauma. You endure financial, it's very traumatic when you loan a lot of money to somebody and you have this, this loving, touching, bonding moment where they're like, oh, thank you for coming through for me, cuz I appreciate it. Oh, it's all right. I got you. I love you too. And I just make sure you get the money to the landlord because I don't want you and the baby to get evicted. And then next thing you know, the person disappoints you. Like, it sucks. It's horrible. It's so painful. It just pisses you off too. You're pissed off, but you're pissed off because you're hurt. I had a cousin I loaned a lot of money to one time. He ain't the only one. And I remember that I like came through for him. Like it was like this triumphant moment of like, yeah, we're gonna elevate. We're gonna really do this together. We're gonna really, I want to see you do better in your life. And then the Negro disappeared. Like I didn't see him for 4 years. And when I saw him again, part of me was like, I want to knock you out right now. You sorry ass piece of shit. Excuse my French. It's too early to be cussing. That's how I felt. I was like, wait, we had this bonding moment, and you just lied to me. You just completely just fed me a whole fairy tale. I don't know if you own dope or something, because drug addicts are good liars. I was like, what happened? But then there's the other part of me, the part of me that went to therapy. That see, all of Boyce didn't go to therapy. Only half of me showed up with the therapist. The other half of me needs to. I need to go get him and bring him to the sessions with me. And the part of me that went to therapy was like, well, Boyce, forgiveness is a superpower, and you have to give them grace because not everybody can do everything that they plan to do, and you have to forgive, and you got to move on because being mad is not gonna help the situation. It ain't gonna get your money back, and also it's only gonna hurt you to be bitter and angry. So that was the therapy side of me, but the other side of me was like, I want to kick you in your testicles right now because you lied to me. So the anger that we feel it's driven by hurt. Like I felt that way because I was like so disappointed. Like, damn, man. That was a lot of money, man. And they told me not to loan you the money. I was being stupid to trust you, and I did it. And now I'm looking even dumber because I took a chance on somebody who didn't deserve my support. So what does that do? That then affects how you view loaning money in the future. Somebody else comes along, so with with maybe a good investment idea, or maybe they really need help and maybe they're really going to come through, but you're all bitter, you're all scarred now. So now you're like, I ain't loaning money to nobody. I ain't never loaning money to relatives again. I hate my family. I hate my relatives. F all of y'all. F all of y'all. Like that's what happens. And you got to think about how toxic and unhealthy it is to go through life. Think about this. The Jewish community, they be loaning money to each other all the time. There's a section of India where they literally own like I want to say like 60% of the hotels in America and in like 80% of the 7-Elevens in America or something because they loan money to each other all the time. They do. I forgot what it is. If somebody knows the name of that section, let me know. And I probably got the stats wrong. But they own an insane number of hotels and an insane number of 7-Elevens. Ironically, I have no idea how this happened. And it's because they're loaning money to each other. But you get into like a lot of black families, we're like, I ain't never loan. I'll loan money to a white man who I don't even know before I loan money to my own damn sibling because these Negroes ain't nothing. And that's just such horrible energy to have to carry around. It's the Patels. Thank you, Mike. I did so generally speaking, let me go through the stats. Let me lay some of this out. All right. I'm gonna try to get more serious now because I'm in a goofy mood today. All right, so 46% of lenders lost money, according to the same bank rate survey. They said 46% of respondents who loan money to loved ones reported not being repaid. So think about that; it's almost half. That's just terrible. And it's not just black people. This is a survey they took of Americans. Period. 26% feel resentment or hurt. I mentioned that there's a lot of hurt when you trust somebody and you go on a limb for them and they completely let you down. And so the question would become like, well, what made me trust you in the first place? That's when you question yourself. But then the question for them is, what made you think it was okay for you to do that? What in your culture? See, culture is very important when it comes to money because in the Patels, apparently the culture is you if you borrow money, you pay that shit back. If you borrow money, you pay it back. You pay what you owe, right? But for whatever reason, in our culture, it's like, maybe I'll pay you back, maybe not. And there's not sort of an understanding of the fact that you're not just going to lose the money there, but you're going to lose the relationship. So loaning money to people that are close to you, it's important to find a way to do it because we have to share resources. That's a powernomics principle. Shout out to Dr. Claude Anderson. But the downside is that it's a highly risky endeavor. It's a highly leveraged kind of thing because so many assets that you have are correlated, connected to what you're doing. So what do I mean by that? Well, you're not just when I loan you money and you're my cousin and we have this relationship and then what happens is by me loaning you money, I'm not just risking the money, I'm risking the relationship. Because if I loan you a lot of money and you don't pay me back, then I lose a cousin and I lose the money. And which makes me a double sucker. It makes me sit back and say, man, what was I doing? That was so stupid. I should have told my cousin no. But then that creates the other alternative where you left somebody you love stranded like that. And it creates a special dilemma for those of you that are doing well. When you got extra money and your family knows that you're doing well, you're doing better than everyone else. So your survivor's guilt kicks in and you want to make sure that you're there for other people, and you say things like little things that don't typically mean anything like, hey, let me know if you need anything. Well, that term means nothing if you're broke. If you have nothing to offer anybody, then if you say, hey, let me know if you need anything, then that's easy. It's easy to say it because you ain't got nothing to give nobody. So it's like a greeting. You just say it, just to say it. But what if you got like $1 million in the bank and you say you talk to your broke cousin because you want to keep it real, you want to be, you want to stay down, and you're like, hey, let me know if you need anything. And then 2 hours later, they're like, hey, we got a situation, and I had a cousin. He would always call me and say, hey, cuz, I got a situation. And I'll be like, oh Lord Jesus. Like I don't want no situations on my doorstep. And so so long story short, I even got to the point where um I was afraid to even say like, let me know if you need anything. And that's crazy. That's like a reflection of very awkward trauma, because there was a big burden that suddenly came with even saying that. I remember I saw an old friend from high school, and he was my buddy in high school, but I hadn't seen him for many years, and I saw him in Walmart, and he wasn't doing so good. To be honest with you, he wasn't really big on education or nothing. So he kind of ended up where you end up when you don't make the right choices. And I remember saying, "Hey, all right, man, well, good to see you. All right, well, let me know if you need anything." Why did I say that? He literally called me 2 hours later. He needed me to. He got in a fight with his wife, and he was trying to move out that day from the house. It was something crazy, something really weird. I was like, I don't want to be in the middle of your drama. I don't even know you like that. But it was like that was an example of where even that little statement, like, let me know if you need anything, that can be kind of weird. So anyway, let me read more of the stats, and then I'm actually going to give you a solution. You guys know I want to be solution oriented and not just talk about the problem. So another thing is that family loans often lead to unspoken expectations. Research from the Pew Charitable Trust in 2019 highlighted that people often struggle with unspoken expectations when they loan money to relatives. The absence of formal contracts or repayment terms tends to exacerbate misunderstanding. So that means that if you don't have something written down, maybe a contract or at least something written on paper, then you can have misunderstandings. Misunderstandings are literally the trigger for a lot of broken relationships. But then also sometimes people loan you money and they expect more than just the money. Right. So all money isn't good money. This is a general principle that you have to be really thoughtful about who you take your money from, because when they give you money, many cases there's something else that they expect. So for example, that's why with the All Black National Convention, we don't take any money from corporations. We don't take any money from the government. We don't take any money from the Democrat or Republican parties, because I know money well enough to know that you're not going to write a big fat check without having some sort of expectation that comes with that check. Like, oh, hey, Dr. Boyce, we want to put this person on a panel, or we'd like for this politician to come speak at your event. No, I don't want to hear all that. And I'm not going to be on stage, thanking Walmart for Black liberation. That's not something I'm interested in doing. So it's like, you know what? I'll pass on that money. We'll get the money some other way. Same thing is also true when I was Michael Bloomberg gave hundreds of millions of dollars to a lot of HBCUs, and I was very concerned about that. I was happy because it's great. A lot of young Black kids get to go to school and become doctors and lawyers and everything else. But also, Bloomberg is a strategic person. He moves in a certain way. He's very, very political. So you don't even have to tell me. It doesn't have to be revealed to me that there are going to be certain expectations that come with this money. I know that if the guy who wrote you a $50 million check calls the president of that university, he can pretty much get whatever he wants, right? If he says, I think this person should be your commencement speaker, then that person's going to be the speaker. If he says, I need you to not bring these ideas in, or not do XYZ, or I heard Farrakhan was coming to your campus and I'm very concerned because he's anti-Semitic and whatever they want to say about him, right? So these sorts of things are very real, and it's very important to understand that when you get money from someone, I think it's really critical to kind of just figure out like what comes with this. And if you don't have that conversation, then you can have a lot of confusion, a lot of misunderstanding. So lack of repayment is very common. A lot of emotional tension is connected to loaning money to relatives, and also formal agreements can really help to kind of clear the process. Now, let me give you a few rules that you can apply when it comes to loaning money to relatives, so that if you decide to embrace a power strategy and group economics within your family, you will have a pathway to kind of do it in a way that's not harmful to you or that minimizes the damage. Okay. And actually, before I do that, I want to remind everybody, tonight we're doing a stock options training in the Prime program. If you're interested in options and you want to get an invitation, it's not free, but it's worth the investment. Feel free to text the word options to the number 87948, and you can join us in the Prime program. A lot of you are members of Prime, and you can feel free to say something in the chat about your experience, so others will know. But feel free to text the word options to the number 87948. All right, so so here are a few recommendations for how to kind of deal with loaning money to relatives. First of all, you have to have clarity. You have to have clarity. In financial theory, there's a whole set of thousands of research papers written about something that I've talked to you guys about before called moral hazard. Moral hazard. And pretty much one way to define moral hazard is it pretty much says that that once somebody has your money, they can pretty much kick you in the butt. Once somebody has the power that you've given to them, they can screw you if they want to. And so, an example of moral hazard would be once this actually happened where a lot of banks made money to, or sorry, loan money to a lot of Central American governments. And once the governments had their money, they pretty much were like, well, screw you. Like, we'll pay you when we feel like paying you. Right. And so they had to negotiate, and they got just pennies on the dollar on all the money they loaned because these people that had their money were pretty much laying out the terms. And a lot of you have gone through this. Have you ever had somebody where you loan money to and they're really, really polite before they get your money, but what happens after they get your money? What happens? What happens a lot of times after they have your money and you're trying to get your money back? Well, suddenly the attitude has shifted, right? They're not as friendly as they used to be. They used to pick up the phone on the first ring when they were trying to get your money. It was like, sure, anything you need, cuz I'm gonna pay you back on Tuesday, and no, actually I'm gonna pay you Monday because I'm gonna get paid, and as soon as I get paid, I'm gonna walk the paycheck to your job. Where you work at? What's the address again? Are you gonna be free at 3 o'clock? Like, it's real, like, serious and intense and accommodating before they get the money, but then after they get the money, what happens? They kind of slack off because you're generally, when you're loaning money to relatives, typically the people that are coming to you to borrow money, they're not your sturdiest relatives. They're not the ones who are typically on top of everything, because if they've been on top of everything, they wouldn't have trouble paying the rent this month, right? If they've been on top of everything, they wouldn't be behind in their finances every month. So they're already kind of, or before they ask you to co-sign for the loan because their credit's so bad, well, if they'd been on top of everything, they wouldn't have bad credit needing someone to co-sign for their loan. My father used to cuss about that. My father used to get really pissed off when people would ask him to co-sign for stuff, because he was like, "Why in the f?" I'm not going to cuss. I'm going to repeat what my dad said to me. But he said, "Why in the f would you think that I believe you're going to protect my credit when you didn't even protect your own credit score? You didn't even protect your own credit score. So I know you ain't gonna give a damn about mine." So you got to remember that sometimes those people, I'm not talking about people who need help every now and then. A lot of us need help. I've borrowed money before, so I'm not talking about you if you're the person that comes through for other people. That's that. Let's make that clear. But those people that sort of chronically have one disaster after another in their life haven't yet figured out that the number one variable in their life is the person in the mirror. Right? I really feel sorry for people who have one problem after another, and every single time they somehow believe that it's always someone else's fault. That's kind of a hell to be trapped in, where your life is screwed up and you feel like you ain't got nothing to do with it. I got 4 kids and I ain't had nothing to do with it, but you did. You made the kids. Like, those are yours. You were there when the sex happened, right? Were you conscious and you were there, right? Nobody did anything inappropriate, right? So basically, generally speaking, the moral hazard issue, let's go back to that, pretty much says that once you let go of that money, you're letting go of power, because money is power. So same thing happens even in dating. You have a guy that's super nice to a lady in the beginning, because even the worst men can be very, very nice. Even the worst women can be super nice in the first 3 or 4 weeks, and then when they get whatever they want from you, sometimes the attitude changes. That's what moral hazard is. Well, the solution to moral hazard is something they call optimal contracting. And what optimal contracting means is, it means that you want to set everything up properly before the problems arise. Before you give away the power, you make sure that you put safeguards in place to ensure that they cannot screw you. That's why banks ask for collateral, right? That's why, if you're trying to get married or something and you're afraid of what might go wrong in a divorce, well, that's what prenups are for. My wife and I got a prenup, but it wasn't because I thought she was a crazy gold digger, and it wasn't because she thought I was going to take what she had. It's because she's like, I got what I got, you got what you got. Let's just go ahead and make an agreement now, so that we're not trying to figure it out when we're angry at each other in the event that we did choose to get a divorce, right? It's very hard to go back and make that contract with someone you hate. it's easier to make the deal with somebody that you love, right? So while the love is flowing, you go ahead and say, okay, well, you know what? Can we go ahead and just get something on paper? That way we can preserve our relationship and make sure everything's clear. So one of the rules of loaning money to relatives is you got to set clear terms. You got to be super clear about exactly who's going to do what. And what each party is going to do and by when. That's really important. Two, loaning that a lot of people believe you should never loan more money than you can afford to lose. I don't care how bad the situation is. I don't care what promises are made or how sure you are you're going to get paid back. Loaning more money than you can afford to lose typically is a losing strategy. If you consider the fact that half of all the people who loan money to relatives don't get their money back, you're taking a huge financial risk by loaning money that you actually need. And that's just not a healthy thing to do in general. So generally, I've seen people where they understand, like, look, the relationship is more important than the money. I want to not hate you as my cousin, so I'm only going to loan you an amount of money that I can afford to give away. In fact, some people do it just in advance. They say, "Look, don't. It ain't a loan. Here, just take this, because just." Or sometimes what I might do is put a condition on it. I might say, "Here, I'm not gonna loan you the whole 3,000 that you want, but I'll give you $400." And the agreement is that you cannot ask me for money again for 2 years or something, right? Or a year or whatever. And that would be my way of saying, okay, now when you come back to me and I tell you hell no, or I say, hey, don't forget what we agreed on, then we're not going to have a further conversation. I don't want to have and I think that's okay, because here's the thing. I like being generous. I think being generous is more natural to the human spirit. I don't like being an asshole. I don't like being stingy. That's not fun. It's stressful. It's like, and think about this. You can ruin the relationship also by being the person who says no to everybody. There are lots of people out here. There are lots of people that are successful or maybe celebrities who cut off their whole family because they're like, I'm tired of people asking me for stuff and da da da. And that's not a healthy energy either. That's a sure, you're protecting you, you're taking care of you, ain't nothing wrong with that. But the world is bigger than just you. You're part of a group. You are part of a team. And I do believe that it's okay to conclude that the star of the team has an obligation to the team as well. Like Michael Jordan can't just say, well, screw everybody else. It's all about me, when he was trying to win championships with the Chicago Bulls, because he needed his teammates. Michael Jordan could not win championships by himself. He tried for 7 or 8 years and he realized, dang, I need more. So he needed a Scottie Pippen. He needed somebody getting the rebounds. He needed a Dennis Rodman. He needed those other people, in order to fill in that void, because he never would have won a championship if he tried to do it all by himself. So ultimately, I would say to you that finding the balance is probably the healthiest approach, as opposed to going to one extreme or the other. The extremes would be where you're loaning money to a bunch of people that are screwing you financially. The other extreme would be where you become such a traumatized miser that you completely cut off everybody and just say no to anybody, even the people that have really been there for you, in ways that are far more important than money. Like, I'm never going to say no to my parents. I'm never going to say no to my siblings. I don't say no to my children unless it's like a matter of discipline, right? With kids, it's a little different. With kids, you got to kind of make sure they don't get too dependent on things. But balance is the key. And I think every decision can be made independently. And by putting optimal contracting in place and safeguards in place, you can make these investments knowing there's a reasonable amount of risk. I mean, there's no such thing generally. Well, there's rarely such a thing as a risk-free investment. There are technically investments that will be considered risk-free, but for the most part, most investing is gonna have some risk, and some of that risk you cannot eliminate, and so just sort of understanding that this risk is going to occur and these ups and downs can happen is also part of being a healthy human being. It doesn't mean you go through life where nothing bad ever happens to you. It's like, for example, if you never want to ever be in a car crash, then stay home for the rest of your life. Never get in a car. But that's not a healthy life. That's an extremist life, right? So what happens is maybe you get in the car and you drive safely, you put on your seatbelt, and you minimize the risk, but there's still risk out there, right? So in accepting that as a part of life. So also, a lot of experts believe you should discuss the consequences. Like, look, if you don't pay me back, I'm gonna let you know like what's gonna happen. My grandmother, rest her soul, she's right behind me, by the way. That's our Panther. Our Panther's name is Felicia in the Black Business School. My grandmother, her rule was straight up. It was real simple. It was like, if you don't pay back the money I loan you, then I will never loan you money again. And she had people in the family that would come to her to borrow money, and she would say, "You didn't pay me back in 1972, so don't ask me for nothing. Don't ask me for money ever again." And that was her rule. Whatever your rule is, Pick a rule, stick to it. Also, a lot of people believe you could consider alternatives to loaning money. Money is not a final solution to every problem. Money may be part of the issue, but sometimes it's deeper than just the money. Maybe it's there's a way I can help you without necessarily giving you money. Or maybe I use that opportunity. So now that I've got your attention and you want money from me, I'm also going to give you some advice on certain things, or maybe some connections, or share some alternatives that may not involve me giving you a whole bunch of money. So you want to really look at the alternatives, because sometimes when you do get to the point where you have a little more money than the other people around you, it's very hard for a struggling person to hang out with a person who's not struggling and not see that they have resources that they can actually use. And I think it's really as you get more money, I think you have to be careful about sort of how you engage with other people. You just do. If money's not a thing to me and I take my buddy on a trip and we spend $20,000, but he can't raise $1,000 for the rent, that's going to create awkwardness when we get home and he says, "Hey, cuz, can you loan me money to pay the rent?" And he knows I got the money. I can't lie. I can't say, "Well, no, nah, man, I'm broke. I don't have the money." Well, he just saw you spend $20,000 going on the trip, right? But you want to spend money on the trip. You don't want to spend that money paying somebody's rent. So it just creates like a lot of strangeness and awkwardness. And what I've noticed is one thing that's inevitable is as people climb the economic ladder, it's difficult to keep all the same friends and all the same people around you that you had when you were broke. It doesn't mean you have to cut them off or be snooty about it, but it means you have to be thoughtful about sort of what that sort of looks like, right? So anyway, that's my thought on that, and I would encourage you to not just sort of think that your relatives are toxic and you can't support them in any way. I think that I know the powernomics principle is that we support each other, and maybe it's just a matter of having balance and containing it. So if you want to know what my rule is when it comes to helping family and stuff like that, I help a lot of people every year. I probably loan and give away more money than most people make in a 2 or 3 year period. Like, to really, no, I'm talking about hundreds of thousands of dollars that I have that's allocated to helping other people. Um, I don't regret it, but what I do is I draw boundaries. I draw boundaries because I have to protect me. And I have to be a little selfish because if I am this golden goose that's helping all these people, well, if the goose dies, then nobody gets helped anymore. So really, by preserving me and my energy and protecting Boyce, I'm protecting other people at the same time. And my rule is I will never ever just love other people as more than I love me, more than I love myself. It doesn't mean I'm going to put myself above others. I don't do that. But at the same time, I matter too. You matter, right? So I think having those boundaries can really help, because when you keep the boundaries, then you can show up appropriately when there are people that want to lean on you for whatever reason. So when relatives call me and stuff like that, if I don't have the energy to deal with whatever problem you're trying to dump on my desk, I'm just not gonna do it. I'm just not. But hey, when I got a little extra energy and a little space, and I'm able to handle the capacity, then I'm all in, right? So and I love that. I really like doing that. I think that that's okay. It doesn't make you stupid or weak or a user. And I get advice all the time. Like, boy, you got to stop letting these people use you like that. And I'm like, no, I know so and so is using me, but it's okay. I want them to use me. And actually, me and Dr. Claude Anderson have that relationship too. It's very interesting. That's why we became so close. He's like a dad to me. I love this man, and I love him because he's very sturdy. He's very consistent. So, for example, there would be people that would say, "Well, Dr. Boyce is just using you, and he's doing this," and he's like, number one, Boyce has actually helped me in a lot of ways, and he said, number two, I want him to use me. He said, because I use him, we use each other, we help each other. That's a powernomics principle. This idea that somehow somebody's always getting screwed and exploited and all that to some extent, I think, comes from us sort of having this victim mentality. It's like if I go to a record label, right? And the record label signs me to a deal. And let's say that we sign the contract and they agree to give me 10% of all the records that I sell. And so we sell $10 million worth of music, and I make $1 million, they make $9 million. the simplistic way to look at it is to say, damn, they just used me. They exploited me. I only made 1 million and they made 9 million. And I'm the star. I'm the one that everybody comes to see. But that's not seeing the whole picture. The whole picture is that, remember, they were investing $1 million in you before anybody knew who you were. So they had to take a risk. And if that $1 million investment had not worked out, I wouldn't have been paying them back. I wouldn't be giving them their money back. Right. And so they had to take a chance. They had to make an investment. They had to, so you could argue that I used them because without that record label that signed me, nobody knows who I am. I'm singing on the street corners because I don't have any distribution. I don't have any marketing. I don't have any promotion. I can't get on Ticketmaster by myself. I can't perform at Madison Square Garden by myself. So really, again, it's not to say that the exploitation can't occur. It does occur. It occurs all the time, right? But it does mean that sometimes a lack of balance or very short-sighted, selfish thinking where I did this all by myself and I'm the only one who matters here can just cause people to say things that just don't make any damn sense. So I would encourage you, form a good relationship with the world, a good economic relationship with the world where you matter and they matter and you all matter. Form it with the right people, and that'll take you to the moon. I got some people that I work with on a regular basis where we don't get caught up in the minutia of who got the most out of the deal or you made more money than me. We don't get into that. We're just like, hey, how can I help you? Let me figure out how I can support you. Because I know that you're going to come back and support me when I need it. And because you're part of my ecosystem, you're part of my team, and I need my team to be strong, I'm going to pour into you because I know that even if I don't get it back right now, eventually eventually it's going to circle back. Eventually what goes around is going to come around and you're going to be there for me too. But that only works with the right people because there are people out here that will take and give you nothing back at all. So that's where discernment really comes into play. So generally speaking, I would use my relationship with Dr. Claude Anderson as an example. There are many, many times where I have written very big checks. We just wrote another big check to help to buy more of their books, and you hear me talk about Dr. Anderson all the time, and it's not just as a favor; it's because I believe in the man, I love the man, his legacy. Everybody needs to know Powernomics. Everybody needs to know about this man. Every black student, every HBCU that does not teach Powernomics should be embarrassed and ashamed that you're not celebrating the contributions of this man. You're putting mediocre white people ahead of one of the greatest black men in the history of this country. So I do that partly because that's just what I believe, but also it's a great interaction. It's a great relationship. He's helped me so many times. It's ridiculous. He's given me so much wisdom through the years. He's been there to be a part of what we're doing in the Black Business School. So find those people. Find the people that in your life that are gonna show up for you. Find the people in your life that understand. Like we're all a basketball team, and I don't want to have a team where my teammates are sitting on the sidelines watching me score all the points. Right. I want teammates that are gonna, die for the loose ball, that are gonna play defense, that are gonna box out for a rebound, right? Whatever you can do to help out. But that's a mindset, that's a mentality. Because Michael Jordan had that problem. Michael Jordan had a problem for a while where he was scoring 35 points a game and his teammates were standing around watching. And they had to teach them, like, no, you have value. You can still help out. If Michael's going to take the shot, then you can set a pick, or you can go and you can play defense or get the rebound, or you can do something. So everybody in the family team has a job, and the job is to help the team win. And you instill this mindset in them very young. And if you do that when they're young, then they won't grow up and be the 35-year-old who borrows money from a sibling and just forgets to pay it back and thinks that it's not going to affect anybody. They're not even, that's not, that kind of mindset doesn't even cross their brain. Okay. So that's my 2 cents on this. I hope I didn't overtalk it. I hope I didn't lay it out in a way that sounds awkward or weird, but it's me just sort of laying it out as honestly as I can see it. And I wish you the best. And I encourage you to drill into that multi-million-dollar asset called your family, build on that, pour into that, invest in that. That's the best investment you'll ever make. It's more valuable than any investment you'll ever make on the stock market or anywhere else. All right. So have a good day, everybody. I'm gonna get on out of here. Really quickly, if you want to get a copy of my book or any of our financial flashcards for kids or anything like that, feel free to go to drboycebooks.com. That's our Black Wealth Mastery store, drboycebooks.com. Also, make sure you're on the text list. I'll send you some other information through to via text. To get on the text list, you can text the word morning to 87948. If you text morning to 87948, I'll send you an invitation to join us in Money in the Morning. We do this every single morning. And actually, I think today's Thursday. I gotta check, but I think we might have Dr. Cornell West coming in sometime. I gotta check. I think it might be Friday, but I could be wrong. So anyway, we are talking. I'm hoping I can get him in here because I like Dr. West. That's a good guy. All right, so have a good day, everybody. God bless you. Because I got a few thousand people that are going to get the wrong link, and then they're going to hit the wrong link, and then they're going to say, "What's going on? What's happening?" And then they're going to get another text that's going to have the corrected link, and then they're going to come in. Anybody in that group? Anybody get the wrong link? Give me a yes if you got the wrong link and you just got the right one just now. Okay, yeah. That's me. That's all me. Yeah, just forgive me for I know not what I do, or what is it? God is not through with me yet, and I'm trying. So I appreciate your patience, and thank you for understanding. All right, so anyway, so yeah, so what was on my mind today from a financial consciousness standpoint? A couple of things. Number one, a lot of you may have. Does anybody own Nvidia stock? How many of you own Nvidia stock? I did a little bit of work on Nvidia stock recently, where I was basically explaining the reason I didn't buy. I'm not buying Nvidia. I haven't been buying it, is because there's a lot of concern that the stock could be overpriced and overhyped. There's a lot of uncertainty there. There's a lot of risk that the AI revolution is not going to turn out the way people expect in terms of the economic impact. It doesn't mean AI isn't going to be relevant. AI is going to be very relevant. It doesn't mean AI isn't going to make money. AI is going to make trillions of dollars. But in financial markets, expectations are everything. It's not about how much money you make. It's how much money you were expected to make and if you met those expectations. Do you understand? So really, I don't know if Nvidia is going to meet the expectations. So my son came in here the other day. I call him my son, but really I'm his bonus dad. But he's, I treat him like my son because he's in my house. And he came in and he was confused and he said, Nvidia stock, passed its earnings expectations. He said, I don't understand. Like they didn't just make a lot of money. He understands enough to know that typically if a company passes the expectation on earnings, that they're going to have a stock price jump. And he said, I don't understand because Nvidia went down. If you notice, it went down by 3%, which is a pretty massive market cap impact for a company like Nvidia. Let me see, $1 trillion. What's 1% of a trillion? Sorry, I got to get that right. Is it? Let me see. Let's see. 10% is 100 billion. So 1% is $10 billion. So when it goes down 3%, that's a $30 billion decline in market value. So a lot of wealth was lost. And I explained to him that it's not that Nvidia didn't make a ton of money. They always make a crap ton of money. They're going to keep on doing that for a long time. It's also not that they didn't exceed expectations. They did. They did the best that they could do. What happened is that there's a third element that doesn't get discussed as much called guidance. And guidance is just when the insiders in the company are sharing with investors, like, hey, this is what we see down the road. This is what we see. So what they basically said was, down the road, we see some concerns. We see some competitive pressure. We see some risk factors. But we're still going to make a crap ton of money. Like that's not going to stop. Can't stop, won't stop, with that kind of thing. But we do see that we're going to, instead of making like a complete crap ton, we're going to make a 90% of a crap ton, right? So it doesn't mean that they are not going to make a lot of money. They're going to make a lot of money. It just means that they're going to make a little less than what everyone expected. So this drop in the price, it's not a crash, it's not a plummet, it is a correction. And does this correction make Nvidia into a good buy? I don't feel like it is. I still feel like there's a lot of risk there. And remember, one of the keys of investing is you don't look where everybody else is looking. You also want to look where nobody's looking. Right? That's where you make the money, is you find the hidden gems, not the gems that are in plain sight. When a gem is in plain sight, everybody's hyped up. And even in dating, I ain't gonna lie, I'm gonna tell you the truth. When I was younger, I never was interested in the girl that everybody liked. I was always interested in the amazing girl that nobody noticed, where I could see inside of her and see wonderful things that other men may not have noticed. That was what I was most interested in. I met my wife in the library. I did not meet her in the club. I wasn't chasing after the, certain types of people. I wanted a woman that really gave me what I was looking for, not what the world told me I should be looking for. Do you know what I mean? And that's just a little side, little Uncle Boy's tip on I think what I think creates happiness. And this is why I think you should liberate yourself by being courageous enough to be a free and critical thinker. Like, I think that if you are okay with who you are and you love yourself and you're confident in your opinions, knowing that they're going to be wrong sometimes, right? Y'all saw me make a big mistake just now. I make mistakes all the time, every day, constantly, but self-love is what gets me through it. It says, yeah, I screwed up, but it's all right. I'm the best. I'm the best I got right now. So I'm going to stick with this guy because this guy's worth it, right? And that these little conversations with yourself, what that does is it allows you to go left, even if the rest of the world is going right. It allows you to see what you think is truth, even if everyone else is like, no, that's crazy, that's wrong, that's stupid. That doesn't bother me one bit because it might be crazy, it might be wrong, it might be stupid, but it's okay because it's me and I'm okay, right? And you're okay. And I think that plays out not just in terms of investing in people, like dating and marriage, but it plays out in investing in stock. That the ability to kind of just say, I don't need to follow the crowd. I don't need to fit in. I don't need to be trendy. I'm gonna go this way, and the crowd's gonna eventually follow me. Just like I always talk about when I started talking about black wealth on urban radio stations and all that. A lot of people were not doing that. They thought that was nerdy and weird, and nobody would be interested in that. But I was like, no, eventually the world will catch up. Eventually people will understand that this is important. And by about 2014, 2015, I started seeing other people doing the same thing. And it was kind of cool. It's kind of nice to have some company, right? Because we know our economics is important. And I stand to you right now, and will say to you that the goal of every morning when we meet for money in the morning is to encourage you to really, really be consistently brave and unafraid of seemingly radical ideas that are going to be incredibly innovative in terms of how we stand as a community. I believe that if we just sort of embrace very simple things that may seem crazy and weird to other people, but make perfect sense to us, like for example, the idea of training a child on stock market investing when they're 7 or 8 years old, or talking to your child about real estate when they're 5, or maybe getting your children to all consider starting a family business instead of all going to work for massa. I think these are things that I've seen as success models. These are things that lead to empowered, liberated Black people that have lots of money and that are doing quite well and are feeling good about life. I don't think that the model they give you is the one that's going to work for you. That's my 2 cents. So circling back, I brought up Nvidia earlier. I'm not interested in Nvidia. I think it's overhyped. Now, do I own it? I do own it. How did I buy it? I bought it when it was like dirt cheap, like literally maybe half the price that it is right now. And that was because my son brought it to me and he said, this is how they make the video games and or something. And I was like, oh, okay, yeah, I'll buy that because I buy stock all the time. And I think that buying stock should just be a part of your culture, consistency. Now, another little point today is tonight at 8 o'clock, we're having Dr. Boyce Real Estate. So I'm going to bring in Constance Carter, and we're going to do some breakdowns on how you can either buy that first home or you can expand, get the multifamily, stuff like that. Constance Carter is absolutely amazing at real estate. She's extremely good. She's interesting to talk to. You guys have met her before. And so that's going to be tonight at 8 o'clock. And I'm going to text out the link where you guys can do a free trial in Dr. Boyce Real Estate and come to the event tonight for free and talk to Constance and things like that. All right, so let's see here. All right, so next thing, let's see. Veronica says, Dr. Boyce, all the BBS does is of the highest excellence, whether video, website, or course. Would you be so kind to grade my 15-minute video? I wish I could grade your video, Veronica, but unfortunately, I have to be honest with you, I get thousands of emails every day, and it's really hard for me I can barely even talk to my wife. And then I got to talk to my wife or I'm gonna get in trouble. So honestly, I do have one-on-one consultations and stuff like that. There is a fee for that. We have to do that in order to, because I just, as much as I wish I could do that for every single request I get, there's some things I just simply cannot do. But if you email support@theblackbusinessschool.com, if you want to do a one-on-one, I do a limited number of 30-minute one-on-ones. I did a couple yesterday, so feel free to email support@theblackbusinessschool.com. But just know it's not free, and that's what we have to do in order to make it work. All right. So anyway, all right. So let me hop in and talk about something that was on my mind. I'm going to talk about what I call Medianomics and the economics of Tyler Perry. I'm going to share a video that I put on my Instagram. My Instagram is Dr. Boyce Money, and I have more than one Instagram because because apparently since I'm this radical crazed black man, they like to take down my Instagram pages and stuff because I guess because I'm just scary or something. And so 'cause, the one that I had 700,000 followers on, they just killed it and didn't tell me why. So it's okay. You just keep rebuilding. It's life. I have multiple platforms, and so here is this video with Tyler Perry. And I want you to watch this video because I want you to hear what Tyler's saying about the critics that he gets about his Medea movies and the types of stories that he tells. And then we're going to break this down because there's an economic lesson to be learned here. So whether you agree with him or not. So here we go. Okay, Tyler, you ain't talking.
Talk you out of a place that God has put you in.
Hold on, let me do it again.
Yeah, but what? No. You got to drown all of that out, because if you let somebody talk you out of a place that God has put you in, you are going to find yourself in hell. I know for a fact that what I'm doing is exactly what I'm supposed to be doing, because for everyone who is a critic, I have thousands of used to be emails from people saying, this changed my life. Oh my God, you know me. Oh my God, you saw me. How did you know this about my life, my family? So that is what is important to me. We're talking a large portion of my fans who are disenfranchised, who cannot get in the Volvo and go to therapy on the weekend. So you've got this highbrow Negro who is all up in the air with his nose up looking at everything. And then you got people like where I come from and me who are grinders, who really know what it's like, whose mothers and were caregivers for white kids and were maids and housekeepers and all of these beauticians. That don't discount these people and say that their story don't matter. Who are you to be able to say which black story is important or should be told? Get out here with that bullshit.
Yes.
Yeah, but what? No. You got to drown all of that out.
All right. So first thing I want to say is let's do a quick straw poll. Give me a yes if you like what he said. Give me a no if you have objections. What do you think? Yes or no? Yes or no? Are you with it or not with it? Okay, I see yes. I see some yeses. I see some nos. I see some people saying they're valid points. Okay. First thing I'm gonna say is that I absolutely positively felt like Tyler made some valid points. I think I feel like Tyler Perry inherently, I don't know him that well. I don't know him at all, actually. I've talked to him, but I don't know him. I think he's a good person. I really do. I think that he's a person that's had some tough experiences that shaped him into the man that he is. I think he's an admirable man in terms of aligning with a lot of values that we would agree in this space, like black wealth and stuff like that. So if Tyler ever wanted to come in and talk, I'd happily have him here to hear his point of view. With the time when we talked on the phone, he did call me, and we talked. It was interesting because within the first couple of minutes, he spoke about his critics. He talked about Spike Lee, who at that time had been very critical of some of his Medea movies. And I remember him saying something like, what did he say? He said, well, I didn't go to film school like a lot of these other people did. Right. And I remember saying, well, that's probably why your movies do so well, because you know how to cut corners. You're not coming in with a preconceived notion of what it takes to make a movie. You're shaping the model and creating the model based on what makes sense, not based on what you learned at USC Film School. Right. And sometimes that's an advantage in the sense that a lot of the models for for developing products or developing a film or anything, they come from rich white people, right? So sometimes those models are models that are hard to apply when you're broke and you're black, or even in business. When I was teaching at Syracuse in the business school, they had a great entrepreneurship program, and I remember people saying, well, it takes 3 to 5 years for a business to become profitable. And I was sitting there thinking, I don't know anybody who can sit around and lose money for 3 or 4 years. And, we'd be bankrupt by then, homeless. Do y'all know anybody? Do y'all know a lot of people who can sit around and lose $100,000 a year or $1 million a year for 3 years and then one day maybe become profitable? I'll say, no, the model has to be reshaped. We got to develop business models that where you can be profitable in 3 to 4 months, or you're gonna have some problems, right? So I like that part of what he said, and I said that's probably why you're good at what you do, because when you reshape the model, you can do little things that Tyler has led to his success. Like he can shoot 10 episodes in the amount of time that Hollywood might take to shoot two. Little things like that. Okay, so with that said, and we did talk about money, and I did ask him. I said, "How does it feel to be on the cover of a magazine?" Because right at that time, the day before, I'd seen him on the cover of a magazine where they said he was the highest paid person in Hollywood. And I said, "How does that feel? That's got to be crazy." He said, "I hate it." He said, "I hate when everybody sees how much money I'm making." And I said, "Yeah, I hate it too." And he said, because people don't see how much money it costs, how much you have to invest to build something of your own. People see, so and so made $10 million or $100 million. They think it's like a paycheck. Like you got that money, you can just run to the club and go to the Nike store and go to the Gucci store and just buy a bunch of stuff. No, when you're a business owner, you're not signing the backs of checks, you're signing the front of checks. You got to pay money to run that business. You've never seen me ever go out here publicly talking about, look at how much money I made, y'all. I'm balling, y'all. I'm Dr. Balling ass Boyce Watkins, man. Look at my car, man. Look at my jet, man. I don't do that. I don't, because it sounds stupid. But then second of all, I don't do that because people who see that, first of all, it makes you a target. The Chinese have a saying for this. They say the fattest pig always gets slaughtered. So one of the things that hip hop did to a lot of black males who are in the financial the financial literacy space is it got a lot of them to start acting like rappers. So I'll see people that literally will walk around like rappers and will love to show themselves on a yacht and drinking champagne and driving a Bentley and all this other stuff. And I'm not saying that's not nice to do. I'm not saying that you can't have a plane or a yacht or a Bentley. I think all those I hope God blesses you with all of that. But everybody ain't got to know everything you got. Everybody ain't got to know for two reasons. One, somebody said Boyce with gold teeth. Yeah, I'm not gonna get gold. I'm gonna get platinum, y'all. I'm gonna get a platinum grill. Anyway, so but the thing is, for number one, when you brag about how much money you have, you really become a target. We've talked about this. We've talked about how you have to be aware of how other people see you. So when people see you as the rich guy, somebody's going to try to rob you. Somebody's going to try to scam you. They're going to bring every sob story within a 100-mile radius to you, expecting you to pay. Whenever you go to dinner, they're going to expect you to pick up the check. It becomes very overwhelming. It becomes a burden. Number two, when you're bragging about how much money you have, and you're putting all that on Instagram, that's a problem because you don't know what other people are going through. I mean, that's just it's almost gaudy and rude to say, look, I got $1,148,000 in my bank account, and somebody else can barely pay the rent. That's not gonna generate a positive response for some people. Some of them are just gonna get mad at you and think you're being obnoxious, and then some of them are gonna feel sad about their own lives. Studies show this. Studies show, we talked about this, about these internet influencers that want to show off how much money they have and how it makes some people feel really bad. Like, damn, like, man, you're 27 and you're making $1 million a year, and I got to go to work today at Taco Bell. So why would you do that to other people? Why would you even behave that way? Like, I think that wealth is important, and you should nurture it, grow it, protect it, build it, find it. I want you to have all of it. But when you get it, it's just not generally wise or mature. We have that term, and I talk about a lot in my book, called economic maturity. It's not economically mature to be all flashy. And I'm gonna tell you the honest to God truth, and this is where people start thinking I hate rappers, which is not true. But hip hop did all that shit to you. Excuse my French. Hip hop did that. It did that to a lot of our black men. That's why we got a lot of 45-year-old teenagers. Hey dog, I'm up in the club, man. Just silly stuff. Silly stuff. I'm not even judging you going to the strip club. Go do that. If that's your thing, go do that. But why does it have to all be on Instagram? And why is that some sort of false status of success? That's one of the reasons why I'm sure if I ever met Floyd Mayweather, he would think that I don't like him. It's not that I don't like you, it's that you haven't evolved, you haven't grown in 25 years. You all you've done is the whole Money Mayweather thing, which I get it. That's part of your brand. People cheer that on. I don't. I think that that's sad. I want to see Mayweather the philanthropist. I want to see Mayweather the businessman. I want to see Mayweather the grandfather. I want to see Mayweather the pillar of the community. I want to see Mayweather the corporate mogul who's employing 100,000 black people. That's what I want to see. I want to see that part too. I've seen Money Mayweather since the 1990s probably. I've seen Money Mayweather for many years. I don't want to see him no more because he looks like a little kid. And that's they call that the infantilization of the black male, that American society incentivizes black men to never grow up to become these Peter Pan-like characters. If you notice, think about it, Diddy, I've known about Diddy since the early 90s, and he was doing the same dances for like 30 years and looked the same. He did the same stuff. He sounded the same. Like he was never gonna get old. And I was like, but I'm getting old. I'm changing. I'm evolving. I'm not who I was in 1997. Why would you want to be who you were in 1997? What pride is there in that? There is none. So anyway, with that being said, I would say that one area that Tyler and I definitely aligned on and agreed on is that it's not wise to be flashy and loud with your money, right? But eventually with a guy like Tyler, people figure it out. They know he's got money. And then, even myself, like I can't pretend to be broke, right? So people know, right? But so the other thing we talked about was the Medea dress. I remember I didn't even ask him about this. He brought this up. I was just listening. When I talk to people, I just tend to listen. I don't really feel like I should be talking the whole time. And he started bringing up the Medea dress, and he said, "I hate them. I hate wearing that dress, and I'm gonna stop wearing it or something." And I'm sitting there thinking, "Yeah, right, because you've made hundreds of millions of dollars wearing that dress. Why would you take it off? You're in now with both feet, so like, I wouldn't wear the dress. I don't like the dress. I don't like the broad, vast emasculation of the black male where they got all the black men wearing dresses. I did a count. I counted. I did with my wife. I said, look at how many black men in Hollywood have worn dresses. And then I tested people. I said, I can name 10 or 12 at least black male actors who worn dresses in the last 5 to 10 years. I said, give me 10 white male actors who've done the same thing, prominent, famous, super famous white males, and people couldn't really give me 10. And think about this. This is very strange because there's far more white males in Hollywood than there are black men. So it should be easy. You should be able to find like 60, right? But you can't. And when they did, they would pull up people like Mrs. Doubtfire and I'm like, but that movie was made in like, what was it, 1993? You got to go back that far so again, I think that there's something to it. If you know history, if you read books like Powernomics, Black Labor, White Wealth by Dr. Claude Anderson, he tells you there's a whole history of the black male being loved and appreciated when he appears either as a feminine creature, or either as feminine, a female, or a child, or ignorant, very ignorant, childlike, very non-threatening. Those are the things that make people feel comfortable with these men. So when you show up in that your black son is masculine and intelligent and also ambitious, like focused and ambitious, those are three things that will make him very threatening. That's just a reality. When he shows up with his testicles in check and he's got testosterone in his body and ambition in his eyes and intelligence in his brain, he's going to instantly be defined as being dangerous. I proudly say that that I've been defined as one of the most dangerous black men in America, but that's okay because I love people like Louis Farrakhan, who also is seen as dangerous. Dr. Claude Anderson is seen as dangerous. I don't want to hang out with the safe people. I want to be around the dangerous people because the dangerous people are the ones who have a chance to win. So anyway, with that being said, though, let's talk about Tyler and his video. Okay, so I'm going to play it one more time because I want us to kind of analyze this from some different perspectives. And again, we'll also do it in a way that's not I don't feel the need to degrade or attack Tyler. I'm not here to do that. I told you the things that I like about what he does and who he is. I think that he understands it. A lot of the things we're talking about building your own, I completely get that. But I wouldn't do it the same way as him. So let me play the clip one more time, and we'll kind of ice out some of the financial lessons in this conversation. There's some little subtleties here that I want to point out to you. So here we go.
Because if you let somebody talk you out of a place that God has put you in, you are going to find yourself in hell. I know for a fact that what I'm doing is exactly what I'm supposed to be doing. Because for everyone who is a critic, I have thousands of used to be emails from people saying, this changed my life. Oh my God, you know me. Oh my God, you saw me. How did you know this about my life, my family? So that is what is important to me. We're talking a large portion of my fans who are disenfranchised, who cannot get in the Volvo and go to therapy on the weekend. So you've got this highbrow Negro who is all up in the air with his nose up looking at everything. And then you got people like where I come from and me who are grinders, who really know what it's like, whose mothers and were caregivers for white kids and were maids and housekeepers and all of these beauticians that don't discount these people and say that their story don't matter. Who are you to be able to say which Black story is important or should be told? Get out here with that bullshit.
Okay, so so first off, I'll say this: I think that Tyler's correct about everybody's story matters, and I don't think anybody. Let's start there. How many of you believe that everybody's story is important? Give me a yes if you agree. How many of you come from a working class family? How many of you come from a family where you had the maids and the beauticians and the plumbers and the maybe the garbage man or the police officer or the hardworking, construction worker or whatever it was in your family? Give me a yes if you are in that category. Okay. All right. So that I don't think is the issue at all. I think that Tyler, I think he's grabbing onto that, and it's what I would refer to as a populist argument that says, I'm here representing working class people and everyday folks, and how can you be mad at me for representing everyday folks? Okay, cool, we get that. Now let me ask you another question. If you have a heterosexual son, and your son goes to Hollywood, and someone says, it would be really entertaining if your son put on a dress and did a buck dance, in order to make the audience laugh. How many of you what would your answer be? Would your answer be hell yes or hell no? Or neutral? Like I'll leave it up to him. What would you say? Would you say, yeah, that's right, I want him to be the next Tyler Perry. We're gonna call him Medea Jr. And my son's gonna he's gonna be known as the second most famous Black man to wear a dress in Hollywood. What would you say? Okay. So here's what I want to kind of get to is I think that Tyler a little bit. I have to honestly say it's a little bit of a deflection. I don't think anybody has a problem with him telling the story of working class Black people. Most of us at some point have had a Black job. Like most of us at some point, or we have somebody in our family that we love and respect who worked hard at a Black job every day, and they did it on our behalf, and we're grateful for that. My grandma, who's right behind me, Felicia, that's our Panther. She had a Black job her whole life. She worked at the Census Bureau, and she never made more than $22,000 a year. But she taught me about financial intelligence because even though she raised those kids by herself and never made more than 22,000 in a year, she had perfect credit, zero debt, car paid off, everything else. I mean, she was just on point. And I remember my grandmother telling me something that really affected me. She said, Coco was my nickname. She said, Coco, you never want to spend 30 years at a job that you hate. She said that is the worst feeling in the world. And she talked about it like it made her feel like a caged animal. And that stuck with me because we all listen to grandma, right? Grandma's wisdom is important. So that led me to say, I don't want to do that. I'm not doing that. I thank you for making your sacrifice and thank you for sharing the pain with me so that I don't transfer that generational pain on. I'm not going to celebrate this lifestyle so much. I'm going to celebrate the fact that we were able to elevate, right? So we're going to have a celebration for the elevation. And the celebration of the elevation and aiming for the elevation does not, in my view, make you some sort of highbrow Negro. There's nothing highbrow about saying, we went through hell back in the 70s and the 80s. We don't want our kids going through the same hell. There's nothing highbrow. That does not make you uppity. That does not make you a snob. That it doesn't. It means that you just want something better for your kids and you want something better for your family. You're not gonna say like, okay, just go do what I did. I white people, they peed on me every day and didn't pay me nothing but 2 nickels and a hamburger and I want my kids to have the same thing. That's I don't think that's the best approach. So when he used that term highbrow Negro, I thought about it. I said, come on, man. Like people used to say that about the Huxtables when they created the Cosby Show. They're like, oh, these highbrow Negroes, they want black people to become doctors and lawyers and stuff, and we know that's not realistic. I mean, it's not realistic for black people to have a functional family where everybody ain't getting beaten and molested every other day. It's not normal for black people to actually want to like be educated and to celebrate black culture and to, shout out to the creators of the show and Bill Cosby himself. I know Bill's brand has shifted, right? He's definitely seen in a certain light for sure. But this man, that team, Dr. Alvin Poussaint, all of them, they saw a vision for a better version of our community. They saw a vision where we could become whatever we wanted to be. He could have been, Cosby could have said, I'm a comedian and I really want more laughs. I need to get white people laughing even more so I can make more money. I think if I show up on the Cosby Show in a dress, that's really gonna get him. Like he could have done that, right? He could have showed up. It would have been funny. It would have been a great episode, right? Like Dad's wearing a dress. But there was something where he said, I'm gonna draw the line. There was a point where he, said, I assume, I don't know, maybe he didn't, maybe he never thought about this, but I think that there would have been some people in the room to say, we got to think about imagery here. We have to think about whether or not we're going to submit to and feed into the stereotype, or we're going to have the courage to defy the stereotype. Do you understand? So while I think Tyler Perry is a great man, and he's a man that I admire immensely, I told you we had a great conversation on the phone. Nothing against this man. I love Tyler Perry. I don't like Medea. I love Tyler Perry, but I do not like Medea. And it's not because Medea exists and I think that there's like the LGBT and trans and all, there's all that happening in the world, and we have to acknowledge that. And I love you if you're in that category. Nothing wrong with that. If you wake up in the morning, you a guy, and you feel the urge to put on a dress, then that's okay. I support you in that, because I think maybe that's just in you, right? I'm not going to judge that. But when you're telling millions of black boys that in order for you to be successful in America, you're going to have to play the game, that's where I kind of start saying, hold up, wait a minute. What game we got to play? How far, yeah, okay. We're not going to make $1 billion like you, but maybe there are some things that are more important than money. Because the unfortunate challenge that Tyler Perry has to override is that I saw, let me tell y'all how great of a guy Tyler is and why I respect him. I called Tyler after we talked. I called his office and I said, I'm coming to Atlanta. I'd like to do a tour of your studio. This was not the new one. This is the old one. And Tyler is such a good guy that he reached out to his number 2 in command. He was out of town because he's probably on his jet going somewhere. And he reached to his number 2 guy and said, Dr. Watkins is coming to town. Can you do a tour for him? And I went there and with my goddaughter, and they gave us a 2.5-hour tour of that studio. We saw every piece of it. I saw so many awesome things he was doing. He had pictures of like Black Hollywood legends that had been forgotten. He showed honor to all of them, and the studio was amazing and high tech. And we walked through every single part of it, and I was so impressed. And this was the old one. This isn't even the new one. And so this man has done a lot, and I think that the good probably outweighs the bad. But one unfortunate reality that he's going to have to deal with is that to some extent you could make the argument that was the house Medea built. I don't know if that empire would exist if that man wasn't so deeply committed to putting that dress on. So despite the fact that he told me, I told you, when he told me I'm going to stop wearing the Medea dress, I mean, he told me it's like 10 years ago. I was like, you ain't taking that dress off. Number one, it's making too much money. Number two, I wonder how much you enjoy putting the dress on. Because let's just be real. We live in the real world, and I'm sitting there thinking, yeah. I watched the Boondocks, man. I love you. I know Tyler hated that Boondocks episode, but I also, while I have a tremendous amount of respect for Tyler, I think Aaron Magruder is a very insightful person. He's one of the few people I'd love to actually have a conversation with. So if anybody knows Aaron Magruder, like, send him our way. I'd love to just talk to him and see what's inside his brain, because he's insightful and he's very sharp. I think Tyler got really upset about that episode that he did on the Boondocks. See, this is why, in case you want to know, like when I talk like this is why I don't get invited to stuff. This is why I'm kind of an outsider. I would never be invited to Invest Fest because I know Tyler's involved in that. But I went to support because I love what they're doing. But I never would expect if they ever said, "Hey, we want you to get on stage," I'd be stunned by that. I'd be like, "Why? Why would you want me on stage? Like, I'm not. I don't play the game very well. I'm just not good. I don't take those social cues to know what I'm supposed to say and not supposed to say." Because I'm going to say what needs to be said. And I think what needs to be said is that to some extent, while Tyler deserves to be admired for what he's accomplished, I think that there are other people who drew a certain line to sort of defend their dignity or to defend the imagery that these bastards in Hollywood just want to throw up here about black people. And these people didn't make as much money, and they deserve to be respected too. They deserve to be respected just as much. You know, when I saw Keke Palmer, was that Keke Palmer that was interviewing him? Let me know if that was. I think it was Keke. Give me a yes if that's Keke Palmer. Yeah, so here's the deal. So Keke Palmer she's Kiki and laughing at everything he says and saying, "Yes, amen, hallelujah. You know, I agree with you and everything else." And I understand why she's doing that. It's because he's Tyler Perry. He can literally say, you know, well, everybody knows my farts don't stink, and everybody knows you should eat chicken bones for breakfast and with battery acid. And she would be like, "That's right, chicken bones and battery acid. Yes, Lord." Why? Because he's a rich guy. This is what money does. This is what we talk about financial consciousness. This is what money does. When you are rich and powerful, and I go through this sometimes, to be honest with you, I told you when I started making money, my jokes became funnier. People wanted to be my friend. I could say damn near anything and people would agree. And I'd be thinking I know why you agree because you want a job or something, right? You want me to give you some money. So money has a lot of power. Money creates a lot of, as Jamila calls it, fakery. Money creates fakery. So Kiki was being fake. Like Tyler could have easily also said, you know, let's say he was another type of guy and he was to say, you know, I used to put on that dress, but I'm not putting it on anymore because we cannot have images of our black boys being emasculated on stage and it sets a bad example, blah, blah. She would still be doing an amen clap at the same time. Like whatever came out of Tyler's mouth, she was going to agree with it because she wants to be in the next Tyler Perry movie. That's my perception. That's what I believe. And so I don't think there was, I didn't necessarily like exactly how that interaction went down. I heard him, and I don't think he's wrong about all the stories needing to be told, but I think that he was kind of missing the point that people don't have an issue with stories being told about working class black people. People have a challenge with just seeing this Medea dress popping up every time, and then also Hollywood itself tends to fund. This is money again financial consciousness. Hollywood tends to fund certain types of images of black people. You know, it's not that those images don't exist, but it's like if you look at Hollywood and the music industry, they tend to put money behind the images of black people that reflect how they see you and also how they want to see you. You know, when people say, is the agenda real? Hell yeah, it's real. There's always an agenda. Money tends to have an agenda. Remember, money is power. Money is influential. That's why Keke Palmer was kikiing at every joke because money influenced her to laugh at everything Tyler said. If he was some broke dude who wasn't famous, there'd be some things where she wouldn't agree with that, right? So I kind of think that Tyler, what you can learn from a business standpoint, though, from him, which is to me a compliment to him, is what one thing Tyler does that I respect immensely is Tyler knows who his people are. He knows who his audience is and he serves that audience. He knows his fans very well. He knows that it's mostly black women who go to church and they've been through a lot of trauma. So a lot of his movies are about traumatized black women. And he knows this, you know, and this is a little tip for anybody that starts a business. Don't worry about what the world thinks about your product. Focus on what your customer thinks about your product. Because the world ain't never going to love everything you do. In fact, I would dare to say that the majority of the world does not like people like me. But I don't care what they think. I care what you think. That's it. I talk to intelligent black people. That means I even a lot of black people, even 70% of all black people don't even get me. And I get it. I understand. That's okay. But I'm not here for you. I'm not here to serve you. I'm here to serve the people that support me. Like it's like when I was little, my daddy used to say, "I don't give a damn what the neighbors think. They ain't paying no bills up in this house." So you pay attention to the people who are supporting you, because if you try to be everything to everybody all the time, you will fail. Bill Cosby actually said that a long time ago. I remember he said, I don't know the secret. He said on Arsenio, he said, I don't know the secret to success, but the secret to failure is trying to please everybody. So if Tyler ever wanted to fail, he would spend his time trying to make everybody happy. He ain't gonna do that. He's always gonna have somebody like me sitting on the sideline saying, "Man, I wouldn't have put on that dress." But if I'm him, I don't listen to me. I don't keep doing what you're doing. And here's the thing. Again, nothing's black and white, right? So I look at Tyler and I say, I don't like this stuff over here. But hey, I like the black wealth stuff you're doing. I like the fact that you are creating opportunities and possibilities for others to some extent. I think just a little side note. I know that there is some criticism of like when he had that picture of himself in his writer's room. Y'all remember that? And he was like, and he was the only person in the room. And I was sitting there thinking, like, how schizophrenic would you have to write the whole script and play every single black female character in the movie? Like, that's a little weird to me. Like, I'm sorry, that's it's just true. I think that he should. I would love to see, if I was to really see what I wanted to see from Tyler, I would love to see him create more Tyler Perry types. I'd love to see him. I cannot think of one single famous person, at least as far as director, writer, producer, and all that, that came from his camp, where it's clear, like, okay, this person was a protege of Tyler's, and now they're doing great films as well. Or these writers, I hear a lot of writers that talk about going down there to want to be a part of what he's doing and not feeling that they got the opportunities or the compensation they deserve. But then again, I'm very hesitant to really say that, because I think that there's a lot of narratives that can come out of a complex business like that, right? Every story is more complicated than what you might hear in the headlines. But I know some people that are writers in that industry, and they don't feel like they get the same opportunities because they kind of feel like Tyler likes the attention. He likes to kind of, if y'all notice this, like you'll see a lot of movies will be like written by Tyler Perry, directed by Tyler Perry, produced by Tyler Perry, and I'll be like, wow, I've seen his name like 8 times in the credits already, and it's just 10 seconds in. So I think that's kind of something that maybe should be addressed. That's a critique, but that's for him to decide to deal with. Another point, and actually before I make this point, let me remind everybody really quick. On Friday and Saturday is when we'll do the discount on the All Black National Convention passes. There's only going to be 50 available for general admission, 50 available for VIP, and 10 available for President's Circle, because we're almost sold out, to be honest with you. But I told you all I wanted to give you an offer you couldn't refuse, because I want you all at the convention. I don't just want random people there. And so if you are interested, I will send out the text with the link where you can get the discount. So make sure you get on the text list. If you're not on the text list for this class, just pull out your phone, text the word morning, MORNING, to the number 87948. Text morning to 87948. Also, if you text morning to the number 87948, I'll also send you a link where, if you want to join tonight for Dr. Boyce Real Estate with Constance Carter, you can join us for that. And also, there is an estate planning class that we just put together for those who want to build legacy and stuff like that. So that's all I'll send that out to you. And of course, because you're a member of Money in the Morning, we always give you a special discount, so you can consider it. The convention is going to be October 25th through the 27th. It's going to be in Lombard, Illinois, which is right outside of Chicago. So you'll be right near Chicago if you wanted to go there, but really you'll be in kind of a very nice suburb of Chicago, and it's not far from the airport. And the Westin Hotel is beautiful and classy, and it's just fun and amazing. And I know you're going to love the convention. It's an awesome experience. All right, so let me make a couple quick points about Tyler, and then we'll kind of finish up with this. Okay, Eunice, I see your question about the A, B, and C. If you have a question about anything with the Black Business School, just email our support team. They're standing by, ready to talk to you. You can email support@theblackbusinessschool.com. So if you're looking for any help with something, or you're looking for something for your family, our support team is very well trained. They're very good people. And so you can email support@theblackbusinessschool.com. They can take good care of you. Let's see, Dr. Boyce, can I send my son because I will be out of town during the convention? Yes, of course, Antoinette. You absolutely can send your son. I encourage anybody who comes to the convention to bring your family, because it does have a family reunion feel. And it's fun. You learn. you connect, and there's the B1 ball where we all get fancy on Saturday night and have fun and cut a rug. And, if you're into, you want to do the electric slide and all that. I don't do that because I can't dance, but my wife does. And the Soul Train line, just all that stuff. So all that we do all the fun stuff, but it's not just a convention, it's not just a big party. It's also a space where there's a lot of learning. There's dozens of breakouts on all kinds of areas, from economics, real estate, crypto, therapy, medical stuff, legal issues, activism, education. There's so much stuff there. It's crazy. There's probably about 60 or 70 experts that we brought in this year for the convention. So allblacknationalconvention.com is the URL you can go to take a look. That's allblacknationalconvention.com. All right. So okay, if you didn't hear from Chanel, that's not because Chanel was ignoring you. So email support@theblackbusinessschool.com and they'll take care of you. I know Chanel works very hard and she's up every day going 12 or 13 hours a day for the school. So she's around. Let's see. Last question. Is this addressed at the Westin? I don't know. I think that's the Westin, Zoe. I don't think there's a lot of Westins in Lombard, Illinois. So I believe that would be the address. Can you speak to Berkshire Hathaway? You know what, Christopher? Not today. That's a little bit off our topic for today, but what I can do is I'll do a Q&A and we'll do that. We do Stock Market Tuesdays, by the way, where you come in and you ask me all the questions you have about stocks. And what I'll do is I'll send you also a link where you can join our stock market class if that's of interest to you. All right, so let me hop in and finish up on this point with Tyler Perry. There's a couple of other points I wanted to make on this. In case you want to know how Tyler Perry makes his money, let's break this down. So he's worth about $1 billion. So he's one of the wealthiest entertainers in the world. He owns and operates Tyler Perry Studios, which is an amazing, large, beautiful studio. Medea, just the Medea brand alone, I'm willing to bet you is worth at least several $100 million, if not over $1 billion. If somebody said, I want to buy the Medea brand from you, like it'd be like buying the black version of a Mickey Mouse kind of brand or something like that. It would cost a lot of money because Tyler he knows this. He can plop a Medea into a movie and that movie can go make 50 million or 100 million or whatever, right? So the Medea brand is worth a lot of money. It's a franchise. It's an entity. He owns a lot of content. Unlike a lot of Hollywood studios, he owns the rights to all of his content. So really ownership is the key to wealth and the key to power. He has over 1,200 episodes of a lot of his TV shows, over 20 films. He has a lot of stage plays. And really, I can tell you, again, as much as I might critique the Medea side of the whole Tyler Perry brand and everything else, I can tell you this: I did talk to my daughter when my daughter, our youngest is an actress and singer and dancer and all this other stuff, and I said we should study Tyler Perry because Tyler Perry is a guy who will never have to try hard to be a movie star because he can make the movie and make himself the star. So I think that if you're looking to see what you can learn from Tyler, putting aside any differences you may have, he has a really strong model in terms of how he was able to leverage ownership and power into something that's pretty extraordinary. He has a lot of streaming deals. He has a lot of real estate. His studio, it's about 330 acres. It's in Atlanta. He has a lot of luxury homes, stuff like that. Merchandising and licensing. He makes money through merchandising a lot of his characters. Book sales. He's a best-selling author, and he also does various forms of philanthropy and stuff like that. And of course, that's not without controversy. You can go online and find people that have issues with him for various reasons. But again, I don't know. I can't speculate on stuff. If somebody says, "Oh, Tyler Perry stole my idea," or something like that, I don't know. I have no idea. I would just say for sure, though, that there are pathways to protecting your ideas, and if you do share them. And one thing I will say too is sometimes we get into in the Black community, we have to be really careful about hero worship. There was a young lady that I know who's really talented, and she's actually worked at Tyler Perry Studios. She's worked with 50 Cent. She's worked with some other platforms. I forget which other ones. And one thing I remember talking to her about was I said, "You talk to me a lot about how amazing all these other people are." And I said, one thing that the problem with that is that you're so busy seeing how great they are that you don't see how great you are. And I said, honestly, I said, I know celebrities, I see them, right? And I can tell when someone has talent and when they don't. And I think you have as much talent as all of them. But I said, but you'll never see it if you don't see it. If you're so busy looking at what everybody else got, you don't see what you got. So one of the biggest challenges, a big consciousness problem in our community, in my opinion, is that we spend a lot of time really worshiping celebrities and putting them on a pedestal. And I think that that's inappropriate, and it's just bad policy, because not only does it take away the amount of time and energy you can spend understanding what you have, but it's also sometimes it's BS. Sometimes a person is only famous because white people put them on TV. And one thing that I can tell you is, from me knowing famous people and hearing the stories that the public does not hear, you will be absolutely amazed at what some of these Negroes did to get their little opportunity, if you know what I mean. You'd be amazed at how many of these famous celebrities that you love was bending over on everybody's casting couch to get that movie role. I'm talking about people that you look at, oh my God, yeah, I admire you so much. I get it, but I don't think you should spend more time celebrating what they did than really speculating and visualizing what you can do. I just don't think it should be overhyped, because remember, a lot of them are famous because white people selected them to put them on TV. So by virtue of you being an intelligent black person who's unapologetically black, there are opportunities by default that they're going to receive that you will never ever get. You will never get that. I'm sorry to tell you this, but hanging out with people like me is not going to make you popular in America. Listening to the philosophies that I share with you and applying them is not going to open doors to corporate America and really make you the most favored Negro. It's not. So if your goal is to climb the ladder in the Democratic Party, you better not tell your boss that you listen to people like me. If you're trying to climb, I talked to a sister the other day who worked with a major corporation. They had me come speaking, and she had me on her podcast. And I said, I was really afraid for you, because you having me come speak at your job, you got to be careful. That might get you fired. This is just the reality of what it is. So I would say to you, the best thing you can learn how to do, the best thing you can learn is how to build your own, how to build things of your own, and to be proud of that. Be proud of that. Just know that great empires start off as raggedy little businesses, 9 times out of 10. Apple computer started off in somebody's garage. Amazon started off with this raggedy little business where Jeff Bezos had a sign and he wrote Amazon on it, and that was his office, right? Tyler Perry started off homeless, selling his little DVDs out of the trunk of his car, but he had a vision in terms of how to create something that an audience wanted and how to sell a damn ticket. He understood business models. I don't know if he learned it from the streets. I don't know if he learned it from a university. I don't know how he learned it, but he understood the pathway to revenue creation, and that's how he became who he is. And God bless him for that. I don't give a damn. Again, Tyler, if you hear this, man, don't even worry about what I said about you putting on that dress. You do you, man. I respect that 100%. So what I'm saying to you is, do you build yours. What is yours? Forget what they doing. Forget these stupid celebrities. What are you doing, and what are you pouring into on a regular basis that's going to give you whatever it is that you want in this world? Because the things that you invest in are the things that are going to have the greatest likelihood of succeeding. The things you don't invest in are going to have the greatest likelihood of failing. Many segments of the black community fail because we're so busy serving white folks that we don't pour time into ourselves. We don't. It's like if you have babies and you don't feed the babies are going to die. So what baby are you feeding? Your dream is that little ugly baby that nobody loves but you. And the question I ask you is, are you feeding the baby on a regular basis? Or are you waiting for someone else to tell you that the baby's pretty, or waiting for somebody else to feed the baby? Ain't nobody else gonna feed that baby. You're gonna have to feed it. And I hate to say it like that, but that's the honest to God truth. That I think independence and building and all that, it can be kind of a lonely endeavor, because you have to be you have to be humble enough to spend a lot of time looking kind of raggedy for a while. Like I've looked raggedy for quite a while. I've struggled in areas where people would say, it would be a lot easier if you just went over and signed up at JP Morgan Chase and went to Wall Street. It would be easier if you simply stopped doing the crazy stuff you're doing, Boyce, and just played the game a little bit better. I've heard this my whole life. I have. And fortunately, I've reached the point where I've made millions of dollars without playing the game. So now you can't tell me nothing. Now I ain't even worried about it. But it wasn't the same when I couldn't even pay my car note. And I had a PhD. You know what I mean? I had skill sets. I had something to offer, but the world did not see me. The world did not see me. Y'all started to see me because I had to go find y'all. I had to go look for you. I was desperately looking for you. When you meet me and you hug me and I hug you and I hold and I squeeze you hard, it's because I love you and I appreciate you. Because I was all by myself. And every voice I heard was, you can't do this, stop this, you're too pro-black, you're too this. And I remember just kind of saying, but this doesn't make sense. This ain't right. They're doing us dirty. They're mistreating us. These people are crapping on us, and we just sit here and we take it because we think that that's what we have to do. And something inside of me, just like Tyler says, God told him to put on the Medea dress. I don't know, maybe he did. God told me, like, no, just stick to your guns. It's gonna be all right. And so, long story short, I'm just gonna say I don't know what God is telling you, because I do believe in God. I do believe in the universe and the subconscious mind and all that. Whatever God's telling you, I think that that's probably right, and I encourage you to be okay with listening and not trying to play both sides of the fence. Whatever it is, you got to commit to that, whatever that is. So that's it. I'm done. Thank you for listening. I enjoyed my time with you today. And again, if Tyler sees this, no hard feelings, man. I got to be honest. And I hope you all have a great day. I will see you all tomorrow. If you want to get invited to the private Zoom for this class, make sure that you text the word morning, MORNING, to the number 87948. Text morning to 87948. I will send you an invitation to join Dr. Boyce Real Estate tonight. I will also send you an invitation to join the estate planning class if that's what you want to do. And also, I'll invite you to the convention and make a special offer to those of you that are in this class. And so all that's going to happen this week. So God bless you all. Have a good day, and I will see you all soon. Take care. Hey, what's going on, guys? What's going on? I hope you guys are doing well. Welcome to drboycetv.com, the home for intelligent Black people. My name is Dr. Boyce Watkins. I want to say what's up to everybody. I hope you guys are doing well. I also hope you guys can hear me okay. What's going on? What's popping? I'm here. I'm in Atlanta. I came down for the Black Business Conference, which has been amazing. It is literally historic. They literally gathered hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of African or Black CEOs with dozens of leaders from African countries to do business between the U.S. and Africa, which is absolutely quite astonishing. So shout out to Dr. Ken Harris for the great leadership that he's showing. I'm super impressed with everything that I'm seeing, and I'm really having a great time. So anyway, I hope you guys are doing well. Give me a yes if you can hear me. Let me know if you can hear me okay. And I know some of you are coming in as I just sent out a text message to let you guys know what's going on. And also what I'll do, if you stick around to the end of the video, is I'll give you a stock investment that I've been making that I think is going to make money in the future. I want to say what's up to Richard Malvo, Larry Doherty, Kia Massey, Serge Wall Street, good to see you. The Stokes Marvelous Moments, Nicole Sudler, Priscilla, Ayana, Larry, Patricia's Marketing Strategies, I see you. It's very smart that your business name is in your title, in the name of your channel, because that's how you market your business. And that's really on my mind. I'm actually, I went to InvestFest today. I hadn't been to InvestFest before. I just walked through and I really just went in the lobby. I didn't have time to buy a ticket and actually go inside, but I did go in to where to the lobby where there were a few hundred people out there, and it was really beautiful. I just loved seeing all these people getting together to think about Black economics. I mean, I just think that is the solution. That's the key. That's what we need. And I'm gonna tell you, I met so many people, and I didn't know if I don't go anywhere expecting anyone to care who I am or whatever, but I got a lot of love. I got stopped. I couldn't walk 10 feet without being stopped by somebody who was telling me about the impact that my work had on them. And I saw my buddy Ash Cash over there. He's a great guy. He does a lot of stuff with the Earn Your Leisure guys. And he actually, he spoke a lot about things that we did back in 07, 08, 09 to kind of lay the groundwork for a lot of this stuff. And this is what I wanted. This is exactly what I used to talk about back in 06, 07. As I said, I want to create a world where Black economics is common understanding for millions of Black people. I want Black people to understand that your economics has to be the first and most important thing that you learn. It has to be that wealth, Black wealth, has to be at the top of our priority list, that we have to really, really obsess about it. And this was one of the things I said 15 years ago. And at that time, it seemed kind of crazy. You know, something like InvestFest wasn't even possible, but they've done it. I mean, they did a great job, and I loved every minute that I was there, and I loved meeting all those people. And this is the future. Like, the ball is rolling. I think that economics is one of those things where when you open up the Pandora's box, you can't really close it. You know, once people learn what it's like to be financially free and to be free in general, once people experience freedom, tell me if you get what I'm saying. Let me know if you understand. Once a person experiences freedom, even an animal, when an animal experiences freedom, that animal doesn't want to go backward. They don't want to go back to slavery after they've experienced freedom. And so basically, given that you have millions of people that are experiencing freedom for the first time, they're understanding what it means to own property. They're learning what it means to own stock. They're learning what it means to have extra money. They're not, you don't go backwards from that. You don't level down after you level up. That's not something that people intentionally do. And so even though the culture still has some things we got to work on, in my book, The 10 Commandments of Black Economic Power, I talk about culture, and there are some questionable, problematic aspects of the culture that I'm not a big fan of it yet, or entirely. I kind of feel like there's still some areas of the culture we got to fix. For the most part, we're headed in the right direction, you know. And this is everybody wants to talk about Project 2025. Everybody talks about Project 2025. Oh my God, Project 2025 is coming. Well, first off, I'm just going to tell you, I don't scare easily, and so you know, when you try to scare me into voting for somebody because you're telling me what white folks are going to do to you, I encourage you to shift your thinking. I don't care. I'm not thinking about what other people can do to me. They need to be worried about what we're doing to them. Tell me if you get what I'm saying. They need to think about what we're doing. Before they had Project 2025, I had Project 2070. That is a real thing. In 2013, I was literally, I did a tour and I was promoting Project 2070. And Project 2070 was, I said, by the year 2070, B1 people, intelligent Black people who are forward thinking, are going to be the most financially intelligent, most financially literate, the most financially on fleek, the most financially capable people on the freaking planet. That's what we're going to be. And I'm going to push every single day. I've gotten over 1 billion views on different videos I've done. I've done probably 30,000 videos training and talking about economics. We do Money in the Morning financial consciousness training every morning at 10 a.m., 7 days a week. And we've been doing this kind of thing for years. I said, if I have my way, we're going to be top of the line, you know. And so when I go to InvestFest and I go to the National Black Business Conference and I just see everything just kind of manifesting, I say, okay, this is what I'm looking for. I could have died 2 years ago and the ball wouldn't have stopped rolling. Like I feel like it's okay. Like, I've done my part. I passed my baton and I'm still running. I ain't old. I ain't dead yet, but still, I don't care. I don't care who's carrying the damn thing, but we got to carry the thing. You know, we got white folks been telling us what to do. The other people, racist people, been controlling us. They use economics to control you. They use your economics to harm you. They use economics to make you less than what you're supposed to be. They have us run around like monkeys and slaves and buffoons and idiots, when really we're supposed to be better than that. So ultimately, that's how I felt. If you want to know what was going through my mind as I was walking through InvestFest, that was it. As I was talking to every single person, I talked to probably about 40 people. Different people just came up. I didn't approach anybody. People just kind of would see me and say hi and to come talk to me. And I was honored by it all. That was cool. And I think I may head back tomorrow. My buddy D1 is speaking at the convention, which I think is great. They really need to have people like D1 on stage, because Black culture, unfortunately, hip hop culture is powerful and influential, but it needs kind of a disinfectant. Tell me if you know what I mean. Like your hip hop culture kind of needs a disinfectant, because you got some stinky ass cesspool like fucked up behavior going on that's been happening for a long time. You know, if you remember, Diddy used to go to InvestFest, and for years, everybody knew for decades what Diddy was up to. Just nobody talked about it. You know, you've got other people in there that are this close to federal charges and all kinds of accusations and stuff that could derail everything. And I'm not going to say any names because I don't want to jinx anybody, but y'all can probably guess what I'm thinking about. And it's because hip hop has been turned into a cesspool of very toxic, unhealthy culture. For many, many years, for the past 20, 25 years, we have been celebrating literally what has become basically the self-destruction of the black male in America. We have let people run these record labels and teach us how to disrespect the shit out of our women, to degrade ourselves, to be as ignorant as possible, to brag about getting high and getting drunk. Everything's got to be a nightclub. Everything's got to be a club scene, a party scene. Everything's got to be party, party, party. And if you're always partying, nobody respects you. If you always looking for the fun, then nobody's going to take you seriously. Nobody calls the black community when they want to solve a serious problem. They call you when they want to have a party, or when they want to play a basketball game, or when they need a rapper, or they need a comedian. Because they see you as a joke. That's what they see. So really, this is one of the things that goes through my mind is that I get it. I think it's fine. You meet people where they are. Maybe you got to have a party to get them all together. Maybe you got to pretend like it's the club and bring, their favorite rappers and all that stuff. And that's fine. I'm totally fine with that. But at some point, you got to graduate. At some point, you got to elevate. At some point, you have to what's the word? Evolve. You must evolve. And in this space, unfortunately, you have just a lot of weird immaturity kind of happening. That's strange. Like, you don't have a lot of businessmen. You got these little boys, trying to like imitate these goofball entertainers, and I'm like, dude, this is not cool. This is not appropriate. This is not a representation of who we are. And then the women are starting to degrade themselves. The women, there was a young sister I met, her name was Catchy, and she was 30 years old. And she was just this super smart young lady who she's African-American, but she also has Nigerian background. And she came to the Black Business Conference, and she bumped into me when I was getting some coffee. And she said, I heard you were going to be here. So I came here to look for you. And I was like, oh, you came looking for me? Hey, how are you? Nice to meet you. And she told me her story. And she told me that she told me how she reads all Dr. Claude Anderson's books, and she believes in powernomics and group economics. And her problem is, check this out. Her problem is, as a 30-year-old woman, is that most other 30-year-olds are not serious about group economics, that most other 30-year-olds are not serious about things like, true family planning. Most other 30-year-olds are not serious about preparing for the future. She said that it's really, really hard. She said she's a DJ too. In addition to being very, very smart, she's also a DJ. And she said, they kept asking me to play Sexy Red over and over. And I said, I know Sexy Red. I know Hands on Your Knees, Let Your Coochie Breathe. I don't know if y'all know Sexy Red's music. It's just terrible. It's very sad. It's kind of degrading. It's weird. But I pay attention to all that. I follow the culture very closely because I like to understand it. I don't like to talk about things I don't understand. And basically, this is the problem that a lot of young people have. Your culture has been so tainted that when you have a 24, 25-year-old who says, I don't want to be in the club all night, I want to go study, people make fun of him. Or when you have a 24, 25-year-old who doesn't care about the flashy stuff, they care about substance. Well, then the women say I don't want to date him because he ain't got no nice car. Right. Or you have a 24, 25-year-old who says, I want to plan for the future. I want to build something. I want to do something good. I want to be intelligent. Then people think that that's nerdy or square. And what they don't understand is that it's the square people that are running the world. It's the so-called nerds that have billions of dollars in Silicon Valley. It's the people that you make fun of, the ones you think are corny, that are actually winning, and the cool people are the ones that are losing. So what has happened in the Black community to some extent is that, and you have to be careful about this, is that they've turned your whole community into a big goddamn fucking high school. Excuse my French. I'm trying not to cuss anymore. It's Saturday night, so I hope that's okay. I hope y'all can forgive me. But they've turned your whole culture into a big high school. So you have 35-year-olds, who are still doing stuff that teenagers used to do, and I just personally think that this is something that we have to address. I think it's something that if we don't address this, if we don't force ourselves to grow up, if we don't start saying to some of the rappers that are out here acting like clowns at 35, 40 years old, if we don't say to them like, hey, bro, look, you're not behaving like a leader. You're not behaving like a husband, father. You're not behaving like a black man. You're behaving like a little boy, a little girl, a little punk, a little idiot. You're being the class clown. Why? Why is it? Well, because they're paying you money to do this. And you think that the fact that they're paying you money to be a puppet and a clown somehow makes it okay. Like, that's the thing about money. Money's very powerful, and we don't have enough financial consciousness conversations about how all money ain't good money. All money ain't good money. Money may seem powerful. Money might make you feel like, look at me, I'm successful, I have money or whatever. But if you got your money doing something that's like weird and degrading and unhealthy and lacks substance or benefit for anybody else, then that's kind of a problem, right? And I don't know if we necessarily have that barometer yet, because think about it, the person who shows up with the most money, you know, they pulling up at the club, they pulling up in something nice, you know, they all the girls are checking them out, you know, they walking in and they're famous and rich and got money and all that. And so that's, you know, so if you want to know, for example, when I was at InvestFest, there were people like, well, why would they put you on stage? Why aren't you on the stage? And I was like, you know, I don't need to be on the stage. I have a stage. I speak on my stage all the time at the All Black National Convention and many other places. I said, it's time for them. I want them to have the stage. But I said, also, I'd probably offend the culture. I'm probably offensive to the culture because I'm just the guy who just doesn't give a shit. I think I'm like the father figure who comes in and says, this is stupid. Like, what are you doing? Like, come on. You're 26 years old. Why are you poisoning your womb by sleeping with every guy that walks by because you heard a rapper tell you that this city girl lifestyle is good? You're going to get 35 and you're going to regret not having children. You're poisoning your body this way. You know, you're drinking a lot. Your children, your babies are getting fetal alcohol syndrome because people don't know that the fetal alcohol syndrome is an epidemic in the Black community. How many of y'all know that? My wife brought this up and Cardi B got pissed. Cardi B sent my wife a notice. She sent her a message on her Instagram. I think she was talking about threatening to sue her because my wife mentioned Cardi B's name because she strongly suspected that she might have fetal alcohol syndrome by the features on her face and her behavior patterns. Social workers can point these things out. And what most people don't realize, and nobody's talking about this, is that fetal alcohol syndrome is an epidemic in the Black community because you're promoting it just this incredible amount of alcoholism amongst young women, you know, and so you get pregnant. You don't know you're pregnant for 6 weeks. The whole time you're drinking. That means the baby's drinking. And next thing you know, your baby has cognitive delays, autism, or some other issue that directly comes from the fetal alcohol syndrome. I'm not making fun of anybody. I'm not judging anybody. I'm not telling anybody what to do. I'm just telling you that really one of the things you have to understand is that the way they poison us is so subtle that we miss it. We don't really see all the different ways that we are poisoned as a community. We don't see all the different ways all the insidious ways that they seek to kill off our potential, to stop us from being our absolute best. We don't understand that. You know, I talked to some young Black men, and one of the brothers, he was telling me about his business. He's 30 years old, 35, 32. And he was from Ohio. I don't remember his name, but I talked to him. I think it might have been Nate. And I talked to Nate for a while, and I said, and what you need to understand is that as a young Black man, he said he was in the Air Force. And I said, thank you for your service. And I said, I hope you understand that in what you're doing as a Black man, you are at war. You are at war. And also as the father, as the head of your household, you are basically a military commander. You're going to have to fight and defend the safety and security of your family. You're gonna have to fight a culture war with your children. There are people out there that want to poison your kids. There are people out there that want to destroy you. Make sure your son don't grow into nothing. They want to ruin your family. They want to break all that down. I said, so you have to get as many skills as you can get, in addition to the ability to make money. Getting the money is the first part, right? Because the money is your financial independence. That's what keeps them from turning you into a slave. But then after that, you're going to have to fight some other battles that might involve some therapy and ability to supersede and intervene into a cultural space that tends to harm Black people in our thinking, that tends to stop us from being our absolute best, that keeps us from trying our best, that keeps us from really growing into what we're supposed to be. You know, we don't become Black men and Black women. We can become need to grows, right? And kind of get stuck at this teenager sort of lifestyle into our 20s and 30s and 40s. And then next thing you know, nothing gets accomplished. But anyway, as I move forward, do me a favor, please hit the thumbs up button. Thumbs up, share, subscribe. My name is Dr. Boyce Watkins. You're watching drboycetv.com, the home for intelligent Black people. If you want to see any special offers that we have in the Black Business School, we have 157,000 students around the world, and we teach economics every single day. Feel free to go to drboyceoffers.com. You can join my mastermind if you'd like. If you have to apply for that. But also I have something called Money in a Minute, where every single day you get a stock options lesson sent to you via text, so you can learn it slowly at your own pace. We also have things there involving life insurance, stuff like that at drboyceoffers.com. So feel free to go take a look. Second of all, just want to remind you guys, the All Black National Convention is going to be in Chicago, in Lombard, Illinois. And that's going to be October 25th through the 27th. It's a lot of fun, a lot of super smart people. We gather a ton of experts and intelligent people from around the globe, and we solve our own problems. So if you believe that we have problems to solve and you want to solve your own problems and you want to connect with other good people, feel free to go to allblacknationalconvention.com. That's allblacknationalconvention.com. And also this podcast is on Spotify. So if you look up my name on Spotify, you can find it there. Ayana says, I'm coming. I can't wait to see you, Ayana. Let's see here. Someone says, I'm trying to follow your lives because generational wealth is something that's in my mind heavy. I love your teaching. Well, I love you too. And thank you very much for saying that. Thank you so much. James says, if that offends the culture, laying off the brown juice really would get them mad. They think this is economic. Coach Carter. Oh, yeah. I think that how you deliver a message makes a difference. And one thing I told D1, I just love him so much. I have so much respect for him. As I said, you're a little bit better at being diplomatic than I am. If something's bullshit, I'm the guy that calls it bullshit. I can't sit here and pretend like dumb shit is real shit or dumb shit is good shit. I'm the guy who kind of says, like, what are you doing? Like, you're killing yourself. You're destroying your children. You're destroying your family. You're throwing your wealth out the window. We got to fix this, right? So maybe that's a little too much for people. Maybe that's a little too harsh. I grew up with a father who basically gave it to me straight. And for some people, that doesn't work. They don't like that, or they think that you're not cool. But I'm not here to be cool. That's not my job. My job is to hopefully be correct or to be beneficial on some level. So even if you hate me and you do it because you hate my guts, that's okay. I've achieved my goal. You with Neil deGrasse Tyson, Michael Eric Dyson, Dr. Claude Anderson will make a good group. Yeah, well, Michael Eric Dyson, I know him. I don't know Neil deGrasse Tyson, but I love him. I love Star Talk. He does a great show with a guy named Chuck. He has a black guy on his show. It's a great show. And Dr. Claude, that's my dad, basically. And Michael Eric Dyson and I haven't talked for years, though. So if you have a question, by the way, you can put your question in the chat. I want to share something while I look for your questions in the chat, and I'll answer as many questions as possible. And I'll also put this up here. If you want to join us for Money in the Morning, I am going to do a class tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. Eastern, like we always do. It's a free financial consciousness class. And it's 7 days a week. And if you'd like to join and be notified when we meet for class, just text the word morning to the number 87948. I'll also send you tips on stocks that I like and, investments to get you started. So, we have tons of resources in the Black Business School. So feel free to just text the word morning to the number 87948. All right. So one thing I was thinking about today as I was walking around InvestFest, I'm here at ATL at InvestFest. Would love to see you, Dr. Boyce. Travel from the Bay. Nice. Very nice, Andrina. I love the Bay Area. I had Dr. Melina Abdullah, who's Cornell West Vice President. She's from the Bay. I love the Bay. The people from the Bay are my favorite people. I love the Bay and Brooklyn and Houston, too. I love Houston. But like the Bay and Brooklyn, whoo, y'all are unique as hell. Because I see people all over the world. And the Bay is just like they came from another planet. And I love them for it. Like super creative. Kick-ass revolutionaries, super, super smart, pro-black. Like, you can come in with a radical idea and the people in the Bay will get it. So I love the Bay, by the way. It's just, and then that don't even count how much I like E40's music. But anyway, with that said, here's what I was thinking about. So let me share my thought, and then I'll go back to your questions. So I was processing as I was walking through InvestFest, and also I walked through the National Black Business Conference, which has thousands and thousands of people. The president of Liberia is here. Dr. Ken Harris gathered dozens of African nations with hundreds of Black CEOs, dozens of Black chambers of commerce, and they are doing real business. They're doing real delegations to Africa and literally doing billions of dollars in business. They are getting it done. I'm going to be going to Africa probably at least 3 or 4 times a year, maybe more. I just got back from Egypt, but I'm going back again soon. Anyway, so I was walking around through these events, and I was thinking about systems, and I think I was talking to somebody about just little things that happen, like when you. I think there was one sister who saw me and she said, "Hey, Dr. Boyce, Dr. Boyce." So I went over and gave her a hug and talked to her. And she was talking about when she quit how she had her job, and she got nervous. She money got a little bit tight. And so she started looking after she quit her job. She became an entrepreneur. She started a hair business and mentoring kids. And I said, that's great. I said, there's no job that a white man could ever give you that's more important than you helping our children. Our children that is our pot of gold. That is, that is our future. That is our $1 trillion asset. I said, so there's no job more important than that job that you're doing. And she said, yeah, but when money got a little tight, I got nervous and I thought about going to my job, and then something crazy happened and I applied for the job on LinkedIn and they did this and they did that. And I said, you know what? I think that's the universe basically telling you something. I said, it's almost like when you see an old ex, when you see your ex and you look at your ex, because she said, it just wasn't the same. I just didn't feel the same. I said, that's because you're not supposed to be there. I said, I don't think human beings are supposed to be in that kind of captivity, not naturally. It's like when you see your old ex who you used to be in love with because you thought you couldn't do any better. And then you see them and you look at them and you're like, ugh, like what did I ever see in you? Why did I ever like you? And she kind of laughed and she's like, yeah, she said, yeah, you say like, what did I ever see in you in the first place? I said, yeah, you do that, right? I said, and that's what it is like, basically being in that corporate slavery that you were in. Now that you've had a taste of freedom and you've leveled up in your life, your spirit, you know what it's like to control your time. You know what it's like to make your own money. You know what it's like to be free. It's really hard to go back to that. It's really, really hard. And again, I wasn't belittling the financial challenges though, right? Because I get that that's very, very real. But I said, you have the option of figuring out how to fit into this very uncomfortable system that's not designed for people like you. You can go back to your black job. That's fine. Or you can figure out how to operate in a new space. Instead of learning how to adjust your black job, you learn how to adjust black owned, right? You go from black job to black owned. And that is just a shift in mindset. It's a shift in perspective. It's a shift in strategy. It's a shift in value systems. It's a shift in culture. It's a shift in processes. Do you understand? See, there's a difference in terms of the way a free black person goes about solving a financial problem versus the way an economically incarcerated person might solve a financial problem. They might both have the same problem, but solve it in two different ways. It's like if I'm a basketball player and I need more points, I'm going to put the ball in the basket. That's how I'm going to score my points. But if I choose to become a football player and then I need more points, I can't go back to playing basketball on the football field. I can't go. That's awkward. I can't leave the football field and go to the basketball court. I have another way of scoring points, but I have to score them in a different way. Do you understand? Now that I'm a football player and I made that commitment, I have to get into the end zone. That's a whole different process. It's a whole different set of skills. It's a whole different type of preparation. Do you understand? So what happens sometimes is you can get caught when you're trying to quit your job. You can get caught between playing basketball and playing football. And I told her, I said, look, you're in a new world now. You're in the world of free black people. You've made the decision. You've taken the leap. You've jumped into the world of wealth building. You now have generational wealth and legacy and everything. You're building this business. You're doing this for your family, doing it for your kids. You have made money. You need to make more. Well, this is how you got to solve that problem. That means as a free black person, you're not saying, well, how do I fill out more job applications? Or how do I get my boss to give me a raise? Or how do I get a second job? Or how do I get a better job? No, you're a business owner now. Now you say, how do I market my product better? What connections can I make? What conferences can I go to? What investments can I make? Can I repackage my product? Can I develop a new product? Right? There's a million other ways you can get that extra money that doesn't involve you going back and trying to become something that you clearly have stated that you're not. You've decided that you're not an employee. Do you understand? Let me know if you get what I'm saying. Like now that you've made that statement, and just like when people talk about identifying, like you can identify as a man or a woman. I said, you've identified as a free black person. So now that you've made that identity switch, now I don't think there's much turning back from that. I think that at that point, that is going to shape how you go about solving your financial problems. And let me know if y'all get that analogy. Give me a yes if you understand where I'm coming from on that, because I just had that thought and I wanted to share that. By the way, tomorrow morning, we will be doing Money in the Morning. So if you'd like to get an invitation, text the word morning to the number 87948. And also, we are going to be doing some travel together. If you remember, I told you guys we went to Egypt and it was a lot of fun. And so if you want to be notified of when we take our next international trip, text the word travel to that same number, 87948. So text travel to 87948, and I'll let you guys know when we plan our next trip. Our next trip that we'd like to do is Black Wall Street. We'd like to take a trip out there, go make it rain on Tulsa, and really, really go in there and learn, not just learn the history, but make some Black history and also learn the part of the history they don't tell you, and then also help wake up that area of the community, that area of the country. They have done a horrible job of making sure people don't learn the history. They in Tulsa, you'd be amazed how many people grew up right there in Greenwood, but don't know that they're sitting on that sacred ground. I personally think that we need to go in there and kick the door down a little bit, not so much in terms of protesting and all that. I'm more so talking about us going down there and not just educating ourselves, but also supporting the businesses that are there, and then figuring out ways that we can actually manifest the realities we'd like to see. So that's one. That's maybe we can call that the reparations trip or something. I don't know. And then also we are going to go to Ghana, but we're going to go to a lot of African countries. So just text the word travel to the phone number 87948, and I'll let you guys know. All right. So let's see here. Dr. Boyce, do you understand me? Kind of. Sometimes, most times you talk in circles. Yeah, that's what I do, because I do stream of consciousness. Just chalk it up to the fact that I'm a weirdo. That's what I am. So yeah. So if I get a little bit too weird, it's okay. You can turn it off. I don't blame you at all. All right. So the other thing I was going to share, one other thought that I had too, that I wanted to mention. So I was walking through. I walked through the Black Business Conference, and then I walked over. We took a little Uber and went over to the InvestFest space, and we're there for a while. I'll probably go in there for a few more minutes with D1 too. Here's one thing I was thinking about after I finished talking to that woman about her job I was talking to her about systems, and I was explaining to a young Black man. I met a young brother who's 24 years old who does investing. He does something with stocks and investing, which I said, that's really great. That's amazing. You should be doing that. At 24, you should be doing it. At 14, kids should be doing it. At 8, kids should be doing it. Really, like, if you really want to be smart about it, get your kids investing when they're young. We got them playing basketball and football and twerking when they're young. So you at least have them do something that's going to make money. Anyway, so so we were talking about just systems, and I said, first off, every Black man on the planet needs to know how to start a business. Every Black man on the planet needs to own stock. Every Black man on the planet needs to understand the difference between ownership and renting, especially with real estate. Every Black man on the planet must know this. And now Black women should know it too. And Black women are learning it 100%. Nothing against that at all. But here's your problem. You have a system, an economic system, that is designed to squeeze you out. You have this bullshit game called integration that they play with you. And what integration does is it has us all basically lined up like we at the club, and we all trying to get into the club. We all trying to, and the bouncer's letting in the pretty girls, but he's not letting the men in. So the economic system is a system that is designed, just like the political system, is designed to divide you by doling out and allocating resources in a specific way, where one group is being given more than another, and that's being done very intentionally. And do you understand that? So let me explain it a little bit better. So if you talk about the economics, what's really been happening is that there are opportunities and jobs that Black women are given access to that Black men are never considered for. For example, my wife, it works at a university that hired her, her beautiful light-skinned self. And she knows for a fact that they have not hired a single African-American male anywhere on the entire faculty. They certainly wouldn't hire somebody like me. And this is not just there. This is a microcosm of the entire economy. Every single study shows this. So this economic system is not designed to truly empower Black males and allow them to extract the full depth of their human capital, allow them to fully experience the economic benefits they deserve. So what has occurred as a result of that is that you have this imbalance that's been created. It's been created by the dungeon masters. You're in a cage and you're cage fighting, and the people that control the cage have designed the cage in a certain way. They designed it where there's going to be divide and conquer. They designed it so that you'll fight each other over the resource, just like Democrat, Republican. I told a brother today, I met a brother who's a lobbyist in Congress. I was at the National Black Business Conference. It was a brother that was a lobbyist in Congress. And I said, look, I told myself, one vow I made to myself is I will never fight another Black person over Democrat, Republican bullcrap. I won't do that, because if you're a Democrat, your enemy is not the Republican. If you're a Republican, your enemy is not the Democrat. If you're a Republican or a Democrat, your enemy are the bastards who created this damn two-party system. It's the people who designed a system where you have to be a Republican or you have to be a Democrat. It's the people who designed a process where if you don't vote Democrat, they automatically call you a Republican. And I refuse to accept any of that, because you're not going to tell me who I am because I didn't do what you told me to do. You're not going to define me because I choose to accept whatever definition you preconceive that I'm supposed to have. Like, you think that because I'm a black man, I'm supposed to go vote for Kamala and the Democrats. And if I tell you I'm not doing that, and then you start calling me a Republican, well, that right there reveals the sinister nature of your behavior. That reveals the fact that you're mad at me because you thought you owned my vote. You thought you could back me into a corner by limiting my options. But what you don't understand is that I'm not playing this game with you. I'm not. This is because it's all a game. The economic system is a game. The political system, it's a game. And what do I mean by that? Well, see, and in this game, in all these games, you have different types of people. Now, pay attention. Now, you might want to pull out a piece of paper and write this down, because this is going to break. I'm going to break this down for you, because this is really a financial consciousness lesson. I'm going to reiterate this at some point because I think we need to understand this. Okay, you ready? There are people that win the game. And then there are people that lose the game, right? And then there are people who can't even get into the game. And then there are people who refuse to play the game. And then there are people who create another game entirely, right? So basically, when you're talking about the economic system and this integration stuff that they've sold to us since we were babies, it's a game. It's a game where when you win, you say, "Look, Mom, I made it." Well, why is that? Well, because some white guy gave you some fancy job in a company, and they gave you a bachelor's degree to go with it, and they gave you a little bit of money, so now you feel like you're doing better than other black people. Well, really, you just won the game inside a specific context. Good for you. And then you get people that lose the game. They go in, they try, they get accepted, they get hired, but it doesn't work out. They get fired on the day off. They don't get the raises and the promotions, and they end up feeling like losers because you lost the game. But really, you lost a specific game based on specific rules designed by specific people. But then you get people that get a little smarter, and there are people that say, "Oh, I'm not playing this game with you. You're not gonna even define me you won't even have the right and ability to even define me, because I'm not even participating in the process at all." Right? You think about the economic system, there are people who choose to be non-participants. And then you have people that want to participate in the game, but they can't get in. Right? And those individuals get very frustrated. So my belief is that the people who can't get into the game and refuse to participate in the game should be leaving the game to create a new game somewhere else. Systems are not just things that have to be overcome. Systems are things that can be created by you as well as anybody else. That system that you're operating in, that system that you cherish and you worship so much, somebody created that. Somebody created that. I call them economic gods. Somebody created this whole whatever measuring stick you use to decide that you're doing well, financially. Maybe you got some Gucci on your ass. Maybe you have a bachelor's degree from Brown University. Maybe you finished your degree somewhere, or you got your medical degree. Maybe you became an attorney at a leading law firm. Like, whatever those measurements, and now you drive a Mercedes and make $300,000 a year. Like, all these measuring sticks basically come from a game. And what happens is that because we're not elevated and raised to have the economic consciousness that we need to have, we focus our energy on trying to win the game and competing with each other to win the game, as opposed to sitting back and saying, okay, who created this damn game? Because remember, so remember, you got people that can win the game. You got people that lose the game. You get people that can't get into the game. You get people who refuse to play the game. Then you have the people who created the game, and then you have people who leave the game and create a new game. So that's really 6 degrees of freedom, six positions you can choose. Which position do you choose? Do you choose to be the person who plays the game and tries and wins, the person who plays the game and loses, the person who refuses to play, or the person who can't play? Maybe you can't. Maybe you're a black man with a degree and you can't get a job in your industry. They won't allow you to sit at the table, and nobody really helped you understand that tables are built, that the table that you're trying to sit at, somebody built that damn table, and you do have the option of building a table for yourself. we don't really get to that part of the conversation. We don't get to the part where we say, damn, I'm fighting with another black man. I'm jealous of this black woman in my department because I think she's going to get the promotion from me because I know that they only have room for one black person. But instead of fighting with this person, really the real enemy is not that person that you're competing with. The enemy is the son of a bitch who made you believe that there's only room for one of y'all. Do you follow what I'm saying? Do you get what I'm saying? Like if I create a cage fight and I set the rules of the cage and I say there's going to be one piece of chicken and everyone else will starve and whoever wins the fight to the death is going to get the chicken, then I can create whatever kind of chaos that I want to create. If I want to make everybody passive and feel better, then I can just add more chicken. I can give everybody some chicken. If I want to make everybody more aggressive and hate each other and fight each other, I can take away chicken and then tell the people that don't have any food, like, oh, the reason you ain't got no food is because they took your food. I heard a joke one time where somebody said that there was a rich man, a poor man, and a black man sitting at a table. And there was 10 cookies. So the rich man takes 9 out of the 10 cookies and then gives 1 cookie to the black man. And then he whispers to the white guy, he says, that Negro took your cookie. Right. And so do you get the joke? Right. So really the real enemy is not the man who you think took your cookie. It's the fact that there's not enough cookies to go around in the first place. So when I look at American politics, I got friends that are Democrats. I got friends that are Republicans. I got friends that are independent. I got friends that ain't going to vote. I don't tell them what to do. I listen to them. I want to learn from all of them and hear their perspectives. And really, I would just tell you that if you ask me about the American political system, the real enemy is the people that keep you fighting each other in a damn 2-party system. They're the ones who do it. If they got you fighting your own damn cousin because you're a Democrat and he's a Republican, then they've won. They've won already because you're so busy fighting each other. Your consciousness is so low that you're just putting all your energy fighting a person that should be your ally instead of fighting the real enemy. The real enemy is the person who put you in a position where you have to fight each other. So I told the guy from DC, I said, I forgot his name already, but I liked him. He was a very nice guy. I think his name was Daniel. I said, man, I'm not gonna fight anybody over this Democratic Republican stuff. Not only does it not matter, black wealth goes down under Republican administrations. Black wealth goes down under Democratic administrations. What's the difference? I care about black wealth. I believe black wealth is one of our solutions. I believe if we get our economics right and start thinking on a systematic level, and then also which comes from things like doing business with each other, which is why I was very happy to be at the Black Business League. And I was super proud. I was super happy to see all the young people over at InvestFest and all that stuff. I believe that's the solution. I believe that if we really administer on a broad national scale an overall commitment to aggressively and consistently inject economic discussions into our culture, like literally make economics just one of the most important things that we have to learn, make it a rite of passage, then that will that's going to give us an amount of power that we'll never get from voting. And if you think about it like this too. Everybody talks about Kamala versus Trump. And if you think about it, most people will end up debating their politics over social issues, right? They'll debate, like maybe one person believes in abortion. Somebody else, has an issue with the border. Another person, has an issue with, they think Trump's just a bad person, right? Somebody else, talks about Kamala and her white husband and all that. What's interesting to me is that we vote based on social issues. We vote based on whether we like somebody. We vote based on what certain social policies we think the person's going to support, whether it's DEI or something else. What's interesting to me is I think you want to ask yourself a deeper question. Politics is driven by money. Part of the reason that Kamala is doing such a great job running for president, and it looks like right now like she's really, really on her way to being the next president. Part of the reason she's doing so well is because she's been raising so much money. Do you understand? Like she's been just raising money hand over fist. Pay attention. Now, follow me now. I want you to ask yourself a basic question. If you are a donor and you give $20 million to a super PAC, do you think that a donor giving $20 million to a super PAC would be doing it for the same reason that a voter would be voting for a certain candidate? Yes or no? Yes or no? Do you think that a $20 million donor to a super PAC, Elon Musk said he was going to give $45 million a month to the Trump campaign? Yes or no? Do you think that he's giving that money for the same reasons that Republican voters are voting for Trump? Like, the voters that are voting for Trump, let's say that they're against Roe versus Wade, or maybe, I don't know what the other stuff is, I guess, or they don't like the LGBT stuff, let's say, for example. Republicans don't tend to like that. Do you think that that's why Elon Musk is giving him all that money? You think Elon Musk became a multi-billionaire by investing hundreds of millions of dollars to stop trans people from using the girls' bathroom? Like, do you really think that? Are you that naive? Or do you think that he's making an investment? Do you think it's a business investment? See, what you got to understand is that one thing about politics, and this is where I'm a little bit concerned. Dr. Claude Anderson talks about this a lot in his book, Powernomics. The thing about politics is that the number one reason politics matters is because there's this big pool of money. I'm going to keep saying money, because that's what we talk about, money. In case you're wondering why a finance professor talks about politics, it's because it's driven by money. So you have a big pile of money, and that money gets doled out. It gets doled out. I met a brother today from at the National Black Business Conference. He had a PhD in applied physics from University of Michigan. I think it was Abram. I think that was his name. And he worked for the Department of Energy. And one thing that he did that I thought was great was, I said, "Why? What brought you here to this conference?" He said, "I'm helping Black business owners get government contracts because we're writing checks for billions of dollars. And I want to see my people get some of that." I said, "You go, Black man. Good for you. I support you and your Black job." Because this is what it's about, folks. This is what I'm doing. And everybody ain't going to get it. Everybody ain't going to get it. Like people that are just like, "Oh yeah, Trump's a bad guy," or Kamala's an AKA like me. And, okay, I get it. Ski wee to you too. God bless you. My sister's an AKA. Love the AKAs. Y'all my sister-in-laws, every one of you. And I love you. But that's not why people are giving money to buy your votes. That's not why Kamala raised hundreds of millions of dollars last month. That's not why AIPAC gave her, tens of millions of dollars. They're buying weapons for Israel. They're not into all the stuff that you're into. They're not thinking about what you're thinking about. Their consciousness is different from your consciousness. You fight with your cousin because, over whether or not Trump really did have sex with Stormy Daniels or whatever these stupid things are. Like, I think these prosecutions are so crazy, honestly. I don't care, right? But that's not what the money people are thinking about. People do not donate millions of dollars to presidential campaigns because they're trying to, because they care about Roe versus Wade or whatever. They could care less about that. It's y'all that are getting into that stuff. So what they do is they get a bunch of money, and the big donors say, the big donors that are giving money to Trump, for example, in crypto and tech, they're like, "Hey, we're going to give you money. And if you get our money, you have to get Gary Gensler out of the SEC so that he'll quit messing with us and messing with our money and messing our businesses up," which I think is fine. The tech companies, the tech titans like Peter Thiel are writing multi-billion-dollar checks because they're like, "Hey, look, Apple's getting prosecuted for antitrust violations. They're going after Google. They're going after Amazon. That's the Biden administration. We need to stop all that. We'll give you money, but you got to make sure that these antitrust investigations stop because that's messing with our money." Do you understand? They are doing it because of money. They didn't all switch to Trump because they suddenly liked this guy. They switched to the person that was going to help them make the most money. And then what do you do with the money? Well, it's like, oh yeah, voters, they care about all these little sensitive issues. They care about whether or not somebody, I don't know, somebody was dancing with Cardi B on stage and twerking with Megan Thee Stallion and like whatever, so they'll give you all that. They'll give you what they call the circus and I forgot what they call it, but give them circuses and candy or something. I forgot what the old quote was, but that's what it is. That's what they do. They give you the circus, they give you the coonery, they give you the lowbrow nonsense, and then you get to cheer for your favorite candidate. You could say, "Oh, I like this person because they're a Democrat like me or they're a Republican like me," and that's not even what the game is all about. That's not what's really happening here. And so I think for Black people, the reason that political intelligence and political maturity is so essential is because you need that money. You need some percentage of your tax dollars that you pay. How many of y'all pay taxes? Anybody else pay taxes? I pay a lot of damn taxes. Lord Jesus, it never stops. I hate taxes, right? If you pay taxes, I mean, I believe in paying my fair share. I believe that we should tax. I'm technically a rich person. I believe rich people should be taxed more. I really believe that. I think that we don't tax them enough. So if you pay taxes, you need, as a community, for some percentage of that tax money to come back to develop infrastructure in your community. They come and they get your vote and they take your money and then they pimp slap you and they say, shut up, bitch. And you just take whatever you can get because you just want white folks to like you. And I'm just not that guy. I cannot condone this behavior. I cannot sit back and say that this makes sense. It doesn't make sense. And if you tell me that no, Dr. Watkins, it does, I'll say, well, show me one time where any president, anybody, any administration you've ever elected, because you vote in every damn election and you do what you're told every election. Show me one time where that's impacted your wealth in a really significant way. Show me any time under any administration where you went from anywhere other than complete dead last when it came to wealth. And I believe every time you were also dead last in income. What's changing? So the reason I liked the Black Business Conference and also I like InvestFest and all that is because I like the fact that they're just helping us to learn basic ideas like keep your money, do business with each other, become entrepreneurs, make investments, make your money grow, become economically intelligent. There's money everywhere. And it's all like a big Easter egg hunt. It's all a scavenger hunt. It's like, where's Waldo? Instead of where's Waldo, it's like, well, where's the money? So the reason you want to go to conferences like that and other ones, the All Black National Convention has a strong economic component, things like that, is because you get with other people and you all start talking, and eventually talking together, you figure out where the money's at and you get your fair share. That to me is a solution that has to be explored. I think that's a solution that will supersede anything that happens in terms of politics. And who knows, maybe one day we would either have the money to support our own political party or, our own candidates. But it's very, very difficult because we don't have necessarily all the resources required to truly make the kinds of donations that could really put somebody in office and then force them to be beholden to us. I think the Jewish community does have that because they developed a whole industry around themselves called Hollywood. We know who's running Hollywood. I don't know why they are so ashamed of it. We know who runs Hollywood. We know who runs the banks, a lot of them. We know who runs a lot of other major corporations. And I ain't mad at them for it. I'm not mad at anybody that defends their own community. I think they should be applauded for that. So I don't have any when I was on that phone with Kanye, I wasn't sitting here agreeing with him in terms of the crazy stuff he was saying about that community. I think, it's like, no, you've got some resources too. What are we going to do as brothers? What are we going to do as Black people to improve our condition? I think it's up to us to make that decision. So anyway, I don't have much else to say. I'm pretty much done. I decided to step away. I'm going to go to sleep. I'm so tired. If you ever meet me in public, the thing I have to confess to is that I'm an introvert at heart. So I do extrovert stuff, but then my social battery just drains and drains. So then I have to go to sleep. But I'm going to be up tomorrow morning. Join us tomorrow morning for Money in the Morning. If you're not getting a text message yet to get invited to our morning financial class, it's 100% free. It's where we just basically talk about the art of economic elevation and bring your children, bring your family. Text the word morning to the number 87948. Just text morning to 87948. It's right there on the screen. Also, you can follow me on Instagram, actually, at Dr. Boyce Money or Dr. Boyce Finance. So feel free to follow me on Instagram at either one of those spots. And you can see some of the content I put up there as well. So anyway, guys, I'm out of here. God bless you. Thank you so much for hanging out. And I'll see you guys in the morning. Talk to you later. Bye-bye. It's about in his book, which is Black exceptionalism, which is something that I hope we all agree on. I hope we have some sort of concept of what that might mean or some appreciation for this idea. And he literally gave a whole blueprint about Black exceptionalism and what makes us exceptional, why we are not to be messed with, why we are unique, why there's nobody else on earth like us. And I'm here for it. I'm ready for it. I think this is I was reading through it today and I said, man, everybody's going to love this. They're going to be so excited about this. And couple quick housekeeping notes. Don't forget the All Black National Convention. Speaking of Black excellence, that's going to be October 25th to the 27th in Lombard, Illinois, right outside of Chicago. And we're almost out of tickets, just so you know. We usually sell out every year. That's because we're not trying to have 50,000 people there. We actually like a good 600-700. That's the most we can really be comfortable with. And so if you want to get a pass, you may want to get it in advance. There won't be anything at the door, so it's not like you'll be able to walk up and buy a pass at the door. And so for those of you that do money in the morning, when we do our financial consciousness training, which is our free class we do every single day, you can actually get your pass at a discount this week. I think Thursday or Friday and Saturday, the team is going to send out links to discount passes. They only have 50 that they can sell for general admission, 50 for VIP, and I think 10 for President Circle. And the President Circle is a little more intimate. That's where you get a chance to sit and talk with me and stuff like that in a smaller group setting. So it's up to you to decide if you'd like to participate in that. So anyway, all right. So I hope we're all doing well, and I'm going to say hi to you. I'm in the chat in a minute. I'm just trying to get everything together, and I want to see who is here. Let me see who's here today. I see Royal Calhoun and James Keller. Calvin McWilliams says they're not like us. They sure not. Justin Pender, good to see you, my friend. Fannie Wilson from Columbia, South Carolina. Cassandra Winborn. Hello, hello, hello. Also, Amani's in the chat. Amani is on our team. And so if you have any questions about anything going on in the Black Business School, you want to talk about the Black Investors Championship, as you guys know, that's happening right now, the Black Investors Cup. And I'm going to announce the leaderboard at the end of the week. Or anything else, anything that you want to do in terms of educating your kids on economics, feel free to talk to Amani. She is part of our support team, and they really value you. They're very good at what they do, and they've all been here for several years. Pretty much supporting the cause and helping us to become extra Black and extra smart. Because being financially intelligent, that's acting Black, in my opinion. That's called acting Black. All right, so let's get started here. Let's go ahead and begin this discussion. Okay, so here's what Dr. Anderson wrote about. We're reading Dr. Claude Anderson's book. It's called The Black History Reader. I've been switching sections a little bit because I want us to read stuff that I think is appropriate for the tone and the conversations that we're already having. A lot of us are having conversations about the politics of America and reparations, things like that. So I'm going to read some of this to you. And so let me pull this up. All right. So what Dr. Anderson talks about, and I believe he's going to dig into the reparations conversation a little bit, is he talks about Black exceptionalism and just what that looks like, why you're exceptional, why you should not let other people lump you in to everybody else's stuff. And this is on page 186 of the book, The Black History Reader. The book can be found at powernomics.com. That's powernomics.com. And also, just so you guys know, another little note I want to mention is later on, I'm going to do some conversations about Nvidia stock, and I explained actually a short video explaining why I did not buy Nvidia. I'm not buying any more of it. I own it because I bought it cheap. I think it could be overpriced, and I think it's very, very risky. Everybody's been talking about Nvidia, so it was on my mind because my son came in and asked me about it. And I explained to him why the stock price went down, even though they exceeded the earnings expectation. That's a whole stock market conversation. So just kind of be ready for that. Make sure you're on the text list, and I can send that to you. If you're interested in stocks, just text the word stock to the number 87948. Text stock to 87948. Yeah, Darlene, did it crash? I don't know if you call that a crash. At the very least, it's a correction. So there is some stuff to unpack there. And then second of all, I wanted to also, Tyler Perry said something interesting, and I wanted to kind of address that. I'll probably address that tomorrow morning, the economics of Tyler Perry. in Money in the Morning. So if you want to join our morning class, also text the word morning to the number 87948. So there's different lists based on what you're interested in. So text the word morning to 87948 if you'd like to join our economic elevation class, which is 7 days a week, every morning, 10 a.m. Eastern. Bring your whole family. That's all I ask. You don't have to pay money, just pay attention, because I want you to be tight on your economics. And then the Nvidia stuff, I'll send you a link on that stuff as well. All right, so here is page 186 in the book The Black History Reader by Dr. Claude Anderson, and he talks about Black exceptionalism, and he asks this interesting question. This is question 65. He says, is Black exceptionalism the unused key to Black self-empowerment? Have you not tapped into your exceptionalism when it comes to getting what you want? I think that there is this myth that there's something wrong with us, that we are perhaps disabled, or that we should be lumped in with all the misfits of society. Anybody who's not a white male, I vehemently disagree with that. I don't think there's anything. I don't think we're broken. I think that we just, or maybe some of us have been broken by society, but I think that we are exceptional in a lot of ways because of what we've gone through and how that built us into who we are. So here's what Dr. Anderson says. He says, Blackness has had special importance and impact in America and the world. For centuries, the American public and politicians in particular have proclaimed that America's democratic values, freedoms, and immigration policies make it an exceptional nation among societies and is therefore due special recognition, respect, and an elevated status over all other nations. Exceptional means something that is different, unique, rare, unusual, and remarkable. In the case of a group, it means that the members have been treated in an uncommon manner from all others. So he's saying that you are, pay attention now, he said unique, rare, unusual, and remarkable, and that you've been treated differently from everyone else. So give me a yes or no if you agree that no one else in this country has been treated the way Black people have. Give me a yes if you agree with me that we have had a unique experience in America, that we've been sort of dealt with in a way that no one else has been dealt with, that that Black Americans are being treated differently from immigrants or LGBT people or anyone else. Give me a yes if you agree with that basic idea that we are treated differently from everyone else. Let's start there. Okay, so this is what his Black exceptionalism concept is built upon. So here's what else Dr. Anderson says. He says, what group of people in America, in nearly every respect, have been viewed and treated in a more egregious manner than Black Americans? Black Americans are an exceptional people in this nation in many ways. It is time for Black Americans to demand compensation, recognition, appreciation, and respect for what their exceptionality created in America. Because of Black exceptionality, it is an affront and disrespectful for this nation and the Black overclass, the Black overclass, the Black overclass. Those are all those people that are telling you who to vote for and what to do with your money and what to do with your life. The Black overclass, y'all know who they are. You can pick whoever you want. The Black overclass, it is disrespectful for them and the rest of the nation to continue relegating Black Americans to broad and ambiguous groupings such as, pay attention to these keywords. These are keywords Dr. Anderson's using. Minorities, poor people, people of color, diversity, disadvantaged, and multicultural. So he's saying that the use of these terms dilutes and waters down your exceptionality. It waters you down. You're taking Whitney Houston and you're making her become part of a music group where she's a backup singer. Whitney Houston should not be anybody's backup singer. Whitney Houston should be a lead singer. Okay, and this is kind of what he's saying, is that you are unique. When people try to say, oh, well, you're not a white male, so we're going to lump you in with gay trans people. We're going to lump you in with every immigrant. We're going to lump you in with white women and let them get to the front of the line and put you at the back. There's a problem with that, and it shows itself in a lot of statistical outcomes in terms of who gets the most opportunities, who gets to eat first. You eat last because you let everybody else sit at your table. That's what he's basically saying. So he says here, inclusion into those categories not only denies Blacks recognition for their achievements, it gives the misleading impression that all categories of class minorities, immigrants, native Indians, gays, transsexuals, and women that they were all enslaved, denied free land and wealth, lynched, castrated, denied to benefit from their own labor, denied human rights and love, and were maltreated as Black Americans. That's what they're saying when they just lump you in and say, oh, well, you're Black, go in the back with all the other misfits. They're pretty much saying that they went through the same thing you went through, and we know that this is not true. He says they were not. None of those groups have been treated like black people. Blacks are very special people. This is page 187. 187 on an undercover cop. Remember that? I just had to say that because 187 hip hop. I like rap. I've always been into hip. That's why it bothers me so much when people think that they say you hate rap, you hate rappers, you don't know what you're talking about. Whenever I critique hip hop, I always have some fool that comes in the chat and says that, and I'm like, you big dummy, I know rap better than you. That's why I critique it, because I want it to get better. Y'all, they took rap and made it stanky. Rap was supposed to be beautiful. Rap was supposed to be wonderful. Rap was supposed to elevate us, and they turned it into something that just started to stink, like rotten eggs and nasty, like nasty curdled milk, and then just had you out here looking crazy. That's what I'm mad about. I love rap. Let me keep going. Black exceptionalism is the missing factor needed to ignite a movement to change the bottom rung status of blacks. A fundamental premise of my powernomics concepts. Hold on. Why am I coughing? I need water. Hold on. Whenever I start coughing, somebody in the chat says, okay, doc, just take your time. Get some water, doc. So I'm going to take my time. All right. So it says here, a fundamental premise of my powernomics concepts urges blacks to build group self-sufficiency and competitiveness upon its advantages and exceptionalities. Powernomics principles are the best hope that black Americans have to survive and prosper in America. However, the window of opportunity is very small and closing quickly. In my book, Powernomics, the National Plan to Empower Black America, I correctly project that when compared to other population classes, blacks would be a permanent underclass. He predicted this by 2013. So on page 187 of the book, the Black History Reader, Dr. Claude Anderson, when he wrote this book, said that by 2013, black people would become a permanent underclass. Now, I'm trying to remember. I keep forgetting. Is 2013 the future or the past? I can't remember. Have we already passed 2013? Because you know, when you get older, you like remember when the year 2000 was way off in the future, because Prince would sing about it, like we're gonna party like it's 1999, and you couldn't even imagine it. I can't remember. It was 11 years. Thank you, Kendall. Thank you. I forgot. Sometimes I forget. So 2013 is a long time ago. So according to what Dr. Anderson says, there is a segment of the black community, not all black people, because I know Kendall Green, I know his wife, and they're not an underclass. They've been investing. Their children are not part of an underclass because they did a good job. They raised their kids and they raised them well. But the majority of our people, according to Dr. Anderson, might be stuck. I don't know. All I do know is that the labor market has changed. AI is here. A lot of people don't even know about AI, and so this is going to be interesting. Underclass status is measured by a group standing on social discomfort indicators such as measures of health, employment, poverty, income, wealth, education, criminalization, and business ownership. So pay attention. So this is how Dr. Anderson measures whether you're an underclass. You can write this down if you want to. This is good. So that when you figure out like, okay, how are black people doing? You can look at health, physical and mental health. Okay, since integration, are we doing better or worse in terms of physical and mental health? What do y'all think? Better or worse? Better or worse? And then let's move to employment. Are we doing better or worse than we were in the past? What do you think? I think employment is almost even though. I think we have a lot of black jobs. I think that most people that want work can find work. You know, white people will always be happy to have black people working for them. I think that there's space for that. However, here's what's interesting. I was listening to an economist speak today on a financial show, and he said something very interesting. He said that for the first time, he said for the longest time, politicians would never admit something that most economists know, that excessive amounts of immigration, and Dr. Anderson's talked about this, that excessive amounts of integration undermines wage growth, that your wages, part of the reason that American wages have not gone up. And what they'll do is they'll tell you inflation's getting better. Well, part of the reason it's getting better is because wages aren't going up. Well, why aren't they going up? Well, because you're adding 10, 20, 30 million people to the workforce. So you got more people competing for jobs. So inflation going down, or better yet, it doesn't actually go. So inflation doesn't go away. You don't actually have deflation. You have disinflation. Inflation's always there, but it's slowing down. So it's like a car moving down the road. It doesn't stop. It's just not going as fast as it was before. Do you understand there's a difference there? That's different from the car stopping and turning around. The inflation car does not turn around. It goes in one direction, but sometimes it goes faster than others. So basically when they tell you, hey, hooray, everybody, inflation is under control. Well, a big indicator of that is how much employers are having to pay you to do your black job. So what they're partly saying is, yeah, your wages aren't going up because we don't have to pay you as much because now we've got a bunch of new people in the workforce that are going to compete for your job. Now, you can do with that as you want. There's different arguments, right? It does help national productivity. It does help GDP. But just because GDP goes up, that doesn't mean that wealth is going up for everybody. So if you are in that working class, which a lot of us are, I don't think that this economy works in your favor. This is not a poor man's economy. This is not a working man or working woman's economy. This is a rich person's economy. And that's why I want you to invest, because I need you to do what rich people do. If you're a stockholder, yes, you're gonna do very well. You're gonna keep making money. They're never gonna stop helping rich people make money. But if you are, say, somebody who doesn't invest and you get up and you work hard and you go to work every day so you can pay off that $100,000 in student loans, you'll be stuck on that hamster wheel. And it's the running on the hamster wheel that generates the electricity that builds the wealth of rich people. That's capitalism, folks. So I hope that you will understand that, because if you don't, it can be very costly. So let me keep going here. Let's see, poverty. Okay, so he mentions poverty. I think in terms of poverty, maybe we're doing better. Okay, income. Are we doing better or worse? Like we were ranked dead last in income after integration. I think we're still dead last now. So income, we're worse or the same, right? We're not doing better. Okay. Wealth. How about wealth? Is our wealth just skyrocketing and shooting through the roof, or is it going down? Education. How do you feel about education? Do you feel like our kids are just getting a pristine education in all these nice public schools in all these big cities, or do you feel like that's kind of an issue? I'd say it's an issue, and it's connected to culture, right? I think that when you're talking about broken families and then musical culture that celebrates criminality and broken families, you get a big problem. I think I read Poor LeBron. He started that school, and they said not one of the children was able to pass the state math exam in that school. And I don't think that's all LeBron's fault, though. I think he was probably doing his best, and he did actually get the school built, which we know that sometimes can take a while for some of us. But anyway, he built this school, and I think I'm sure it's a great school, but none of the kids could pass the state math exam, which you can't just put all that on the teachers. You can't put all that on the school. You also have to look at what's happening in our homes. And I think that what happens in our homes that's what we can control, and that should be a paramount concern for all of us. What else? Criminalization. Incarceration, things like that. That's another factor, and business ownership. So these are the things that Dr. Anderson says we can look at to determine our quality of life. So maybe as you go vote, whoever you vote for, you can make this list: health, employment, poverty, income, wealth, education, criminalization, and business ownership, and sort of look at these as indicators of which candidate you feel is going to benefit you the most. Personally, I don't think either one of the major candidates will do it, but it's up to you to make that decision. These data show that blacks are fixed at the bottom of every negative indicator and bear a disproportionate share of social pathologies. Underclass status is evident when, in public discourse or policy, blacks are ignored, no longer mentioned or acknowledged by name as a group. Black Americans must use their exceptionalism to change direction. They have devoted nearly 500 years to running away from blackness as a negative, but they must now turn to their exceptionality, view it as a positive, and proclaim it based upon the exceptional treatment and history they've experienced in American society. To use group exceptionalism as a positive force, it is necessary to know what makes them exceptional and distinguished from other groups in society. The following is a partial list of the ways blacks are exceptional in the U.S. You ready? This is a list. Dr. Anderson has a list. There's a lot of stuff on this list. Black people in the U.S. were the first people on earth and ancestors of all mankind. 2, the first people in North America, the Folsom people and the Moors. 3, the only people enslaved by the U.S. Constitution, the U.S. Supreme Court, and state Jim Crow laws. 4, the only people classified as property, 3/5 of a human being and a quote-unquote peculiar species. Let's see. 5. The only people made a permanent minority in underclass by the 1790 nationalization laws. 6. The only people excluded from billions of acres of free land granted to white immigrants. 7. The only people not paid for their labor, therefore they could not acquire assets to pass to their descendants. 8. The only people who gave free labor that, along with free Indian land, became the definition of the American dream sought by immigrants. So we were the American dream. We didn't get the American dream. We became a commodity for the American dream. Interesting. 9. The only people for whom it was illegal to attend school or learn how to read and write. Number 10. We were the only descendants of slaves and were in America before 99% of all other people arrived. 11. The most patriotic people and fought in every major war since the nation's founding. 12. Creators of music, dance, and slang copied and confiscated by every nation. 13. Pawns over which the North and South fought in the 1860s American Civil War of brother against brother. 14. Only people who created, and this is interesting, right? Let me go back here. 13 with the pawns, Civil War pawns, slaves were pawns. We were enslaved people. We weren't slaves. We were enslaved people. We were pawns. And it's interesting because that idea of us being pawns to help other people win a bigger battle, a war, or even an election, that ideology still exists today. To this day, we're still pawns. To this day, the Republicans and Democrats use us as pawns just like the North and the South did. So it's not like they all show up and they trigger your trauma and they get you all getting the Holy Ghost on behalf of whatever they're trying to do. And they figure out how to use you and what you have to achieve a bigger objective that has very little to do with you. So do you see do you get the connection here? It's interesting because the Civil War is kind of the same thing. Wasn't nobody really fighting trying to free no slaves. Wasn't nobody like, yeah, I really care about black people like that. The people in the North, Dr. Anderson, thank God for him. He was one of the few people who helped us understand that even the people in the North did not want black people up there because they were competing for jobs. Black people were getting killed for trying to take somebody's job. They made laws blocking skilled black people from getting certain jobs. You can go up there and be a carpenter or a mason, bricklayer, whatever. You can do all that stuff, or plumber. They blocked all that out. They blocked you out of the unions and blocked your grandfather and grandmother out of certain trades. So this idea that the North and the liberals loved us is a false idea. It is simply not true, 100% not true. So Dr. Anderson is helping us to understand that. So you've always been pawns, though, for a bigger game. So let's keep going. And actually, that leads to another thought. As before I read this, one of the reasons that we do financial consciousness training every day is because consciousness allows you to have self-awareness. When you are conscious and self-aware, you no longer are easily commodified by someone's bigger agenda because you can see the agenda. Consciousness is leveling up. It's a deeper perspective. It's where you see the world in higher dimensions. And that's what we do every morning. And I said, if we're more financially conscious, then what happens is that you start to understand your economic power. When you're financially conscious, you understand the position you have in the system. Like, imagine if somebody trained you to be a cog in a wheel and there's a big machine, right? And you're a little tiny bolt in one of the machines. Well, if you're not conscious, then you're just going to do what the bolt does. You're just going to sit there and just play your position. But when you become conscious, you elevate and you see the whole machine. And you say, oh, there I am. I'm the bolt in the machine. I don't want that damn job. Get me the hell up out of here. Do you understand? So really, consciousness is critical for us to really know what's going on. Consciousness maybe starts with knowledge and information. I can provide a lot of that on the economic stuff, but then it also is almost just meditative, and it's meditative in terms of really seeing the bigger picture. Consciousness is also connected to self-esteem and self-awareness, which is why Dr. Anderson's layout of the clear definition of Black exceptionality is really important, because then you will know how valuable you are. You will know how important your children are. You will know how valuable your community is. And when something's more valuable to you, you're going to invest in that. I'm an investor. I've been an investor a long time. I will never invest in a company or a business that is not valuable. or that does not have potential. So when you value something, you invest in it. When you value something, you take care of it. When you value something, you protect it. When you don't value it, you give it away. That's why we got all these poor little girls giving their bodies away, twerking on Instagram because they don't value their girls that value their bodies don't do that. Or men run around planting seeds in every girl that that looks good that walks by. And, Nick Cannon and Cam Newton, that whole conversation, like, I'm gonna just go sleep with her and her and her and her. I think a man that values himself and values his seed doesn't really think that way. He says, no, I'm the king, and as the king, I'm only going to choose the proper queen that will carry my seed. I'm not having some stripper having my baby just because she's cute. I need to make sure I vet the people that are allowed to even be part of this very important, very significant, very royal bloodline. Do you understand? So really, that self-awareness, that knowledge, that ability to see the big picture, all these things relate to consciousness, and this is why we must be conscious. So when I say woke, like when I had that, y'all saw me at InvestFest, I had the shirt on that said financially woke. For me, woke is like wide awake, like you're seeing it all. And when you're really woke about the world and you really are committed to that, you start to just see things. And unfortunately, what happens sometimes is because I try to stay as woke as I can, and I see stuff and I say, I see that, and I see that, and I see that. Sometimes people don't understand it. I get it. I understand that. So let's all wake up. Let's pay attention. We are exceptional, and we should demand that. You got to stand on that. You can't be letting people knock you off your perch. You got to stand on your exceptionality. So let me keep going. So he says, also, we were the only people that were pawns in the Civil War. I mentioned that. Number 14, we were the only people who the only people who created the need for a second U.S. Constitution, the 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendments and civil rights laws. 15, we were the only people we were only Southern labor class whose images were displayed on Confederate currency. Didn't know that. 16, only people in America who were denied the humanity of loving, nurturing, building, and protecting their own families. You weren't even allowed to nurture and love your children. And so when you see it that way, it helps us understand why we're not nurturing our children the way we should right now. For hundreds of years, we weren't allowed to do that. So it says here, reflection upon the exceptionalities listed above should lead readers to question how different the U.S. would look today if, one, blacks had been a paid labor force that cleared the land, built the roads, bridges, canals, government offices, and universities. What would have happened if you had got paid? Number two, if blacks had been members of the founding fathers, what would the nation look like if that had happened? Participating in the writing of the nation's constitution, allowed to vote, hold public office, and express a group self-interest. What would the country look like if we had done that? What would America look like today if blacks had ownership of some of the thousands of acres of free land upon which to build mega farms and ranches and extract the minerals, oil, gas, lumber, and other resources, and the opportunity to accumulate wealth from the generous land giveaways? I want you to think about whatever city you're from. Put the city that you're from in the chat. Everybody tell me what city you're from. I'm gonna read literally from the chat. Tell me, what city do y'all live in? Type the name of your city. Rep your city right quick, because I'm gonna use this as an example. Let's see here. What we got? Let me hold on. I'm opening up the chat. It's taking a minute. Sorry. Okay, I see Chi-Town. I see Dr. Vibe. I looked like I saw Toronto for you. Was that right? Kansas City, Tulsa, Oklahoma, Brooklyn for Douglas. Okay, so Douglas. Let's start with Douglas and Brooklyn. Douglas is I love Brooklyn. The black people in Brooklyn are amazing. I got to do another event there, because when I went there, you guys really came out in droves, and I appreciate that so much. So imagine if you went through Brooklyn and think about all the skyscrapers you see in Brooklyn, just thousands of skyscraper buildings. Each of these buildings worth hundreds of millions of dollars, maybe billions for some of them worth billions of dollars. Imagine if black people owned like 13% of those buildings. Imagine if like one in every 10 or one in every 8, 9, or 10 buildings you saw that was like 80 stories high. You could say, oh yeah, that's owned by a black family, or another black family owns that building, or a conglomerate with investors from the black community bought that building. Like that's the kind of world we would live in if we weren't locked out of economic opportunities. But I dare you, you go to a big city like Chicago or New York, and there's thousands of skyscrapers. You're gonna have a hard time finding one that's owned by black people. One out of 10,000. 5,000, whatever the number is. And I think that's atrocious. That's appalling. That pisses me off. That makes me angry. And again, that's another thing that consciousness does. Consciousness doesn't, it takes you from just seeing the world as it is to seeing the world as it could have been. And then also consciousness allows you to see the world as it could be if you make certain decisions. So you literally can time travel, mind travel to different dimensions. You can travel through space and time and see things in various ways. So I don't really see what's happening around me very much. I'm seeing 20 years in the future. I'm seeing the what ifs all the way across the board. So the big what if is that if you didn't have hundreds of years of slavery, Jim Crow, and oppression, if you didn't have hundreds of years of wealth extracted and stolen from the Black community, if you did not have hundreds of years of consistent, horrific abuse and disregard and disdain for Black people, the world would look very, very different. And I think that we should fight for that world. When Dr. King had that dream of, unfortunately they weakened his dream. They watered it down to that whole thing about little white girls and little Black boys holding hands. I ain't never wanted to hold hands with a white girl. No disrespect. If you're white, I don't hate you. I just like Black women the most. I want to hold hands with my wife. And my dream is much bigger than that. And my dream is not holding hands with a white woman. My dream is us owning what we really should own. My dream was when I went to the Black Business Conference this weekend and saw thousands of Black business owners, hundreds of CEOs. They had dozens of African delegations forming deliberate connections to do tens of millions and hundreds of millions of dollars of business with Black-owned businesses. My dream was InvestFest, where I went over there and saw thousands of young people sitting there listening to information about everything from trading stocks to buying real estate to starting a business. That's the dream I have. That's what I want to see, because if we double and triple down on that and really commit to that, taking back our stuff, we got to take back our stuff. If we commit to taking back our stuff, I think that we will have a future that is incredibly bright. And not only should we do it, we have to do it. You have to do it, because if you don't do it, then your kids are going to end up in slavery just like you. Our grandkids will be in slavery just like I don't want anybody going through what I went through. It was really hard to get by. It was really hard to figure out how to get a couple of nickels to rub together. It was really hard to be in a workplace where it was so toxic that it affected my mental health. Why do you think I never worked for anybody? I never went to corporate America. I got my dream job. You talk about Black jobs. I got a real good Black job when I was in college. Let me tell you what happened. I got a job, an internship with GE Aircraft Engines, because I told you I was the top Black student on campus. I had the highest grade point average, so I got everything I applied for. So I applied for this internship because it paid the most money. I needed money, and they put me in this super nice apartment in Boston, and I worked for the General Electric Aircraft Engines division in Lynn, Massachusetts. That was a great summer. I had a lot of fun, but I absolutely hated that fucking job. Excuse my French. I'm not going to cuss anymore, but I hated that job with a passion. It was terrible. It was boring. I didn't relate to anybody. My boss was a racist. Her name was Mary Perna. I'll never forget this terrible lady. And it was just a bad experience all the way around. I remember walking away saying, man, is this it? Is this what I've been fighting for? It's gotta be better than this. And so once I understood wealth, and then I started to explore how certain other people live when they built the legacy, when they do the investing, when they have the discipline, when they prepare for the future, I said, oh, that's the American dream over there. You see, you was pointing me over to this stupid corporate job and white women or whatever the hell you think that was supposed to be my dream, or BET. Like that's supposed to be the American dream, like becoming a famous rapper or something so you can get shot in the face in front of your kids. No, that's not a dream. None of that's a dream. The American dream, in my view, is financial security. The American dream is peace. The American dream is freedom. The American dream is for me to be able to provide for my family and to be a proud man, to knowing that my wife can depend on me, and to know that I can simply just be a happy human being. That, the American dream for me is being physically and mentally healthy. The American dream for me is being able to be proud and Black and hang out with other Black people without being scared. Being a bug-eyed slave, like, y'all, they gonna find out the Black folks is talking. I can't hang out with the Black people. I kid you not, when I told y'all when I went to Syracuse University, there was a Black woman that got hired who told me that she deliberately avoided spending too much time with the other black people because she didn't want to get in trouble. I'm like, we're not in the 3rd grade. This is not kindergarten, lady. Like, what are you talking? Like, what do you mean get in trouble? We're in our 30s at the time. Well, who's gonna get us? But that was what she told me. And I was like, this is the Twilight Zone. This is crazy to me. They got us scared to be honest. They got us scared to be real about who we are. Ain't nothing wrong with you loving yourself. Ain't nothing wrong with you loving other black folks. Ain't nothing wrong with you being pro-black. Nothing's wrong with that. There's something wrong with them. Anybody who defines you as being bad, dangerous, or disruptive because you're pro-black family, pro-black community, you want to fix the problems and you're committed to that. There's nothing wrong with you. There's something that is wrong with them. They're the crazy ones. They're the ones who become so attached to a dysfunctional, jacked up reality that when you give them a dose of honesty and truth, they don't know what to do with that. Well, Dr. Boyce is dangerous. What did Dr. Boyce ain't no dangerous, man. I ain't out here hurting nobody. If you see me, I'll give you a hug. I'll shake your hand. If you're hungry, I'll feed you. What the hell makes me dangerous? What am I doing that's dangerous? I get it. I'm chopping up your bullshit false reality with some honesty, and I'm a pretty smart guy, so I know the difference between real shit and bullshit, and you don't like it. That's your problem. That's what makes me dangerous. But I'm not a dangerous man. A lot of y'all met me. You know I ain't dangerous. I think I'm a nice guy. I'll smile at you a lot. I smile a lot. I'm friendly. So why do we have this weird world where, like, oh, well, I can't say that I'm on Instagram, and why? That's insanity. So I don't think we have to submit and commit to a ridiculous reality. I don't think we have to submit to that. I think that you can dream a little bit, and I encourage you to dream hard. Dream strong, dream as a free man, free woman. Have those dreams of freedom, whatever that looks like for you. Have that dream and commit to it, and don't be scared. Don't let anybody knock you off of that. Let me keep going. Let me keep reading. All right. So we're on page 189 of Dr. Claude Anderson's book. I hope that you will support him. Every black child should be reading his books. His website is powernomics.com, by the way. And this book is called The Black History Reader. And you won't find this in any public school anywhere because he's another one of those dangerous Negroes. Dangerous guy. All right. So here's what Dr. Anderson says. He says, reflection upon the exceptionalities listed should lead readers to question how different the U.S. would look. And we talked about what would the world look like if we had been paid? What would the world look like if we had been among the founding fathers? What would the world look like if we had ownership of the thousands of acres of free land that was given to other people where they built oil and gas and lumber empires, etc.? What would the world look like if we'd been allowed to economically benefit from our inventions, our music, our dances, our culture, and our communities? What if hip-hop belonged to us? What would that look like? It would be amazing, right? Because hip hop is this $1 trillion industry that's owned by a bunch of people who can't even rap. That doesn't make any sense. Number 5. What would the world look like if blacks had received the land, money, and tribal membership mandated in the 1866 Indian treaties? What about that? Y'all know about that? You don't know about that? Cody Ransom came in. Cody Ransom is in Greenwood, the Greenwood section of Tulsa, Oklahoma. He knows all about that. He knows about all that land and property that was given to Native Americans and that black people were supposed to get a big chunk of that. He knows that we were supposed to get a lot of the special benefits that were given to other groups, and that not only did the colonizers block black folks out of that, but even some of the Native American tribes, some of these tribes that you're taught that are your allies or whatever, they block black folks out. Right. So you don't really have any friends, and they create narratives that make you think you have friends. Well, my thing is, like, if you're my friend, why aren't you sharing your wealth? If you're really my friend, then you're going to give me my piece of the pie. If you lock me out and have me out here starving, you ain't really my friend. So anyway, let me keep going. Number 6, what if black people, what would the world look like if black ownership rights had been preserved to land in Florida according to the Adams-Onis Treaty? That's another one. We haven't read about that yet, but we are going to get to that. That's another treaty where apparently we are supposed to have a big chunk of the land in Florida too. What if blacks had received the $50 million stolen by whites from the Freedmen's Bank? So there was a Freedmen's Bank where they put money in there that was supposed to be for y'all. Somebody took all that money and nobody knows where it went. The exceptionality of black Americans is their best, but so far unused pathway to socioeconomic competitiveness, independence, and self-sufficiency. So since we just got finished talking about that treaty, let me read to you what this treaty was. This the treaty that involved Florida. Oof, there's a lot here. Oof. Okay, all right, let's keep going. All right, the Adams-Onis Treaty of 1819 was a treaty between the U.S. and Spain that sold the Spanish territory of Florida to the United States. The treaty also settled the fights that the two countries had long waged over slavery and the rights awarded to black people who settled in Florida. Some black settlers had always been free, and others had escaped from slavery. For 300 years, Spain had claimed the Florida territory that stretched from the Atlantic Ocean along the Gulf Coast to mid-Texas. During that period, the Spanish government and the Catholic Church proclaimed Florida to be a haven for free blacks and runaways who escaped southern plantations to become Spanish citizens. Spain's offer of citizenship included physical protection and free land for blacks accepting Catholicism. After a number of costly military conflicts, Spain fell on hard times and by 1819 agreed to sell Florida to the U.S. for a mere 5 cents an acre or approximately $15 million. The sale was formalized in the Adams-Onis Treaty signed by Secretary of State John Quincy Adams and ratified by the Senate in 1821. The terms of the sale should have protected blacks who were made U.S. citizens by the treaty. So they were Spanish citizens. They were made U.S. citizens. How many of y'all knew this? How many of y'all... Let's pause. Yes or no? How many of y'all learned any of this in school? Anybody learn about this stuff in school? Did they tell you this specific stuff? I'm looking for one yes. I see nope. Monica says nope. Jama, April, hell no from Jean-Trey. I'm looking for one. I need just like I'm looking for one. I don't see one yes. One yes. Now do you kind of understand why I can't get fired up about fighting for like public schools? I can't do that because they lie to us and they don't tell us anything. Like, I think we should be educating our own kids. I want our kids to be like Caden. I told you I saw about Caden. I saw Caden at InvestFest and he was 14 and he just finished high school at 14 and he's already a millionaire because his parents really did what most parents should do, which is embraced him and really loved him and taught him in a nurturing space so he could be his best. I'm in that camp. But again, I'm not criticizing anybody's choices. I just think that these schools are just not that great, and that's what I believe. I think you're a commodity. Your kid makes somebody else money, and that's why they want them there. All right, so let me keep going. But no disrespect to all the teachers I know you're doing your best. But we know what the system does. It doesn't give you the ability to really do what I think you need to do. If I could raise a couple $100 million, I swear I would totally start a bunch of schools across the country and hire a bunch of black teachers who love black children and pay you as well as I could to allow you to be the intervener in the lives of these children, because what these children need isn't just education. What they really need is love. They need love. Love is the glue that elevates education. It's not even just about learning the math and the science and the facts. It's about learning it from somebody who really cares about you and wants the best for you. And I believe that when you are around people that want the best for you, you bring out the best in yourself. And I only know this because I was a black boy in public schools who acted a fool, who never made good grades, who was very disruptive. But when I was around people that genuinely loved me, particularly black women, so thank you for being there for us. When I was around people that really loved me, a man who was really mentoring me properly, a woman who really nurtured and cared about me, I became a whole different person. I became the best kid ever. And I think that's true for so many of our children. I think that they feel like they're in little penitentiaries when they're going to these public schools. And so if I had my way, I would get as many of our kids out of there as I possibly could. Again, no disrespect to anybody else's approach. I know some of us can make it work, and I'm not in any way criticizing that or criticizing you as a parent. In my view, that's the gold standard. So when I become a billionaire, just know one of the first things I'm going to do is start a public school. So if you have $1 billion and you want to donate to the cause, hit Amani up and tell her you want to make a donation or something. All right. So anyway, let's keep going. All right, so the sale was formalized in the Adams-Onis Treaty signed by Secretary of State John Quincy Adams. Okay, he says the terms of the sale should have protected blacks who were made U.S. citizens by the treaty, which conferred upon them ownership of the Florida land they had worked. So they were supposed to get ownership of their land. Alas, that did not happen. What a surprise. The Adams-Onis Treaty is just another instance in which whites one-sidedly benefited from circumstances and assets created by black people. The Adams-Onis Treaty expanded this nation's landmass and provided the opportunity for whites to steal land and benefits that had rightfully belonged to blacks. Whites not only stole land ownership and freedom from blacks, but also severely punished them. Treaties are the highest laws of the land and have the strength of international law when they are made between sovereign nations. The treaty stipulations required the U.S. to honor the protections and rights that the Spanish crown had granted the slaves, free blacks, and native Indians. It required the U.S. to treat people with African blood living free in Spanish Florida the same way it treated whites. The language of Article 6 of the Adams-Onis Treaty specifically bound the U.S. to these conditions, stating, quote, "The inhabitants of the territories which this Catholic Majesty cedes to the U.S. shall be admitted to the enjoyment of all privileges and immunities of citizens of the U.S." That means basically everybody who lives here gets the same rights. That's kind of what he's saying. Like, that's pretty much what it says. It is clear that the terms of the treaty guaranteed all black settlers freedom, U.S. citizenship, and rights to their Florida land. So 3 things: freedom, citizenship in the U.S., and rights to their land. Rights to their land, rights to their land. Which one do you think they took first? The rights to the land, then they took the freedom. The U.S. citizenship, you kind of got that because you were 3/5 of a person, but that's it, in a commodity. It also gave them the right to migrate to any territory owned by Spain. Did y'all know that? I didn't know that. Interesting. So they had the right to migrate to any Spanish territory. Years before the Adams-Onis Treaty, the U.S. was under great pressure from white slaveholders who wanted their runaway slaves returned. So they want, here we go, this is where they get into the greed. So they wanted their slaves back. I'm sure this is going to be part of the narrative. They also wanted the Florida land that the runaway slaves, free blacks, and native Indians owned there. So they wanted the people and they wanted their land. So there we go. Remember we were saying like the land and the freedom were the 2 things that we're going to take? That's what they're doing right now. It was estimated that black settlers owned, pay attention, that black people owned approximately 40% of the land across northern Florida. That's a lot of land. 40%. That's ours. That's ours. Where's my cut? That's ours. 40% of the land in northern Florida. Slave owners petitioned General Andrew Jackson to use his military forces to help them seize the land and the slaves. So the slave owners went to Jackson. They said, those Negroes, we want their land and we want their bodies. We want their black bodies and we want that land. And so they got Jackson to use the military to go to Florida and take it back. General Jackson, a slave owner himself, was sympathetic and obliged the slaveholders. He made several illegal military incursions into the Florida territory to capture runaways, take their land, and to destroy the black maroon towns and Seminole Indian villages that were protecting black settlers. Jackson had no military, executive, or congressional authority to invade Spanish Florida and to kill its black and Indian citizens. His actions nearly threw the U.S. into war with Spain over these incidents. The only reason Jackson's military invasions did not trigger a war at the time was that Spain was so financially weak that it preferred to sell Florida to the U.S. rather than get into another fight. Are y'all as freaked out about this as I am? I'm reading this with you. I did not know these things. This is fascinating. This is one thing that's interesting too is Spain's ability to defend itself was driven by economic problems. I think that's a profound point that I want to make to you, and I want you to understand that even in your life as an individual, your ability to defend yourself and to defend your own freedom comes down to whether or not you are financially prepared. So therefore, the fact that you live in a society that teaches you to be economically reactive instead of economically proactive pretty much opens the door for you and your children to end up in slavery. When you don't have financial security, in general, you don't have security, period. So many of us are trained from birth to live in a consistent state of financial insecurity, which opens the door for others to come in and invade territory that should belong to you. No, what does that invasion look like? No, they're not showing up and they're not killing you. They're killing you slowly, but not killing you directly. But what does that mean? Well, that means they're going to take your time. So they're going to take your freedom. You can't do what you want during the day because you're going to have to go to work. They're going to come in. They're going to get your children. Your children can't work in the family business. They're going to have to go work for, this white man over here and that white man over there, right? And then on top of that, you're just going to be in this constant state of economic anxiety. So what I want you to understand is, that this is bigger than money. Money is bigger than money. Money is not that important to me, honestly. Just today, I get people on my Instagram all the time. My Instagram is Dr. Boyce Finance, by the way, and I have another one, Dr. Boyce Money. Follow me on Instagram if you want to. And one guy, I put up a financial video today, and the guy said, "This is nice, Boyce. I'm glad you're on brand, whatever that means, right?" And I said, "I'm always on brand. Every single thing I say is on brand. It's because I'm not a finance professor who happens to be a black man. I'm a black man who happens to be a finance professor. My only interest in economics, my deep interest in economics is only driven by one thing. That economics is deeply connected to the other things that matter in our lives in terms of freedom and overall well-being. Money is a pathway to these things. That's why I care about money. I'm not trying to sit here and be rich so I can talk about how I have more money than another person. That's silly. That's for children. I believe money is important. I believe wealth is important because wealth will protect you when they come and try to invade you. And colonizers will always come and try to invade you in a capitalist society if you don't have your money right. So what you do for your kids, if you love them, is you make an economic plan. You prepare them financially. You start investing while they're young, so they have assets when they're older. So therefore, they don't end up like this, like Spain. Spain couldn't do anything. They were economically weak. So they had to give in. They had to give away people and territory and everything else. Just like it. So imagine if these citizens were kind of like their children. An entity or an individual that is not financially secure cannot defend and protect its people. So the part of the reason you cannot defend and protect your community is because we have not fully embraced the discipline required to be financially intelligent and financially prepared. Do you understand? Do you follow what I'm saying? Do you get what I'm saying? Do you see the connection here? If Spain had a different approach to its finances, they could have fought the war, defended their people, told them to fuck off. They whatever. Excuse my French. I know I cussed a lot today. I hope that please forgive me for that, but I got to be honest. They could have said, "Screw you. These are our people. We're going to fight you till the end because we've got the resources to do that." But because they had no resources, they had to bow to the crown. They had to bow to the aggressor. So in many of your homes, in many of your families, because you don't have resources, you have to bow to the aggressor. Black men can't be men the way we want to be because we didn't grow up in spaces where they taught us to be economically strong and prepared. You have to go out groveling and begging and hoping that massa will give you an opportunity. And I'm not making fun of anybody in this position. I was there too. But I believe every black man on earth should know how to start a business from the time he's a child. I think that should be a requirement for all of our boys. Same thing. I think the girls too. The girls have their own reasons to be economically independent. So this is what I'm seeing here. This is what I'm seeing, that not being prepared makes you vulnerable. And then that's when people come in and they take your stuff and they take the people around you. So you are the head of a household. You've got some stuff. You've got some people that you're protecting. You can't protect them because the money's not right. Why ain't the money right? Why don't we have a plan? Why aren't we doing more? Why aren't we understanding economic preservation as a critical element of personal and collective freedom? Freedom, influence, power, whatever you want to call it. Money is power. Money is power, and economic warfare is a very real thing. It's declared on you every single day, and it's going to be declared on your children. So make sure that they're ready. Let me keep reading here. All right, so it says, as stated earlier, after the treaty was signed in 1821, Florida became an American territory and the inhabitants became U.S. citizens. However, that did not stop General Jackson from breaking the law. He committed numerous additional reprehensible acts to aid the white slaveholders. He repeatedly used the U.S. military to capture blacks in Florida and delivered them to the slaveholders. In doing so, Jackson violated the U.S. Constitution that declared it illegal to bring slaves into the country after 1808. These intentional illegal actions on the part of Jackson and the complicity of the U.S. government, because it let those illegal acts occur, raise numerous questions. The answers to those questions create legal pathways to remedies for reparations for today's Black Americans. In the following section, I am intentionally framing detailed legal arguments that should be used to compel the U.S. government to provide reparations to Black Americans as a group. And I mentioned with reparations, the government is not the only entity that owes us money. Every corporation on the planet that in the U.S. that has money needs to be contributing to this pot, because we see those we see Nvidia with that $2-3 trillion valuation. Apple, all these companies, you can drop a couple $100 billion into the pot too. So let's keep reading. Violations of the Adams-Onis Treaty provide a strong statutory basis for reparations that blacks should pursue. The following legal issues arise out of Articles 4, 5, 6, and 9 of the Adams-Onis Treaty. These articles articulate the citizenship and land rights granted by Spain to all black settlers and the rights that transferred with them upon the sale of Florida. To pursue reparations based on this treaty, blacks must develop a comprehensive legal strategy. The first step blacks must take is to demand that the U.S. government provide a historical investigation into each legal issue I have identified and make a formal claim. The most appropriate investigators should be the U.S. Department of the Interior and Congress. Second, the realities of history, given the realities of history, blacks must organize their legal scholars and elected officials to monitor government progress and identify descendants of black Spanish settlers. Third, blacks must make restitution from the Adams-Onis Treaty a political issue and organize the masses. These facts below are some legal issues that blacks today must demand answers to as they pursue reparations based on the Adams-Onis Treaty. 1. General Andrew Jackson and the United States accepted ownership of Florida as a new state, but ignored the numerous provisions of the treaty that Spain had made for free blacks, runaways, and black Seminole Indians. 2. What compensation is due to the descendants of the free blacks in Spanish Florida that General Andrew Jackson killed or shanghaied and delivered into slavery more than a generation after 1808, the date after which the Constitution, as ratified, prohibited bringing slaves into the country? 3. Why didn't black Spanish citizenship and land ownership convert into citizenship and ownership in the United States as required by the treaty? So why weren't the citizenship and land ownership converted over? 4. When Indians and black settlers were removed from Florida by the U.S. government, why weren't millions of acres of Florida land owned by black settlers and black Seminoles held for them in accordance with the Adams-Onis Treaty? What happened to the ownership of that land? That can be traced. You can trace who owns property, right? Am I right? Yes. So on page 193 of the Black History Reader, part 5, Dr. Anderson says, do the descendants of black landowners still have entitlement to that Florida land? They owned the land based on Spanish decree and natural or divine law, but did not have paper documents such as deeds. 6. If the terms of the treaty are invalid, then the state of Florida still belongs to Spain. Nearly 2 centuries after the U.S. Congress signed the Adams-Onis Treaty, it is necessary to track ownership of the many Florida lands that have been owned by black Spanish settlers whose land rights should have followed them after the U.S. purchase. If the treaty is valid, then the obligations to black settlers must be honored. 7. What happened to the sovereignty rights of free black settlers who had lived throughout Florida for centuries and were forced into slavery? Think about this. You've been free for centuries and they force you. I mean, that's terrible. That's horrible. And who had been lived in Florida throughout Florida for centuries and were forced into slavery or were later marched along the Trail of Tears with native Indians to the Oklahoma Territory. What happened to their land? Were the owners compensated? Were their descendants compensated? Or is that a bill still waiting to be marked, paid in full by the U.S. government? That's what Dr. Anderson's asking about. That is a lot. That is very deep. And that is where we're going to stop for today. Whew. I don't know about y'all, but I'm kind of tired. I need a cigarette and I don't even smoke. If I was an alcoholic, I'd be getting a drink right now. Shoot. If I was a drug addict, I'd be hitting the pipe twice. But fortunately, I'm none of these things. So instead, I think I'm going to go kiss my wife and eat some of her delicious dinner. So with that said, we're going to meet next week for book club. If you want to get an invitation, you want to be on the list, text the word greatness to 87948. Text greatness to 87948. Couple reminders of things happening in the Black Business School. Number one, this week, Constance Carter, who owned the largest black real estate firm in California, is doing a session. I believe that session is Thursday night. We have B1 Real Estate, and it's her mastermind. So that's going to happen this week. Also tomorrow, or sorry, scratch that. Sorry, that's going to be tomorrow. Yeah, tomorrow night, Thursday, duh. And she's going to come in. So if you are on the text list, I'll send you a text about that. Also Friday, Dr. Lene Javette, who is our Dean of Entrepreneurship, is going to do a special session called Concept to Cash Flow, where you take your ideas, turn them into a business. Dr. Javette studied Black entrepreneurs in her doctoral work. She's on the faculty. She's going to be doing that Friday. That's free. Now, the real estate event, that's part of Dr. Boyce Real Estate. The real estate event with Constance, you get a free trial in that. Just make sure you're on the list. In fact, if you want to join us tomorrow morning for financial consciousness training, those who haven't signed up, text the word morning, MORNING, to the number 87948, and I'll send you invitations to all that stuff. So text morning to 87948. Number three, we have an estate planning training that I put together in the Dr. Boyce Academy. Lifetime access will be $299 if that's something, if legacy building is something that you're interested in, you want to learn estate planning. I am going to reduce the price by 48% for 48 hours for a couple days on Thursday and Friday. You'll get a text to decide if you'd like to participate in that. And then last but not least, the All Black National Convention is October 25th through the 27th. We're going to convene in Lombard, Illinois, right outside of Chicago at the Westin Hotel, and spend a couple days just being super Black and getting to know each other and connecting and having our family reunion, learning and having fun and connecting. And that's pretty much what the convention is. So if you'd like to learn more about the convention, you can go to allblacknationalconvention.com. That's allblacknationalconvention.com. All right. And the book that we read tonight is called The Black History Reader by Dr. Claude Anderson. You can get a copy at powernomics.com. He has a whole bundle pack of all of his books you can get for $99. Best $99 investment you'll ever make. So feel free to go to powernomics.com. So God bless you guys. I hope you have a great night. I'll see you all tomorrow morning for Economic Elevation, where this notoriously wealthy family that just pretty much, is they own so much stuff that people just make up rumors and myths about the family. Like they're almost like the financial boogeyman to some extent, where people are just scared of that family. They sort of believe that they control almost everything, which to some extent is probably somewhat true. And I'll kind of give you some insight into that. But I thought it would be a worthy discussion today in terms of really understanding the secrets of just what families like that are doing and what your family can do that can help you to have a level of power that's pretty extraordinary. It does require a certain degree of planning and stuff like that, but I'll try to break it down for you so that you can kind of sort of see the vision for your own family. In fact, how many of you feel like your last name is important? Give me a guess if you care about your family legacy. Give me a guess if you understand what I'm talking about when I talk about the afterlife. The afterlife isn't just heaven in a place where, the streets are paved with gold and everybody eats blueberry pancakes for breakfast. The afterlife basically is what happens after your life is over. What happens after your life is over. And I spent a lot of time thinking about that when I was in Egypt, as the Egyptians were obsessed with the afterlife. They would just have these elaborate tombs and they would put all this stuff in there. They would try to take stuff with them, like their horses and their gold and everything else, which is crazy. But it was interesting, though, because, when I saw that King Tut only lived like 9 years, but he spent the whole 9 years preparing for the afterlife. And now he's got this 5,000-year-old legacy that came out of 9 years of labor. I thought that was kind of interesting, right? So I decided to talk a little bit about legacy building. And what I want to do is kind of give not just sort of a history and an understanding of the Rothschild family, but also some things that we can kind of learn in terms of how they got to be so powerful and so wealthy. If you want to know how wealthy they were, they were so wealthy that and Ferraris. They had the kind of wealth where they could decide which countries will go to war with other countries, or which countries are going to win the war. And this sort of went on for hundreds of years. In fact, I heard Kennedy, Robert F. Kennedy, or I think that's his name, the presidential candidate, and he was explaining that when we give a bunch of money to another country like Ukraine or Israel, it's not really money being given away. What it is he described it as a type of money laundering. And I was like, money laundering, interesting. And what he said is that, think about it like this. So you give a bunch of money to Ukraine or some other country because they're in a war and you want to help them win that war. But what do you do? Most of the time, money is power. Money is power. Money isn't just about the financial. Money isn't just like, I'm putting something in your bank account. Good luck with your life. Money is something that translates into things that money can't buy. It translates into influence. It translates into conditions that you can use to shape the world into what you want it to look like. This is why things like Powernomics are so important, why every child on earth, every child in our community anyway, needs to read books like Powernomics, because what money lets you do is money lets you influence people. It can influence policy. It can influence governments. Like, think about it. Process it like this. If I go, let's look at it. Let's bring it down to earth real quick before we get back to the Rothschilds. If I go out to a school, and this has actually happened, and I come in and I say, I'm Dr. Boyce Watkins. I want to write a $50,000 check to your school. What are they gonna say? They're gonna be like, especially if it's a small, struggling school, doesn't have a lot of money, they're gonna say, wow, thank you. This is amazing. We appreciate this so much. But what if I didn't say, I got a cousin that's a teacher, and I need you to hire my cousin on your faculty. Okay, sure, absolutely, because we want to maintain this relationship. Okay. And then I say, yeah, I'd like my name on a building or something, like, for my family. Like, that would, okay. And then let's say it could go into other things like, well, I really think you all should teach Black economics in the school because, our kids need to learn economics. Okay, well, Dr. Watkins wants that. That's what we want. Right. And now mind you, power doesn't have to be used for malicious purposes. It's not like I've donated to a lot of schools, but never once have I pushed for anything that would be deemed inappropriate. But what happens is that money affects people. Money affects relationships. So let's go back to the example Kennedy gave. So Kennedy basically said, when we give money to Ukraine, we're not really giving money to Ukraine. What's happening is they're giving the money and they're making all these stipulations that come with the money. Money usually comes with a set of rules. That's why in the Black Business School from the very beginning, we say we're not going to take money from corporations. I don't want to be in bed with a bunch of raunchy, goofy ass celebrities. I also am not taking money from the Democrat or Republican parties because they don't write blank checks that allow you to do whatever you want. They're buying influence from you. So basically, when they give money to Ukraine, they'll say, okay, we'll give you the money, but we need you to agree to some conditions. Oh, okay, sure. What do you need? What do you need? We need you to upgrade your weapon systems to a specific global standard in order for you to move forward here. So that means your old stuff is garbage. You need to buy new stuff. Okay, no problem. Oh, and by the way, when you buy your new stuff, we have these defense contractors in the United States, Northrop Grumman and some other companies that would be more than happy to sell you everything you need, right? You need more missiles? Oh, we got you. You need more bombs? Oh, we got you, right? You need tanks? Oh, we got a company that makes tanks. So you're giving them the money so they can spend it right back with American corporations. Do y'all follow what I'm saying? Do you get what I'm saying? And this, Kennedy correctly defines this as a type of money laundering. He said, what you're doing is you're taking taxpayer money and you're funneling that money to corporations that gave money to your campaign. This is why, and I'm sorry, and I know I hurt people's feelings because I don't jump on bandwagons and I'm not into all this Democrat Republican nonsense. I make fun of it. I joke about it. It's like, yeah, oh, Kamala washed greens in the bathtub. Oh, that makes her perfectly fit to be president. Or Trump. Trump. It's funny. The funny thing about Trump is that everybody's known Trump was an asshole for 30 years. Anybody who's ever followed him has known this guy is a blowhard, arrogant guy. Like, when I met Kanye West and I was on the phone with Kanye for all those hours, I said, okay, now I understand why you and Trump get along, because both of y'all are crazy. Both of y'all need therapy. Both of you think that you're the most important human beings on the planet. And I don't want to be around either one of you. So I make jokes about it. And I know people get offended because somehow they falsely believe in this nonsense. They believe that this stuff is really going to represent their interest. And what they don't understand is that politicians don't work for you. Politicians don't work for you. Politicians work for the people who gave them the money to get elected. They can buy you. They can buy your vote. All they got to do is tell you that they washed their greens in the bathtub or do the electric slide with you, and they got you. They got you. But the corporations say, I'm gonna write this check. They're saying this to Trump, the Silicon Valley saying, Trump, we're gonna write you billions of dollars in checks. Elon Musk, it says, I'm gonna give you $45 million a month to become president. But when you get in office, I need you to subsidize the EV industry because we're getting our butts kicked by China. BYD's killing us. They're going to put us out of business. We need you to put tariffs on Chinese-made electric vehicles because they're flooding the market and we can't stay in business. Silicon Valley saying, yo, look, we're going to write this check for you, but we need to make sure you call off the Securities and Exchange Commission so they'll stop investigating us because they're really messing up our game. They're disrupting our swag. We can't go Google. We can't dominate the way we used to dominate because the Biden administration's investigating us for antitrust violations. Do you understand? So it is fundamentally, you could call it corrupt. It's definitely driven heavily by money. And this is a reason why I think it's kind of a joke. It's like we think that they're working for us, and it's like, no, they're not working for you. They're working for the people who gave them the money. If they don't work for the people who gave them the money, they will not get reelected. There was one sister out of Ohio who spoke up about AIPAC, and she was like, we can't just be doing what AIPAC says, and we need to do what's right, and da-da-da-da. You know what they did? They found another Black person in that area to run for office. AIPAC came along and said, we're going to give you X millions of dollars so you can beat this lady and get her out of office. And that's what they did. And when they spent the money, they were basically buying advertising, which ultimately buys influence. You advertise to people, you tell them that you make your greens in the bathtub so they'll vote for you, and whatever it is. I'm not picking on Kamala, but whatever. You know, politicians say, I don't even think, to me, it's like, that's such a goofy topic anyway. I don't even care about that. But it's funny, right? It's funny. And then when you get in office, they're like, they call you up and they say, hey, we're the people who gave you all this money. We need you to go ahead and do what we agreed that you're going to do. And it fits right in with your policies because this is what you said before the election, because you knew that we gave you money and you knew this is what we wanted. That's why, for example, Trump speaks heavily about putting big tariffs on products coming from other countries, because Silicon Valley pretty much made that a condition before they could get his money. So effectively, circling back to the Rothschilds, they had a lot of financial influence that went beyond just writing checks and hiring people. This financial influence allowed them to determine whether England or France was going to win the war. And so let me kind of break down some of this so we can kind of understand the Rothschilds. In fact, actually, before we do that, I know sometimes I get kind of intense, and I don't want us to be too stressed out on a Sunday morning. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to actually play this video that I saw that was like this horribly made movie from the 1950s that basically kind of talked about the Rothschild family. And I thought it was kind of interesting. I think it's a good way to kind of start the discussion so we can pick up some of our lessons out of this. So give me 1 second. This is on my Instagram page. My Instagram is one of my Instagrams is Dr. Boyce Money, Dr. Boyce Money. So feel free to follow me on the gram. I could use your follows. All right, so here we go. Because y'all know my pages get taken down because I talk about stuff that you're not supposed to talk about. All right, so here is the Rothschild video. Check this out.
For money. Money is power. Money is the only weapon that the Jew has to defend himself with. Oh, never.
Come, you must speak for you. All of you.
Much money is lost through sending gold by coach from one country to another. In times of war, it is seized by the enemy. In times of peace, by thieves. You are 5 brothers. I want you each to start a banking business in a different country. One to go and open a house in Paris, one in Vienna, one in London. Choose the most important centers. In your day, there will be many wars in Europe. And nations that have money to transport will come to the Rothschilds because it will be safe. You must stand by one another. No one brother must be allowed to fail while another brother succeeds. Your 5 banking houses may cover Europe, but you will be one firm, one family, the Rothschilds, who work always together. Work and strive for money. Money is power.
I'm going to play it one more time. First off, let me know if you all can hear that. Will y'all give me a yes real quick in the chat to let me know you were able to hear that okay? All right. And I'm going to play it again because this, y'all don't understand. There was a ton of financial consciousness exercises in that statement, in that short statement that he made. There were about 3 or 4 things that I want to drill into that's really going to shape how you see money. So let me pull this back up again, and I want us to watch this again because it's that interesting to me. So here we go.
Money is the only weapon that the Jew has to defend himself with. Oh, never.
Come, you must speak for you. All of you.
Much money is lost through sending gold by coach from one country to another. In times of war to seize by the enemy. In times of peace by thieves. You are 5 brothers. I want you each to start a banking business in a different country. One to go and open a house in Paris, one in Vienna, one in London. Choose the most important centers. In your day, there will be many wars in Europe. And nations that have money to transport will come to the Rothschilds because it will be safe. You must stand by one another. No one brother must be allowed to fail while another brother succeeds. Your 5 banking houses may cover Europe, but you will be one firm, one family, the Rothschilds, who work always together.
Okay, wow. First off, did anybody else sort of understand how powerful that was? Give me a yes if you could feel the power of that state of what you just saw, without me even jumping into it. Let me know. I want to know if you get why I watched this, why I had you watch this twice, why this was a hell of a lot of game dropped in one. And this was, again, Dr. Claude Anderson's been dropping this kind of game for many, many years, and people don't listen. But what I want to do is I want to go through piece by piece that short video in 4 or 5 financial consciousness lessons that you can extract from just something that simple, right? To learn finance, you don't have to go to a college campus or take a class or wait for white people to put you in school. You can learn these things on your own. You can learn these things from each other. And I think, in fact, I think that's better and it's actually safer, because I don't think other people should be educating us, because someone who makes money controlling you is never going to teach you how to be liberated. People who make money managing you and keeping you in your place will never, ever benefit from teaching you how to break out of their management system. And this really even goes back to especially when you talk about Black folks and how many people have worked extremely hard to maintain control of Black people. In fact, I got to go find this. I'm going to put this up on my Instagram later today. There's a brother who found a document in 1922, where there was a meeting of the Communist Party representatives, and they literally made a document on how they would control the Black community by basically connecting with the pastors, by creating organizations that would be set to manage Black people, by sort of connecting to us in certain ways. It was so deep that I really want to break that down as well. And what someone said is that, and actually he fast forwarded to things that Malcolm X said about how liberals work to control the Black community, and how some of these very same ideas about sort of going through the pastors and connecting with us in certain ways, that's exactly what the blueprint is, and it works effectively. So I'm not going to talk about that, though, because I want to stay on this Rothschild thing, but that made me think as well. So the first thing I want you to notice is in that video, he starts off by saying that for his community, money is the only weapon that he says the only weapon we have to defend ourselves. It is the only weapon we have to defend ourselves. So he's talking about 2 things at once. He's talking about playing offense and playing defense. He's saying that money is a weapon, but it's used to defend ourselves. Now, if you read books like Powernomics and you listen to me even 3 or 4 times, you'll understand all the different millions of times I've tried to explain to you that money is a tool. Money is power. Money is a weapon that is used to control you. Money. So if you don't have something to defend yourself with, to defend your freedom, to defend your family, then someone's going to come and conquer you. So he says that in his community, money is the only weapon that we can use to defend ourselves. And if you think about it, his community, and I'm not going to keep saying that J word, because they're so powerful that they literally will ban you or come get you just for even mentioning their name. So we're not even going to do all that, and also I don't want this to be interpreted as anti-nothing. I'm not into all that stuff. I ain't got time for that. And that's what I told Kanye too when he started ranting on all that stuff. I said, man, I don't want to hear all that. I want to talk about us. I want to talk about what we can do. Ain't nothing you can do to us that we can't do to you. Ain't nothing somebody else can do to harm us that we can't harness ourselves. So stop talking about how powerful other people are, and let's start learning from that power so we can have power ourselves. So anyway, long story short, he uses the words weapon and defense. And I did a training with you guys called the Economics of Self-Defense. I'm sure it's out there somewhere. If you go Google it, you could probably find it somewhere. And because literally, I said, I get it. Black people want to be free, and we don't feel free. The reason we don't feel free is because we got to get up and go work for a white man every day. That's why you lack freedom. And another reason you can't be free is because for whatever reason, we're not shifting the culture enough to implement enough economic discipline, like basic things like a $5 a day investing plan for our children to help them to become free. If everybody simply invested, if we simply invested as much money as we spend on Gucci belts, fast food, and new cars, we would have plenty of wealth to be able to defend ourselves. We would not have to get up and go to work every day for somebody who disrespects us. That's the first thing. He uses the words weapon and defend. This goes back. This is a powernomics principle. Dr. Claude Anderson, he's talked about this for many decades. Number two, he says during times of war, when your gold is transported, it will be seized by the enemy, and during times of peace, it will be seized by thieves. Now, if you remember, one of the things I've always explained to you guys, and I'm gonna go through it real quick, is I said there's pretty much 4 stages to wealth, 4 stages. One is you got to know where the money's at. You'd be surprised how many people lack even the basic financial consciousness to even know where money is. My thing is like, how do you plan to have money when you don't even know where the money's at? You don't even know that the stock market is the #1 wealth builder in America. You don't even know that entrepreneurship gives you a far greater likelihood of having wealth than working for somebody. You don't even know the value of owning versus renting. You think you can consume and buy things for the rest of your life, and that you're going to somehow be wealthy. That doesn't make any sense. Or you're going this, get my bachelor's degree, go $200,000 in debt and work for other people route. That doesn't work. The studies show that doesn't work. So financial consciousness is critical for anybody that wants to be financially strong. So the first step is financial consciousness, learn where the money's at. The second step is you have to have a plan. I tell my girls, I say, look, if you ask a man what his 10-year plan is and he can't give you an answer in 60 seconds, that's not the man for you. Because success doesn't typically happen by accident, especially when you're Black. Because there's already a plan. You don't have a plan for your life, but they got a plan for your life, though. They got a plan for you already. So because you have not thought about your plan or God's plan, you're gonna have to submit to Massa's plan. Because Massa has a plan for you. Massa's plan for me was that my mother would abort me before I was born so that I would never be a problem. That was Massa's plan for me. So my mother, by going to those public schools and arguing with those teachers who wanted to put me on medication and put me in special ed because I didn't follow their rules, she was aborting, or she was, I don't say use the word abort, that's a different kind of abort, right? She was basically superseding Massa's plan and say, no, this is my plan for my child. This is what my child's going to be. And actually, if you ask my mother to this day, she'll say, I was implementing God's plan, because in my mind, when I sat down at that altar and prayed to God about this baby, should I have it? She said, God told me, this is what my mother says. Now, maybe she's making it up. I don't know. But she says, God told her, you got to have this baby because this baby is going to help change the world. She literally will say that. She said, I did not feel that about in my other children. I love my brother and my sister. They're amazing people. But she literally said that to me. And who knows, maybe it was a self-fulfilling prophecy. Maybe the fact that she told me that made me say, okay, I got to go do this, right? Which is yet another interesting thing about how the mind works, right? Whatever it is, but that's what my mother told me. So you have to be able to implement your plan and be strong enough and committed enough and fearless enough to make sure that that plan overrides any other plan that's out there, because they got a plan for you. They do. So the first thing is financial consciousness. The second step is to have a plan. If you don't have a plan, then you're not going to be successful typically. The third is you got to work the plan. You got to execute. Wealth is nothing but an accumulation process. All wealth is doing the same thing over and over and over again, and then eventually you've done it a whole lot. You're saving $20 a day or whatever, and then over time you end up having $1 million because you've been investing that money the whole time. Or just like walking down the road, if I take 2 steps every 10 seconds and I do that consistently, I'm going to eventually take 10,000, 20,000 steps, right? That's literally how wealth is accumulated. So you have to work the plan, be consistent, do the same thing every day. Every single day I get up each day, and I talk to you every day about economics. Every single day. I've been doing this since probably about 2009. And now I look back and I'm like, holy crap, I've done 22,000 videos and it's gotten over 1 billion views. Oh, it was step by step by step. Because I'm not the most popular person in the world. There's a lot of people that hate my guts. A lot of people don't understand me. A lot of people don't want to hear what I have to say. I'm not a great speaker. I'm okay. I'm not anybody special. But one thing I am special about is that I know who I am and I'm very consistent about it. You can call me whatever you want to call me, but one thing you cannot call me is inconsistent. That's it. Even the people who hate me, sorry, my chair came down. Even the people who hate my guts can never say that I'm not consistent, right? So, and that's all. When I hear them say that, then when I hear them admit to that, I'm like, okay, that's all I need. I don't need you to like me. I need you to know that I'm going to be here. Period. So, what else? The fourth part. And this gets to the Rothschilds thing. So we talked about having consciousness, knowing where the money's at. 2, making a plan to get the money. 3, executing the plan. Number 4, this is what the Rothschilds were referring to. When you pile up resources, you better be able to defend that stuff. If you can't defend what you got, then you will not have it for very long. Once you get money, you become a target. You become a target of every cousin that's got a sob story. You become a target of the government that will tax you into the ground. You become a target. You a man, you're going to become a target of every cute little girl who's trying to come and get a piece of that money. If you are a woman, there are women. I know wealthy Black women who are hit on by what they call these hobosexuals, these men that are sexy and know how to drop it in bed, and they're really trying to get close to you so they can get access to what you got. Even the men are doing that to the women now, right? And so what he's saying is that during times of war, when you got money, somebody's gonna try to take it. Either the enemy's gonna seize it, or the thieves are gonna try to steal it. So what he's saying is we need a plan so we can protect what we got. We're gonna go get it, and after we get it, we're gonna defend it. Okay, now let's move on. What's another type of defense? Well, one thing he says in that video is he says, I want all 5 of you to go to different countries and set up banks in different countries. Now, again, I don't know if these conversations ever happened. Nobody knows, but that is what the Rothschilds did. So they went to different countries and they set up banks in different countries. Well, what is that? What concept of economic self-defense is that? Well, that's called diversification. Diversification is a critically important part of economic self-defense. It is an area in which many of our people fail. Many of our people fail for one reason. We've been raised on this false belief that having a job was the safest way to make your money. That when you have a job, you have job security, so you're more secure than if you are a person who's getting different streams of income, and that's not true because you're never secure if all your income is coming from one place, especially if it's coming from somebody who don't give a damn about you. You know that corporation don't love you. You know that they'll drop you in a second. You know that you could die at your desk. They're going to sweep your dead body up and then replace you within a week. But somehow you feel more secure because you're getting all your income from that one source, and you're pretty much raised and trained to serve these people from birth. Like that's all you're custom designed to do that. It's like the Eddie Murphy movie, Coming to America, when the girl came in and she's drop dead gorgeous, and he says, "So what do you do?" And she says, "I spent my whole life being trained to serve you." So when he decided he didn't want her, she had nowhere to go. She had nothing to do. She was like, "Well, I've lost my sense of purpose." Well, a lot of you were raised that way. You were raised to go to school, get good grades, go to college, and get a good job. And if this society and if this economy does not want you, a lot of you feel like you have nowhere to go. That's why you see so many people when they can't get a job or can't keep a job. Give me a yes if you've seen somebody where because they lost their job and they can't get another one, they get depressed, they start drinking, they sit around and start doing. See, this is where the wino started. I talked to a Black man one time. I spoke for the National Black Chamber of Commerce. They had a real cool dude that was running the organization. Well, I was really impressed because I know that they have to be very political. And I said, okay, do you want, if when I speak, do you want me to give you the political Boyce Watkins or the safe Boyce Watkins, or you want me to give you the real Boyce Watkins? He said, I want the real Boyce Watkins. I said, okay, you got it. And he was a good guy. I can't remember, I think his name was Big B or something like that. And anyway, when they were driving me back to the airport, I was talking to his driver, and his driver was an entrepreneur. I think he owned the limo company where he was driving me in this car. And he was 62 years old. And he said, I've never had a job in my life. I said, you've never had a job. Tell me what have you done your whole life? He said, well, he said, I just get money. I know how to make money. And I said, really? I said, where'd that come from? He said, well, when I was a kid, my father used to work in the steel mill, and he had a good job, was making good money. And then the steel mill shut down. You know, they make these big trade agreements with other countries. It was one Clinton made where they and basically saying, "Uh-oh, somebody said I'm frozen with no sound. Can you guys hear me? Okay, let me know if you can hear me." Oh, this is bad. Okay, give me 1 second, guys. Let me see. Am I in here? Can y'all I'm gonna you can hear me. Okay. Yeah, I'm in a hotel and this hotel Wi-Fi. Lord Jesus. All right, let me you know what? I'm gonna try to switch Wi-Fi's real quick. Hold on, guys. Sorry about that. Okay, hold on. Let me see if I can switch my Wi-Fi. All right, so you guys can hear me. I'm good now. Am I good enough to keep going? Okay, let me know. Interrupt me if I go out again. Okay, so what he said was, he said, my father used to work in the steel. That's what. So let me tell you. So the reason that the manufacturing base in a lot of countries disappeared is because when they let China into the World Trade Organization, China was able to make a product for $1 that would have cost $30 in the United States. So why would you manufacture a product in the US where you got to go pay a worker a living wage and the product's going to cost $30 when you could go make it in China where it's going to cost $1? So that's when you started to see a lot of the major cities that have manufacturing bases just sort of fall apart. Milwaukee, Gary, Indiana, Detroit, places like Akron and Toledo, stuff like that. A lot of the Midwest got hit. So basically, effectively, these sorts of agreements end up harming people. So what happened was this man told me that when those manufacturing jobs went away, he said that's when the winos started. He said because you had a lot of black men who had only been trained to work for white men. That's all they knew how to do. So what they did was they would just sit around and drink all day, sit around, drink and play chess all day. When a man loses his sense of purpose, it's hard for him to maintain his manhood. So a man has to maintain some sort of a sense of purpose that goes beyond just showing up to work for this white guy, or anybody. You have to know your value beyond just whether or not you have a job or can get a job. In my view, a better way to look at it would be, okay, I got all this free time now because you don't want to hire me. But now that I've got this free time, I can put this into something else. There's always something for me to do. There's always something I can do in order to make money. So rather than just working for a company, I think that children should be trained to just kind of work for the world, right? Like if I work for a company, that means that if that company doesn't want me anymore, then I'm done. I have no income. I'm in trouble. Oh my God, there's financial anxiety. I'm stressed out. That's why my wife is a therapist and she has to work with people that are going through this. But if your child is trained to just kind of work for the world, then they know, like, hey, you know what? If I can't work over here, then I'm gonna find a customer somewhere. Instead of finding a job, I'm gonna find a customer. Do you understand the difference? If I find a customer, that means, okay, this lady needs her grass cut. That's my customer. This other guy, oh, you need the house painted? You're my customer. Oh, you need me to help come and build something for you? You're my customer. You want to buy this shea butter, whatever it is, you're my customer. So ultimately, I think that it's just as easy to train children to find a customer as it is to train them to find a job. Because when you find a job, all you're doing is trying to find a customer. That's it. Because your customer is a corporation. That's it. That's literally when you go on a job interview, all you're doing is selling yourself. Well, I went to Brown University and I got a master's degree in mechanical engineering and I'm a diligent worker and I like to set goals and my biggest weakness is that sometimes I work too hard and you're going to all these interviews, you're selling yourself. You're code switching, you're trying to fit in, you're trying to show them how great you'd be with the company. All you're doing is selling. So if you can sell yourself, then you can sell a lot of stuff. If I can sell myself, I could sell ink pens. If I can sell myself, I can sell cars. If I can sell myself, I can sell services. And the difference is, though, you just have a different boss. Really, really. So I would just encourage you with kids. I'm sorry. People think I'm radical for saying this, but I don't think this whole like raising your kids to go work for white people thing is really working out for us. When I look at how many people I know that are going through all kinds of daily struggle because of the stress of their job, I say, wow, like you're really crying on your way to your dream job. Like, you used to dream about this job back in you really wanted this job. Now you have the job. Now you're crying because the job is so stressful for you. This isn't where you're supposed to be. And maybe no one gave you the courage to realize that you can be in other places than this bad relationship. Maybe we have to heighten your economic self-esteem a little bit to let you know that you are worthy, you are valuable, even if this company don't want you no more. And I just think this is something that has to be taught in the beginning. So because I don't think any of the Rothschilds were sitting around saying, well, how are we going to get a good job? I don't. I think they were thinking, how we're going to find a customer. So let me keep going. Let me finish this video. I'm going to play this video one more time for those of you that just came in. And also, some of you are asking for this link, the link for the estate planning class in the Dr. Boyce Academy. In case you just came in, I did finish it's estate planning essentials. So it's for beginners. It's all about legacy building, protecting your legacy, stuff like that. A lot of you have asked me for this, so I put something together. It's $299 for lifetime access. But the first 100 people can actually get it for $99. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab this link and I'm going to put it in the chat. And also, I'm going to text it out later. If you want to get the text, make sure you're on the text list. To get on the text list, pull out your phone and text the word morning, MORNING, to 87948. Text morning to 87948. And what I'm going to do is before I show this Rothschilds video again, I'm going to actually give you the link in the chat for those of you that want to hurry up and sign up now. Give me a second here. Hold on. All right. I am grabbing this. And I think everybody should have some sort of estate plan in place. I mean, you have too many celebrities that die without any sort of plan, and it's just terrible because you're throwing all that money away. You're literally selling your kids into slavery. I mean, that's the craziest thing in the world. And so anyway, there we go. So if you are in the chat, you should see the link right there. If you want to hop over and sign up now, you can. It's totally up to you. All right, so let me go play this video now. And this is a video of some movie. I don't know the name of this movie, but I liked the theme in the sense that they were kind of going through the story of the Rothschilds. A lot of you have heard of the Rothschilds, but you may not know why they were famous and why they were so powerful. But here's the video. I'm going to play it one more time, and then I'm going to go through a couple of other lessons, financial consciousness lessons you can pick up from this. Here we go.
Strive for money. Money is power. Money is the only weapon that the Jew has to defend himself with. Oh, never.
Come, you must speak for you. All of you.
Much money is lost through sending gold by coach from one country to another. In times of war, it is seized by the enemy. In times of peace, by thieves. You are 5 brothers. I want you each to start a banking business in a different country. One to go and open a house in Paris, one in Vienna, one in London. Choose the most important centers. In your day, there will be many wars in Europe. And nations that have money to transport will come to the Rothschilds because it will be safe. You must stand by one another. No one brother must be allowed to fail while another brother succeeds. Your 5 banking houses may cover Europe, but you will be one firm, one family, the Rothschilds, who work always together. Work and strive for money. Money is power.
Okay, so we talked earlier about some basic lessons. First of all, he talked about money as power, as a weapon, and as a tool to defend yourself. Okay, so that's important to understand from a powernomic standpoint. Never think money is just money. I don't know the name of the movie, Rosa. I wish I could tell you. I just saw the clip and I thought it was great. I'm always looking for something. If I see something where I'm like, oh, this would be great to cover in class, that's what I grab. But if anybody knows the name of the movie, then feel free to share it with me. I'm sure we can Google it. Number 2, he talks about another aspect of financial consciousness, which is that when you acquire money, you have to be aware of how people see you. He says that during times of war, money will be seized by the enemy. During times of peace, it will be seized by thieves. The lack of financial consciousness reminds me of this woman that I met who told me that one of her friends, they had a little group of three really pretty girls, and they would keep track of when athletes or rappers would come to town because they feel like rappers and athletes are stupid. But they have lots of money. So what they would do is they would find out what they like and what they want to talk about and stuff like that, and they would show up and basically give the man whatever he wanted, and then they would put a date rape drug in his drink and set him up and basically extort him. They would put the 15-year-old in the bed and say, if you don't give us X amount of dollars, we're going to call the press, we're going to call your wife, we're going to call your football team or whatever, and you're going to lose everything. So men would have to pay money, and it was due to their lack of financial awareness, their lack of consciousness, that would cause them to be put in this situation. They don't understand that you can't be a multi-million dollar, multi-billion dollar, whatever commodity and just sort of be hanging out and doing anything that you want. Literally, this is real stuff. I like to use real stories in real life. In fact, I remember my father always telling me that a man who has something to lose should not be in a space with a bunch of people that have nothing to lose, or a woman too. If you've got a lot to lose, you should not be in a space with people who have nothing to lose. Tupac, I think that's why Tupac's not here anymore, to be honest with you. Tupac always wanted to be the same no matter what, but he didn't understand that the more famous you become and the wealthier you become, the way the world sees you is going to change, and you're going to have to adjust with that. So anyway, with that said, he talks about thieves and enemies stealing your money once you get it. Then he talks about diversification. Okay, there's 5 of you. All 5 of you are going to go start banks in different countries because we're going to be spread out. We're going to be diversified. That's another rule of economic self-defense. The other thing, too, is he understands the power of family. He says, we have 5 sons. And he says at the end, he says, there's nothing more important than being a Rothschild. He says that no one, he said, you will stand by one another. No one is allowed to fail. You are one family. That is a powernomics principle. That is understanding that many of you, how many of y'all got kids? Any of y'all got kids? Anybody in here? Any parents in the room? If you are a parent or a grandparent, raise your hand. All the parents, because your job is extremely important, and it's the most important job in society. I don't care what anybody else says. One mistake people make in America is we view children as what they call a luxury item. In economics, they call that a luxury item. A luxury item is something that you do that's pretty much a waste of your money anyway. A luxury item is like buying a Coach purse or a Mercedes Benz. You don't need a Mercedes. You don't need a Coach purse. You do it. Why? Well, because you got extra money. You got a little money to burn. You're feeling yourself. So you go ahead and just make it rain a little bit. That's fine. But children are not a luxury item. See, there was a time where children were viewed as an asset. Not in a malicious way, not in an exploitative way, but in a way that said the more babies we have, and if we train these children properly, they become a source of power for the family. We're now gang affiliated. Like, anybody remember when you were little, and you ever know that kid at your school who had like 12 brothers and sisters and then 14 play cousins? And anybody remember a family like that back in school? No one would ever beat up anybody in that family because you knew that if they were loyal to each other, you were going to get your ass kicked. Like, you knew they were all going to show up at your house and kill you. Like you did not mess with the kid who had a bunch of older siblings that were always with them. There was protection there. There was safety there. Well, the grown-up world ain't much different. When you've got people that are with you, that have your back, then you can achieve a whole lot more than if you're trying to operate solo. This is one of the reasons why, since slavery, they have worked so hard to keep us isolated from one another. This is why people like, what was it, Hoover, or the guy that ran the FBI, whatever his name was. This is why they consider Black unity to be the greatest threat to national security in existence. They said, oh my God, if these people all start working together, we're in trouble. We are in trouble. So what I want you to understand is that what this Rothschild father was seeing is that I got 5 sons. Oh, that's a power move. I'm wealthy now. I just ain't got no money. Right? But I'm very wealthy already. I'm a millionaire. I just ain't got no money. And so what he did was he said, you are 5 sons. You will set up 5 banks in 5 countries, and you will be unified. he also said, you will not allow anyone to fail. None of you can succeed while the other one's failing. That's not going to happen. What he's establishing there is a gang. He's establishing what I refer to as an economic gang, and everybody's gang affiliated. Every gang out here has a code of conduct, and gangs aren't just in the streets. It's not just Crips and Bloods and all that. No, gang, the police department ain't nothing but a gang. The Apple computer ain't nothing but a big economic gang. They all got the same little logo. They all follow the same rules. If you don't follow the rules, then they're going to put you out the gang. The North American Free Trade Agreement, NAFTA, is an economic gang. We got together with Mexico and said, hey, homie, look, I got something, you got something. If we work together and set special rules for each other and codes of conduct, we can have more power. The Asian Pacific Union is an economic gang. The European Union is an economic gang. And the problem that you have as an American, particularly as an African American, is that you're constantly inundated with this very rugged individualism. You're constantly inundated with this false idea that you're supposed to do it all by yourself and that you're supposed to be the man. Or you're supposed to be the woman. You're supposed to be the boss. You're supposed to be the HNIC. I run into it all the time. I talked to D1 before he went to InvestFest, and we were talking for a long time. And I said, man, I love rap and I love rappers. I said, but some of these dudes, I cannot talk to them because they are so caught up in trying to be the man, trying to dominate, trying to be King Kong this, and I'm the best, and I'm the baddest, I'm the greatest. And it's a reflection of why the whole Black community fails, because you're always looking for this one guy to be the superhero instead of building institutions. It's ego. Maybe it's ego, insecurity, weirdness, bad culture, but this whole idea that it's like one person has to always be the boss and the leader and everything, it makes it so hard to collaborate, because when I approach other aggressive Black males with collaborative energy, sometimes, not all of them, I mean, a lot of them get it, a lot of guys get it, but some people, it's like they see that like threatening, like it doesn't, like they've never seen that before. Like either I'm dominating you or you're dominating me, but we can win together. Like, what's with the scarcity mindset? I think that's a scarcity mindset, to be honest with you. I think it's scarcity because it makes you think that the only way I can be successful is if I push you out of the picture. And that's not how the world works. When you're working together, there's something called synergy. And synergy is where 2 + 2 is not 4. Synergy is where 2 + 2 is 7. Synergy is where we're not getting together to chop up one pie. We're getting together because we're going to make the pie bigger. And then when it's done, each of us will have a bigger slice than we had before. It's magic. And I really think that you should really tune into that. I think that this is something that is cultural. It's cultural. It is something that can be taught. It's something that simply says, look, man, stop thinking. It's a consciousness concept, actually. It's consciousness, right? Think about it. Imagine a football team where you got a bunch of players who are a bunch of individuals who are all concerned with their own stats and whether or not they got the ball, versus another team that says, look, I'm not worried about whether I get the ball or not. I'm worried about whether or not the team wins. That second team is going to win far more championships than the first team, and there's going to be a lot more success to go around. And typically what's interesting is that when you start to see people's consciousness decline and people start to operate on that low vibrational level is when the team starts losing. When the team starts losing, it becomes every man for himself, and everybody's trying to get their best stats in because they know the team's not going to win. And that's when you start to get people and their egos kind of clashing and fighting with each other. But when the team is winning, and if everyone has the right energy, then you can all understand that you're better together than you are individually. Go look at, for example, groups like New Edition. In New Edition, when they were young and immature, Bobby Brown wanted to be out swerving his hips and kind of being the superstar. The other guys got jealous of Bobby. Next thing you know, the group breaks up. Ralph goes solo. Johnny goes solo. Bobby goes solo. The other three are just sitting there. They don't know what to do because none of them sing. But actually, what's interesting is that Michael Bivins, who I actually did meet him, I liked the guy. He seemed like a leader. He seemed like a guy that would pull people together. He forms Belle Biv DeVoe. Belle Biv DeVoe became more successful than Johnny and Ralph, and almost as successful as Bobby, right? And they had the least talent, but they had the right energy. They said, well, okay, individually, we suck. We can't sing that well. I'm not gonna say they suck, but y'all know they couldn't really sing as well as Bobby and Ralph and all that. But they became successful because they understood how to work together. They understood synergy. And then now that synergy of New Edition is as great as ever, because now they're older guys. They're all over 50. A lot of the egos are gone. And now you see all 6 of them on stage. Bobby's up there huffing and puffing, looking like he's about to pass out at any moment. But I love watching that because it reminds me of this basic idea that you really can be far more successful when you are willing to submit to something bigger than yourself. People don't like the word submit. You talk about submit, people are like, I ain't submitting to nothing. I'm going to do what I want to do. I'm going to do it. Well, okay, keep your selfish ass over in the corner and keep on losing by yourself. I'm submitting. Every day I submit to my wife. My wife submits to me. Every day I submit to my family. Every day I submit to my goals. Every day I submit to y'all. I'm not better than you. I just want to be a good teammate, right? I show up every day because I'm like, I want to be a good teammate for you so that you'll be a good teammate for me. So that if I come through for you every day, you're going to come through for me when I need you to come through for me so we can be a great team. I will never, ever meet any of you and pretend like I'm better than you. That's it. I'm just not interested in that. Why do I need all that? If you are mentally healthy, you shouldn't need people to constantly hoist you up like you're so special and you're better than other people. Then you're sitting up there all by yourself. No, I want to be surrounded by great people. I'm a great man. Hell yeah, I'm a great man. I ain't scared of nothing. I know how smart I am. I know how good I am. You can't hold me back. I can't be stopped. But I also want you to have that same energy. I want you to know how great you are because working together, we can be a great team. I am never going to be a great man because I'm better than you. That does not make me better. I want to be great together. What's wrong? I think that is how you win. I really think that's how you win. If we're all great together, then guess what? We become the baddest group of people on the planet. And I believe that intelligent Black people, B1 people, are going to be the most extraordinary group of people on the earth. I believe that within the next 20 to 30 years, it's going to take time, but we will be the most economically advanced group of people on the planet. We're going to be doing things that people can only dream of. Our children are going to understand economics at a level that far exceeds anybody else. Do you know I met a kid who was in the Black Business School years ago? I told you I got to bring him up again. Caden, I saw him at InvestFest. Caden was 14. I had not seen Caden since he was 7, but his father, they always check in with me every few years because Caden started off in the Black Business School and everything. And I'm talking to Caden, and I'm gonna tell the story again. I know some of y'all might have heard this, but Caden, literally, I was like, "Is that you, Caden?" And he was talking. He's a real polite kid, and I said, "You're 14. You're about to start high school. That's a big deal. Are you ready?" And he said, "Oh, I already finished high school." And I thought he made a mistake. I was like, wait, no, you didn't. And his father's like, oh yeah, we got high school out of the way. I homeschooled him. We got him through high school. And I said, so where's he going to go to college? And his dad said, well, Caden already makes more money than most college graduates, so he's just going to focus on his business. We went to the White House last week. Like, this is what this kid is doing. And here's what I'm saying to you is that I think we can mass produce little Cadens the same way you mass produce cars off an assembly line. I believe that we can have 10 million kids like this. Because let me tell you about Caden. Caden, his dad told me, he said Caden couldn't talk until he was 5. He could not talk till he was 5. There was something going on in terms of a delay or something. I don't know what the issue was, but his dad said, so it's not like he's he was born some massive super genius. He's smart now. Don't get me wrong. He's very smart, but he's not any different from a lot of the kids that you have in your own household. It's just his father understood the value of his child. He understood that the gold did not lie at the back of some white man's house. The gold was not in some factory. The gold was not in some corporate office. The gold was buried in his backyard. You understand? His family was the prize. He was the prize. His son was the prize. So he said, instead of investing my energy, think about this. When you invest your energy into something, what you're doing is it's like you're digging. You're digging for oil, or you're drilling for oil, or you're digging for gold, right? So you're going to your job every day, digging for gold. You're going out into the world looking for possibilities. You're like, oh, I wish they would give me an opportunity. But what you don't understand is for a lot of you, just like it was for the Rothschilds, the gold is buried in your backyard. That's where, in my view, that's where you should be digging. So if you're a parent, grandparent, play parent, step parent, mentor, coach, whatever, understand your multi-million-dollar asset is right there around you. But what we do that is so backward, in my opinion, is we will neglect the kids so we can go off and serve massa. Tell me if I'm lying. Tell me if I'm lying. We will literally, our kids grow up like, I forgot my mama's name because mama's working 14 hours a day. And I understand mama's got to go pay the bills sometimes, but Lord Jesus, we don't even understand. Again, because we look at our children as luxury items. We're like, oh, we have these little badass kids. They cost all this money and whatever. And you do the bare minimum. And then you say, well, you drop them off at some public school so that some white guy can like get into their brain, right? And next thing you know, they're coming home and telling you that you're mispronouncing your pronouns, right? Or whatever they're teaching in school. Because in Chicago, kids that are coming out of the public schools cannot read and write. And these are brilliant children. These are our children. These kids are smart. Somebody said my sound is breaking up. Let me switch my Wi-Fi real quick. I'm probably gonna have to. Can y'all hear me? Are y'all able to hear me? Because I keep going. Somebody said I'm going in and out. Am I good now? Thank you. Okay. I'm getting annoyed. All right, so let me give the last lesson because then I'm gonna go. My wife and I are gonna go to brunch today, and I don't want to make her wait for too long. The last thing that he mentions in that Rothschild video. So he tells them, you're one family, you stick together. And what he's doing is he's creating a defense system by saying, none of you let the other one fail. This is exactly what I talk about in my book, The 10 Commandments of Black Economic Power. This is exactly what in that book. If you go read that book, you will see that these are the things that I talk about. You have to set up a code of conduct. You take your family, they become an economic gang. Every gang has a code of conduct, and he's giving them the code. He's giving them the game. He's saying, look, this is what you're going to have to do. You're going to have to protect each other. All right, so somebody says, my sound is going in and out. You know what? I'm gonna switch Wi-Fi real quick so I can finish this point up. So give me 1 second. Let me open up my personal hotspot because apparently this hotel Wi-Fi is a piece of junk. So, and then we'll do the last point. Then we're going to get out of here. So give me 1 second. All right, hold on. Okay. All right. So I'm back now. Give me a yes if you can hear me okay. Give me a quick yes if I'm coming through all right, because I'm on my phone Wi-Fi now. Okay. And if I have to turn off my video, I will. Okay, great. All right. Thank you so much, April and Gerald and Kelsey and Renee. I appreciate you. All right. So he sets up a mindset early, right? This is so important. He's telling the children, don't go looking out in the world for what you need. Look toward each other. Instead of turning outward, you turn inward. See, a lot of y'all were raised in households where you were not taught to do that. You were not taught to turn inward to fulfill your economic needs and responsibilities. You were taught to turn outward. Okay, Billy, I got 3 smart kids. You're going to go work for him. You're going to go work for her. You're going to go work for this company. And then next thing you know, all of you are so spread out. You're all applying insane amounts of energy toward things that are not amounting to shit, just so you can get enough money so you can barely pay your bills. That's what you're doing. But what the Rothschild father told them was, he said, turn inward, look at each other, go to your brother, make sure he's good. And this is exactly how the European Union got formed. This is how Apple Computer got formed. This is how any successful economic entity has that same philosophy. You take your energy and you apply it to the people that matter to you. It's the same energy that leads me to get up every day and to talk to you. Harvard University could not hire me to stop doing what I do every day, because I would just tell them there's no place that I'd rather be and no place that I need to be that's more important than me being right here educating Black people about economics. This is the best use of my doctorate, period. So that's another thing that he was given. Because remember, if you don't give the kids the right mindset, they can have all the talent and opportunity in the world and it won't amount to anything. So mindset is everything. Economic culture exceeds economic education. Education means nothing without culture, because the education gives you the skill to do something. It tells you how to do something, but the culture tells you why you should be doing something. It tells you what you should do with your skill. If you teach me how to shoot a gun, but you don't tell me who I should be shooting at, I'm going to kill some people. I might pull that gun out and shoot my mother in the face. So you have to train me like, no, you don't shoot your mama, boys. You got to shoot the enemy. Aim right here. This is who you got to tell them the why. We don't give them the why. We give them the what and the how, but we don't give them the why. Why are you doing this? The why is where the fire's at. When I come in here acting like a crazy man, jumping up and down, it's not the what and the how that's making me do this. It's the why. I'm doing this because I know that in a few years, we're going to kill it. And I'm going to tell you, I was extra fired up when I went to InvestFest and I said, this is what I was always aiming for. Thousands of Black people getting together only to talk about economics. This is so different from the beginning when everybody acted like it was crazy and weird and stupid and nobody was interested. Now everybody's interested. Now we got our people right where we want them. Now in the next generation, what we do is we're elevating this. We're building on top of this. See, because the Jewish community did not become the most economically capable group of people in the world in one generation. It took hundreds of generations. It took a long time. So ultimately for us, we're still in the infancy of this movement. We're still at the very beginning. Sure, we're doing a lot, but what's going to be amazing is what your grandkids do. They're going to be looking at us 100 years ago and say, this is where it started. And this is what we're doing now. They're going to be running trillion-dollar corporations. And what our job is to lay out the framework, to lay out the groundwork, to get them started, to move them in the right direction, to make sure that we can clear the obstacles. It's like if you're trying to build a building on a forest, first you got to clear the land. You got to chop down the trees. You got to remove all the stuff that's going to get in the way. And then they're going to build on top of what we created. So the last piece I'm going to throw in here is the last thing. The Rothchild father said that was really interesting. He said, there will be many wars. Now, he did not say which side of the war you're supposed to pick. He didn't say who you're supposed to fight for. He said there will be many wars. And in these wars, both sides are going to need our services. So he wasn't saying go out here and gamble and get into a war and fight people. He said, pay attention to the war. And whenever people need a service involving the transport of money, they will come to the Rothschilds. So here's what this made me think about. In the California gold rush, most people who rushed for gold did not get any gold. Most people who went into the gold rush, they jumped in and they did everything they could to be a part of it. But most of those people came back with nothing. But there were people who said, look, I don't want to go dig for gold, but I'll sell lunch to the people who are tired after they spent the whole day digging for gold. Or I can be a tour guide for the people who are trying to figure out where to go to dig for gold. Or I'm going to sell, or Levi blue jeans. They said, we're going to sell these really rough, rugged blue jeans so that when people are digging for gold, they can have some good pants to wear while they're digging for gold. I'm not going to dig with you, but I'll sell you the service that will help you to go and speculate. And that's what the bankers and the Rothschilds were doing. They were like, look, we ain't going to fight in these wars. We ain't trying to be involved, but we'll finance the war for you and we'll sell weapons to both sides. That's what and so to this day, and this creates some animosity for them, unfortunately, is to this day, this is kind of the reputation they have. This is why they became the economic boogeyman, because they were the ones who got to decide as the bankers who was even going to win the war, who was going to have what they needed, who was going to get access to the gold. And so effectively what it says is that when you're thinking about business, see, it's almost reminds me of like stock options, right? A lot of people are into buying stock options. They love to speculate. They love to, throw money out and invest it and hope for the best. And I got a text message from a rapper. I'm not going to say his name, but the other day he was a rapper. He sent me a message on Instagram and he was asking me about stock options. And he said, man, I was curious to know what you think, because he said, I lost, $100,000 buying stock options. And he said, so what do you think about that? I said, well, actually, I don't buy stock options. And he's like, what do you mean? I said, well, I don't speculate. I sell stock options. I don't want to buy the option because that means I might either make a bunch of money or I'm going to lose money. But if I sell the option, I'm always going to make money because I'm selling the option to the people who want to speculate. I don't want to be the gambler. I want to be the house. And so basically, when you're thinking about investing and making your money move, you want to sort of understand the terrain well enough to know where you want to position yourself. So this is that was the last point that was really interesting, is that he was basically telling his sons various aspects of economic consciousness. He said there's going to be many wars. money is a weapon that can be used to defend yourself. He mentioned that when you get money, you're going to have haters and enemies that are going to try to take it from you. He said, which means that you're going to have to stick together and you're going to have to diversify, which is why I want all of you in different countries. I also want all of you to have each other's back. And then at the end of the day, we're not trying to get involved in the petty nonsense and the low vibrational stuff, like wars and all that. What we're going to do is we're just going to give people what they need so they can do whatever they're going to do, because at the end of the day, the Rothschilds are always going to win. And I kind of think that there's something to really learn from that. So like literally when I'm watching all this stuff, I'm gonna tell you right now, I'm very frustrated because I don't enjoy watching Black people fight each other over Democrat Republican stuff. I don't want to see, one Black person stop being friends with another Black person because they're fighting over politicians that don't give a damn about either one of you. I understand if you're a Democrat, be a Democrat. If you're a Republican, be a Republican. But I don't see where any of this division is going to benefit our community directly. So I would encourage you that after you finish being a Democrat, after you finish being a Republican, become an intelligent Black person. Connect to each other and say, okay, now that we've argued over the basic stuff, let's go ahead and put that to the side so we can focus on the stuff that actually matters. And I think this is a level of consciousness that I hope more people can embrace, because I don't think everybody's going to get it. They know exactly how to trigger us. They know exactly how to get us fighting with each other. And I just really encourage you, and I applaud those of you who are able to kind of see beyond just the very basics. So anyway, that's it, guys. I'm done talking. I hope this conversation was helpful to you. I hope you guys have a great day. I'm going to go eat lunch with my wife. She's been waiting patiently. So I will see you all tomorrow morning. If you want to be on the text list to get notified when we do Money in the Morning, this is 7 days a week, every single morning at 10 a.m. Eastern. Just text the word morning to the number 87948. Text morning to 87948. Also, I will text out a link where you can join the estate planning essentials class. I put that together. The lifetime access fee is $299. For you guys, for the first 100 people to sign up, it's $99. So I cut the price by $200, and it's lifetime access. It's yours for life, and it'll get you started on legacy building and preparing for the next generation. So I'll text that out to you as well later on today. So have a good day, everybody. God bless you, and I'll see you all tomorrow. It's really happening under the surface, and in case you want to know, I'm kind of considered by some to be a social media influencer, but I don't consider myself to be that. I'm a financial scientist. I got my PhD in 2002, and so I personally think that it's a little bit deeper than talking about economics, a little bit deeper than just sounding good on Instagram. But that's part of the process, and I think social media is a valuable tool for the sharing of ideas. When I started to talk about Black wealth and Black economics back in 06, 07, I remember seeing the internet and YouTube and all that and kind of thinking, I bet you. And I did the math in my head, and I said, instead of me teaching 30 people in the classroom, maybe I can teach 30,000 people at once. And that was literally my logic. And one area where I'm kicking myself, you talk about missed opportunities, is I started my first YouTube channel in 2007, and I got a lot of subscribers really fast because nobody was on YouTube. But the thing was, something happened, and I think that my content ended up getting banned because I didn't really think about like the copyright stuff at that time. Like nobody thought about all that. And I said, oh, screw this thing. And I just left YouTube for about 6 years. And it was in like 2013 where I remember just kind of noticing like, okay, this YouTube thing seems to be taking off again. A lot of people are getting on YouTube. So I got on YouTube. And again, I didn't even realize, like in hindsight, that was early. 2013 was early too. Like 2007 was super early. If I'd really pushed hard in 2007, I think I would have had 10 million subscribers. But even with 2013, it was very easy to get. I know like on one channel, I have like about 550,000 subscribers. I have another channel with almost 400,000, and another channel with 200,000, and another channel with 80,000. And so it was very easy to kind of still build that. It's much harder now. It's harder now because everyone kind of later on around the pandemic kind of figured out that the internet was kind of cool. For a long time, nobody did anything on the internet, or I'm gonna say nobody, but a lot of people didn't, because they thought that this other stuff like TV and whatever was better. And I think when the pandemic happened, that's when even the celebrities like the Shannon Sharps and people like that started saying, oh, wait a minute, there's like this really big thing happening online. Maybe I should look into that. So that's kind of been the evolution of social media that from my perspective, also things have changed in terms of the business models. Back in the day, people will create these websites, and have a product on their website and do really well really fast, like Jamal and Martin from Bossip. They were making 15-20 million dollars a year just from their little blog. And then what happened was that monetization model changed because what would happen is the companies would give money to these agencies who would then distribute money to the bloggers based on the amount of traffic you had. You would get ad revenue from that. And so the agencies were like, why should we give money to the bloggers when we can just keep all the money ourselves? So what would happen is you would get paid like money per thousand, per thousand visitors. Like maybe it might be $25 per thousand. So if your article has 10,000 views, you make $250, or if it had, 100,000 views or something, maybe you can make $2,500. But then it went down from like $25 per thousand to crazy numbers like 25 cents per thousand. So then it became a really difficult, almost unsustainable business model. So one thing about business that this makes me think about is that whatever industry you go into, whatever type of business you start, and how many of you, how many of y'all are business owners? Give me a yes if you either own a business or plan to own one, or you're planning to build something, or you want to do side hustles or something. Everybody, any entrepreneurs in here? Or entrepreneurs. Entrepreneurs are people that just kind of want to become entrepreneurs. Just know that whatever you do, it's going to constantly change. And when you see an opportunity, you should probably move on it because the world is going to change on you and that opportunity may disappear. That's really true, especially now, given that AI is just here and it's growing and a lot of people are not paying attention. I was amazed by how many people I know who don't even use things like Chat GPT and stuff like that. I was like, ooh, you might want to pay attention because AI is pretty soon, I think within about 5 years or so, AI is going to be smarter than a PhD scientist. So if you have AI, it's like having, 100 PhDs working for your business. And so ultimately, just making your move, brainstorming with other smart people like in your family investment clubs, or maybe things you're doing in the Black Business School, or people you meet at the All Black National Convention. Just talking. Like, don't even make it a pressure thing. Like, don't pressure yourself. Just talk. Like, hey, let's just get on a Zoom and just talk about stuff. Right? You will be amazed what comes up just from just talking to people. And I think that that's a better approach than like trying to do everything in a silo and in a vacuum. You're not as smart in a vacuum as you are with other people. And this is not just something that I'm sharing with you for your sake. It's something that I have to remind myself of because I'm naturally an introvert. I'm naturally an introvert, and you know how it is when you're an introvert. I have my most peace. I don't know, maybe I'm on the spectrum or something. I got to check into that. But anyway, it's like you get tunnel vision. You're okay being by yourself. I like peace and quiet because I can focus because it's almost like a type of meditation that helps me think and understand the world better. And that's good for coming up with unique ideas. And that's been helpful, right? So, sometimes I'll say something and people will be like, I never heard it said like that before. I never thought of it like that. And I'm like, yeah, me either until last week. And because I was thinking about it over and over again, and I realized something that I wouldn't have realized if I hadn't thought about it 47 times, right? And that's also what makes me strange, right? It's also what makes me say things sometimes where people are like, what in the hell are you talking about? That's crazy, man. What's wrong with you? Right? It's like, no. You'll get the same thing. Just go sit and think about it. You haven't processed it, right? So that's good, but the downside of being an introvert, this is for my fellow introverts, is that you miss out on ideas that are outside of your own. It's very hard for you to see the world in any way other than the way you were trained to see it. That's it. If you get caught in that trap of only having one type of vision, that's your vision, and that's the only vision, which is pretty much a big chunk of the world now because everybody's like fighting each other over like Democrat, Republican stuff and all that, then I think that really, really limits your possibilities. And this is a consciousness exercise right now. We're doing a consciousness exercise because consciousness isn't just leveling up. Consciousness is broadening out and is going to additional dimensions of existence, right? So if I can only see the world from one perspective, then my consciousness is limited because I cannot imagine what my perspective looks like from to the person over there. I can see what I see. Do you understand? I have a first person visual on everything that I believe, everything that I see, but I can't see what I see from over there. I don't know how I look, to that person over there. All these are types of consciousness because it requires little tools like empathy and our ability to really connect and truly relate and understand other people's perspectives. And people just don't do that anymore. Nobody's really encouraged to do it. Or when you say people should do it, people just get mad and they just want to argue and fight and all that. And I can tell you that this hurts you not just in terms of just what kind of human being you are. It also hurts you when it comes to business. And and again, this is not just me telling you this. This is me reminding myself of this because let me just tell you what happened this weekend when I was in Atlanta. Some of you were around for class this weekend, so you know kind of a little bit of this. But I was in Atlanta. I went to the Black Business Conference with Dr. Ken Harris. I highly recommend it. He's a great guy. Just amazing. Booker T. Washington started that organization. And I can just tell you also, like the individuals in that organization helped me understand Booker T a lot better. If you just write him off as some sort of Uncle Tom, I think you're missing the greatness of this man. I mean, this man really was extraordinary. And to the point where there are people that even speculate that they killed him, that somebody killed him. I don't know if that's true or not, but that's what that's what the story is. And when I was there, I was meeting all these people from different parts of the world. I was meeting, I met a 40-year-old black man who builds houses. I met another brother from he's actually from the Nation of Islam who had built an engineering firm and his kids work for him and he homeschooled his kids. His kids never went to school. Again, I love the Nation of Islam because they have this thing called common sense. Like, why would you let your enemy educate your kids? And they're also action oriented. They're like, no, you're not going to educate my child. And I just respect that, right? I just think it's enormous. And I also respect builders. And he literally was a builder. I think he was able to build houses too. So you have builders and you're building a business, you're building homes, you're building your children in the right way. And I think that's a recipe for success. His children were very successful as a result of that. And so as I was meeting different people, I just sort of started seeing just so many different perspectives. And then I walked over to InvestFest, which was a different kind of vibe. The Black Business Conference, most people were dressed in business attire. The age range was maybe from the 20s, maybe 25, as high as 75. Probably more so in the 40s, right? But I did meet a young woman named Ketchy. I told you about Ketchy. She left an impression, and she was super smart. She was 30 years old. She read all the Dr. Claude Anderson books and was eager to be around business people that could help her kind of see things and grow and learn. But then I went to InvestFest, right, which has a different kind of approach. InvestFest, to some extent, they're deeply connected to hip hop culture. I think 50 Cent was there, and Steve Harvey and Tyler Perry and things like that. And I went over there mainly because D1 was performing, and D1 is my buddy. Y'all know this, and so I was supporting D and just kind of walking around, and I was seeing a lot of younger people. I saw people maybe in their 20s and 30s. And I got perspectives from them. I talked to a ton of them. A lot of people were stopping me. And if you were one of those people, I appreciate that very much. It was nice to see you and hug you and everything else. And I was just there to learn. I was learning and observing and just kind of seeing different ways of kind of viewing this economic thing. And so one conclusion that I came to that made me really happy is I said, man, this is what's up. This Black economic revolution is going full throttle right now. And I think it's only going to get bigger from here. I think this is just the beginning. This is the infancy. This is what I used to dream about. I told you all that Martin Luther King, unfortunately they limited him before his death to this dream of little black girls and little white boys holding hands and all that. I mean, you can hold hands whoever you want, but that's not my dream. My dream was something like InvestFest, something like the Black Business Conference, where you've got just thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of black people who are unified around one idea. We're not unified around Democrat, Republican. We're not unified around gay, straight. We're not unified around male, female. We're not unified around other. We're unified around economics. Tell me if you agree. Like, I think that if I walk in and I say, black people, we need to build generational wealth, it's going to be almost like unanimous agreement. Like, let's test it right now. Do you believe black people need to build generational wealth? Do you believe that we should have a legacy for our kids? Do you believe that we should have higher income? Do you believe we should own property? Right? All these things are easy ideas to rally around. And I don't even need to know if you're a Democrat or Republican. I don't care if you're from the North or the South. I don't care if you're tall, short, gay, straight, male, female, young, old. We all like, yeah, let's get black people money. Right? And so to me, that's a beautiful idea. That's the opening that can help us run the ball to the end zone without any friction, with minimal friction. There's not a lot of disagreement. So I was at InvestFest and I thought it was so great. I was watching this guy, the master investor. That's what his name is. I don't know his actual name now. I can't remember his name. But I met one of the founders, the Troy guy. He was very nice to me. We shook hands and he said, "You've been working out?" I said, "Well, when you get past 40, you better work out or you're going to get fat." So I guess I had to, I got my little muscles and stuff. Because I didn't tell him I'm in the 5 a.m. club like 25% of the time. But anyway, Ian Dunlap, that's his name. Yeah. So he's doing this presentation on day trading, which I have to tell you the truth, here's what the research says about day trading. You got to be careful about it because in day trading, the studies show that about 10% of day traders make money, 90% of day traders lose money. Right. So this is one of the reasons why I don't do a lot of that. I don't, the candlesticks and I know all that. We saw that in grad school. And when I was in my PhD program, they pretty much told us like, don't endorse that. That is not, but it doesn't mean that it's fine. It's fine, but it's not easy and simple, right? Like, for example, when I mentioned like the $5 a day plan and I say, just buy some S&P 500 stocks and do it consistently and your wealth is definitely going to grow. This has been proven to consistently work for anybody who does that basic thing, right? Whereas day trading is a little more complex. It has ups and downs, but I understand why people want to participate in it. So it's not in any shade toward those who like day trading. I personally just don't really get into it that much because it's, because of that, right? But what I was impressed by was I just saw him doing this presentation, and it was right before D1 was about to speak. And I was like, wow, this is so great to just see all these like young people, thousands of them sitting in this room and taking notes, like intensely paying attention to this conversation about stocks in the stock market. Because I've mentioned to you all, I think you can keep it to make it as simple as possible. Here's what you got to understand about the stock market. The biggest mistake you can make in the stock market is to not participate at all. That's the biggest mistake you can make. So what you got to understand is that the first step to being a millionaire or being wealthy is acting like wealthy people, doing what wealthy people do. Most wealthy people are in the stock market. So if you think you're going to be wealthy and not touch the stock market, well, then that's like saying I'm going to get across Cincinnati in 5 minutes, but I don't have a car. Well, if you don't have a car, you better take an Uber or something. If you think that's going to happen on foot, that just physically does not work. So generally speaking, most regular people, other than maybe celebrities or something, have a very difficult, if not an impossible time to build wealth in an inflationary economy without participating in the stock market. That's where the money resides. So I thought that was really cool. I wrote my dissertation on the stock market. And I said, this is what I love. I love like helping young people understand you got to participate. And he said one thing that I just loved and I agreed with was he said he got them all to commit to investing every single month. And I said, good. You form those healthy financial habits. Now, there's still challenges a little bit with hip hop culture. I think there's some areas of hip hop culture we got to fix. And that's another reason why I applauded them for bringing in D1, because he's another guy that sees that and he's working actively to fix that. And he's doing a great job with that. Because if you don't fix your culture, then you're not going to really have wealth. All the money that comes is going to be like Mexican food. It's going to go in and go out out the other end real quick. So you as you sort of understand what wealthy people do, you also have to embrace the idea of wealth preservation, which unfortunately is a little bit more conservative. It's a little bit more of a conservative idea. It just says, I'm going to conserve my wealth. That's how I'm going to stay wealthy. I'm going to get rich and stay rich. And here's why I want to get into social media influencers a little bit and some of the data, because actually social media influencers are not, they're great at sort of developing influence and maybe getting some income from that, but they're not so great at building wealth and preserving it. And I'm going to share some stats to kind of help you guys understand that. And by the way, just a reminder, I'm going to send out one more time later on today that list of cybersecurity stocks. So if you want to get that list, just get on the text list. Text the word morning, MORNING, to 87948. That's morning to 87948. And also, if you want to take a look at that training, how to make money without working, the stock options training, just text the word money to 87948. So you can get on multiple lists if you'd like. It's totally up to you. So text money to 87948 if you'd like to see that. All right. So here are some stats on social media influencers and why there's kind of an economic danger to what social media influence does to us, mentally and otherwise. So first off, there's a 2023 study that found that 12% of social media influencers who earned over $1 million annually face bankruptcy or severe financial distress within 5 years due to lifestyle inflation and poor financial management. So basically what they're saying um, is that after you get rich, there's a huge cost to acting rich. And when I say acting like wealthy people, I'm talking about the getting rich part. But the where you don't want to act like some wealthy people is the whole idea of throwing your money away as a sign of wealth, right? So a lot of Instagram flexing, showing off, keeping up with the Joneses, letting everybody know how well you're doing. Not only is that dangerous and problematic, but it's also a wealth killer, right? So a lot of the social media influencers who might, I don't know, take pictures of themselves on a private plane because they bought a private jet to sort of show off on Instagram. There's a consequence to that, and it leads to bankruptcy. Also, the other thing about being a social media influencer, and I've seen a lot of people who want to be social media influencers, and I would say if you're not prepared to really, really commit to it, I don't know if I would do it because most social media influencers don't make very much money. Let's see. According to another study, they found that in 2022, they did this study. They said only 4% of social media influencers earn more than $100,000 a year, while over 60% earn less than $30,000. So if you're thinking about trying to be a social media influencer, I would encourage you to really pick your niche very, very carefully and really commit to that. That means making the content consistently and regularly and finding your people as quick as possible and understanding product development and things like that. Because if you don't do it right, you can end up very frustrated and feel like it's not paying off because it doesn't pay off for most people. So you got to be really careful with that. They said a lot of social media influencers end up having tax issues. Also, spending habits. They said that 45% of influencers spend more money than they earn, relying on credit to fund their lifestyles. Did anybody see where there's a story where there were two young ladies who were basically known on Instagram for how much money they had, and they both got arrested for drug possession, like because they were literally transporting dope across state lines to fund that social media lifestyle. And this is where it's very dangerous when you have people that are, say, 25, 26 years old that are making money, more money than people twice their age. And they didn't get a trust fund or anything. They somehow magically found a way to make all this money. And unfortunately, sometimes it's because they're doing anything necessary to get that money, and that can have a consequence. Also, they said 65% of influencers confess that they have little to no formal financial education, leading to mismanagement of earnings, poor investment choices, and insufficient savings. And that's really true. Without naming any names, I will say that personally, I have seen a lot of financial influencers where they'll talk and they'll explain something, and I'll be sitting there like literally biting my tongue because I'm sitting there thinking, oh my God, this is so incorrect. But everyone likes them because she's cute or because he said it in a rhyme or whatever, like the person has swag or whatever, they from the same hood. And I'll be like, I think this is wrong, like this is not accurate information. How do I say this without sounding like a boomer or just an uppity professor? I'm not trying to be better than anybody, but I think having accurate information is really important. And so as we sort of move forward with this economic revolution, which I think is extremely powerful and valuable, you've got to make sure that there's some space in there for truth or some sort of understanding of like, okay, what actually fits, what actually works and what doesn't. Because I see a lot of people who say, yeah, I want to invest. And then they're investing in all the wrong things, making all the wrong moves. And then it doesn't work out. And they say, investing sucks. It's kind of like dating, like people don't, like usually if somebody says, I hate men or I hate women. And because this keeps happening to me, it's sometimes it's because they're approaching dating in the wrong way. They're picking the wrong people. They're handling situations in the wrong way. They haven't studied it, when I was dating, I don't know if I ever told y'all this, but because I'm a student and a teacher, I was like, well, if I want to be good at this dating thing, let me just read a book about it. I kid you not. And to be honest, I don't know if it's TMI, but when I first started having sex, I was like, I want to understand how to do this well. So I read this book. It was like, what was the book called? It was called don't tell my wife because she'll probably be like, boy, she shouldn't be talking about this publicly. The book was, oh, you know what it was called? It was, I went to the library. This is back in the day you had to go to the library, right? That's why I got the gray in my beard. The book was called How to Make Love to a Woman. Woo! And let me tell you, it worked. Everything in that book worked. So my simple argument is that everything you need to know about life is in a book. Open the damn book. Or as my friend Constance Carter says, she'll be at the convention too, by the way. She says, Google that shit. Like, look it up. Stop trying to solve problems yourself when the answers are everywhere. You're 25 years old trying to figure out life. Go talk to a 45-year-old. Talk to 10 of them. Ask them the same question. You'll get 10 different answers, and then you're gonna what do they call it? Triangulate. You're gonna triangulate your way to a solution. Information is power. Seek knowledge. That's if you want to know the key to one of the keys to happiness, knowledge is the cousin of happiness, in my opinion, because if you have knowledge of self and knowledge of the world, then you'll understand how you operate and how you need to fit yourself into the world. So the best thing that I learned, it just came naturally because all through my PhD program, all I was doing was reading books and thinking about things. That was the best thing that ever happened to me because now when I have a problem, I'm like, okay, let me go look some stuff up. Let me talk to some people. Let me go figure out the answer. The answer's out here somewhere. It's got to be somebody else has gone through this. And then understanding the world means you can say, okay, I don't want to be over there. I want to be over here. I don't want to do this. I want to do that. No, I don't think I want to try smoking crack because that's bad. I think I want to I want to run marathons instead. Another book that I read that was really great was called I read it when I was 30 years old, and it was called What Women Want Men to Know by Dr. Barbara DeAngelis. And she wrote a book also for women to understand men. And that was really powerful because I did not know that women were so different. Like y'all just I was reading this like, oh my God. Like I was no way. Like this lady's crazy. She's making this up. And I would ask my female friends, I would just read stuff. She would have little lists like the top 10 things that turn women off. And it would just be things that seem weird to me, like I don't know, like when your feet are too big, and or or you burnt the cheese, the lasagna. I'm joking, but it was goofy stuff. And I was reading it to my female friends. I'd be like, "Is this true?" And it says number 3. Is that? She'd be like, "Oh yeah, I hate that. I hate when men do that." So reading books can really go a long way in terms of solving whatever problem you have. And so one of the things that happens with investing, let's circle back to investing, is that a lot of people have a bad view of investing because whoever introduced them to it introduced it in the wrong way. Somebody that you saw on social media who was cute and flashy and sounded good got you to pay $20,000 for a course and you walked away and you didn't learn anything. You didn't actually learn anything that actually worked or actually applied. And this is something that I think has to kind of be sort of dealt with, not so much in a way you have to be critical of anybody, but really in a way where I encourage you to really kind of vet things to understand, like, okay, is this really gonna actually work and really apply? Because if you do investing right and you understand what to stay away from, then I think that I know for a fact it is a much better experience than if you do it wrong. And the reason you want to do it right is because if you get traumatized the first time you invest, then you're going to say, oh, all investing is bad. So this is what happens with a lot of people when they say, oh, I don't put money in the stock market or whatever. And you look at their history, chances are they did try it once and they bought some crazy stuff that their cousin told them to get. and it didn't work out. Okay. All right. So let me keep reading here about social media influencers. They said it says here also over 70% of influencers rely on brand deals and sponsorships as a primary source of income. And the instability of these deals can lead to a sudden income drop if their partners fall through or if they lose followers. That's true. And I told you all, like with social media, there is that volatility, there is that risk factor. I've had two social media platforms just taken down, and I didn't know why. I had one Facebook page that was really popping. It had 600,000 people on it. This was 8 years ago, 7 years ago, and that was where the rapper Young and Made got discovered. Literally, I'm not kidding. And in fact, another famous singer she told me she kind of got discovered on my page. Her name was Victory Boyd. A lot of y'all know about her because her family they have a group called Infinity Song, and they performed at the convention. Victory's world famous now, and I didn't even know this, but I went to Victory's one of her parties, or they had a part. They have these parties where they'll go to some rich person's house and perform, and all the industry executives will come to see the person perform. So it's like small and intimate, but it's like a whole bunch of people inside a house. And she was at one of these house parties, and she's like, "I see Dr. Boyce is here, and he doesn't know this, but we were signed with Rock Nation, and nobody was really giving us any attention. And Dr. Boyce put me on his page, and then we blew up and got 3 million views, and that's when everything took off." And I was like, "Oh wow, that is so cool. That's awesome, right?" So I kind of patted myself on the back a little bit, but still, though, I don't care. I mean, I was happy to play my part, right? But anyway, anyway, the point of this story, besides me sounding like I'm some arrogant prick, is that she is that these pages, this page and then my Instagram page, literally just disappeared out of the blue. And what's good and bad about it was, it's like that saying where you say you prepare for the worst and you hope for the best and prepare for the worst. That would have been my strategy. So my strategy from the beginning was, I said, okay, if I got all these followers on these pages, somebody could take this away in any moment. Mark Zuckerberg could decide that, I'm too radical or whatever and just take me down. So you plan for that. So the same mindset you have as an investor where you diversify and you spread your risk out is exactly the same approach I took to building everything with my business. I never said I want to have one Facebook page. A lot of y'all that follow me, I don't have one Facebook page. I got dozens. And I don't even tell anybody all the pages I have because I don't want anybody knowing. You don't want people to know all your business, right? I didn't have one Instagram. I had several. When the big one went down, I just started building on the backup page. I don't have one YouTube channel. I had several YouTube channels. Just like so same thing is true even when you're investing, you diversify. You have to spread your risk out because you don't know where the risk is coming from. And risk is like this boogeyman that lives in the shadows that will sneak up on you and punch you in the face and slice your throat. Like you don't know which direction he's coming from. So risk is not just, the risk that your stock price is going to drop or the risk that that your investments are not going to make as much money as you want. It could just be, for example, if I have a lot of my money in a crypto exchange and the crypto exchange goes bankrupt because the CEO goes to prison or something, right? So you never put all your eggs in one basket. You have to spread yourself out. So even with social media, when I see people pouring into one platform and they build this one gigantic platform, I'm always trained to think about the what ifs. Like, well, what if that one platform's gone? Like I remember I met a lady who had 400,000 or 500,000 people on an Instagram page or on a Facebook page. Maybe it was actually more like 2 million. And she built everything around this one Facebook page. And she had all these customers and all these employees and everything. And then they didn't take her page down. What they did was they throttled the traffic. Anybody remember that? Where back when you used to post something on Facebook and everybody who followed you would see your post. And then Facebook, but their strategy was, we want to get you to build the following, and then we're gonna sell your audience to somebody else, right? That's what they did. They started selling it through the ads, and so they would basically tell the person who built the audience, you can't access this audience unless you pay us money. I think it's highly unethical. Mark Cuban called out Facebook for that when they did it, and so basically when they throttled this lady's audience, she said, I had to fire all my employees. I lost all my customers. Our revenue dropped from, 2 million a year to 200,000 or something like that. And it was terrible. Right. And so you kind of have to just sort of know, in economics, they call these exogenous or black swan events. Exogenous and black swan events means that sometimes you don't know what's going to show up and sneak around and punch you in the face. You just kind of have to sort of be ready for all of that. And it is horrible. It's absolutely horrible. So anyway, let me keep reading here. They said that a survey also showed in 2023 that 55% of influencers experience significant financial stress, with concerns about inconsistent income, high expenses, and future financial security being the top stressors. Debt accumulation. According to a 2021 study, 40% of influencers have credit card debt exceeding $10,000, often accrued to maintain appearances or fund their content creation activities. Short career span. The average career span of a social media influencer is just 3 to 5 years. Due to the constant pressure to stay relevant, leading to burnout and financial instability when income streams dry up. So there we go. So that's the life of a social media influencer. So if you still like that and you're still okay with that and you want to move in that direction, then good luck to you. Also, if you and actually I had talked about possibly doing some sort of a training on it, like some sort of class or something. If you guys are interested in that, then keep bringing it up, and I can put something together. But because like, I think if I was just a quote unquote content creator, it would have been very difficult to do what I'm doing. I had to really think as a full businessman, not just like, oh, I'm just going to make a bunch of YouTube videos. I think that's really a hard way to get by, and I kind of feel bad for people that are stuck in that space, and they kind of play with you, right? Like someone will become popular and they'll start making a bunch of money on YouTube, and then suddenly the money will disappear, and then they have to figure something else out. And then also it can create weird incentives, like I'm gonna tell you, I had a love-hate interaction with the late Kevin Samuels because I respected him. He was smart. He was an intelligent guy. I looked at his old content, and he did a whole video about me. He was very supportive. He was very, like, he was respectful, but I had to tell the truth that I didn't like the way the algorithm incentivized him to take on a certain type of content that I think was beneath what he could have offered to the world. If you look at Kevin Samuels' content 5 years ago, he was doing really, really powerful, instructive, productive, educational stuff for Black people. But the problem was he struggled. He struggled to get attention. So what happened was he kind of shifted his image. He would wear the black suit, and he had the ticking clock, and the therapist kind of set up and with the lights kind of dim. And for some reason that people really liked that. And then he also told that lady she was going to die alone. And that's when he went viral, mega, mega, mega viral. Everybody, there's no such thing as bad publicity, to be honest with you. So everyone was talking about it. And then what I noticed was in a lot of his videos, he started using the words die alone in his titles in order to, I guess, rig the algorithm. And I didn't like it. It didn't feel good to me because I remember thinking, I kind of know women who are going to die alone, and it's not their fault. It's because things like the Biden crime bill, the Vietnam War, and the war on drugs have created an imbalance in the Black community where a lot of households became fatherless. And as a result of that, when you look at Black adults, marriage eligible Black women, the number of marriage eligible Black women exceeds the number of marriage eligible Black men. By marriage eligible, I mean, having a high enough income level, to where you're willing and able to really provide for a family. So it's not to say, like, I told you all about that study in The Economist, where they said that for every 1 percentage point increase in the incarceration rate of Black males, there was a 2.7% decline in the percentage of Black women who got married. Did anybody else know this? How many of y'all knew this? So I'm not here to say that Kevin didn't make some good points. He did. But I think just kind of like oversimplifying a really complex issue kind of bothered me a little bit. And I said that I'm not scared to say what the truth is. I don't care. I got God protecting me, so you can't mess with me. But then the other thing was, through time, the content, it had a kind of a toxic element to it. In fact, one of the last things he said before he died was, if you're over 35 and you're a woman, nobody wants you, right? And I was like, that's just not true. That's so many beautiful women in their 40s and 50s that are having wonderful social lives. Like, what are you talking about? This doesn't make any sense. And then he died. He died alone. Right? He died with this lady that he'd only known, for a couple of days or something. So people got mad at me, but I said, so now you kind of understand, like, men can die alone too. So let's stop acting like women are the problem when all of us are the problem. We're all the problem. We have to all own the problem. I own part of the problem. You own part of the problem. And I think by carrying that load, it keeps us from getting into the blame game where we're looking for scapegoats, where we end up hating each other because our community has been put into this a shit show of a reality, where you're so busy cage fighting with each other that you don't even look up and see who built the damn cage. I told y'all about this. We talked about this yesterday. You're literally so busy fighting the person across the cage from you that you're not thinking like, who built this damn cage? Who created this false reality that's causing us to have to fight each other and to be in this weird scarcity mindset. It's terrible. So anyway, I think that the reason I brought up the Kevin Samuels thing is not because I'm here to disrespect him. The man passed. I want to be respectful, but I had to defend also women because when you talk about dying alone, I have a cousin in Louisville, Kentucky, my hometown, who actually opened up a house where the house is specifically for Black women who have cancer, who have nobody for them, who have nobody in their life to help them. And that, so I'm very sensitive to that kind of thing. But then the other piece of it too was I feel like if that part of what drove Kevin to be less of a version than what I believe he could have been for the world is that clout is a hell of a drug and money is an even bigger drug. When you have a YouTube channel that's getting millions of views on every video, hundreds of thousands of views, that's an insane amount of money. This man was probably making 100,000 a month or more on that YouTube channel. And what happens is that the money can make you sort of say, okay, I got to cater to the money. And you get to the point where the tail is wagging the dog, and that's not the way it's supposed to be. The money should not be shaping how you do things. You should be shaping how you make your money, right? So I can't really sort of so I had to be really intentional in the very beginning of everything that I did. Not that I did it perfectly, but I had to be very intentional about saying, okay, yeah, we need to make money. I want to be able to pay people, but I need to make money by being a version of me that is authentic as possible, so I don't have to make my money by pretending. I don't have to make my money by lying. So what happens is that I get uninvited to a lot of spaces. I told you all when DL Hughley called me and cussed me out and whatever. So now I go to InvestFest and Steve Harvey's running InvestFest and he's friends with DL. So of course, politically I'm out of the loop. I never expected to be. People were like, well, why aren't you on the stage in InvestFest? I'm like, well, because if I were them, I wouldn't invite me either because now it's political, right? Now I'm the guy who says these things that make people think I hate rappers, which is not true. I have lots of friends that are rappers. I love hip hop, which is why I want to help change it. Right. I love it, which is why I criticize it. Right. I love it which gives me the right to critique it because I know what good hip hop does and the power of good hip hop, but I also know what bad hip hop does. So I've worked with a lot of the rappers and Russell Simmons and Kanye and all these other people that I've told you about in my conversations with them. But at the same time, I also look at the community and I see what the toxic music has done. And also because I understand the economics of it all, I understand what the dungeon masters are doing to you, what the puppet masters are doing. I know what they're doing with their money. Y'all, check this out. Let me tell y'all a story. This happened this morning. This was interesting now that it's coming to mind. My wife was telling me about an NPR story that they just did. And this is the second hand. This is her description to me this morning. We're driving, we're in the car. I'm halfway asleep because it's 5:15 and I didn't go to bed till 1, but I'm determined to try to get to the gym so I can start feeling like a man again. And I'm just listening to my wife talk because you got to listen to your wife. If you don't listen, they're going to get mad at you. So I'm listening and I'm just like, really? Oh, wow, that's wonderful, dear. Just doing what I'm supposed to do, trying to play the good husband role. But I'm really kind of tired, to be honest with you. And she tells me something that perked me up. She says, I was listening to this NPR story and they were talking about the first big, they were talking about music and advertising and how record labels really had an issue with music and advertising. And music really hit advertising big, even though it was already kind of there. It was always kind of there, but mainstream music really hit advertising big and with one campaign. And she said, which one do you think it is? I said, oh, I bet it was the Adidas campaign with Run DMC. I bet you that was the one that did it. And she said, yeah, she said that, and she told the story, and Russell had actually told me the story directly, and I'd heard it in other places. But basically, in case y'all don't know the story, Run DMC had that song. Y'all remember that? My Adidas, right? So they were rapping about Adidas. They didn't have an endorsement from Adidas, but they were rapping about their Adidas. And so Russell, because he's you know, I don't know about his personal stuff. I don't know nothing about all that, but I know as a businessman and as an activist, he did everything he said he was going to do, and I had a lot of respect for that. But Russell, being the businessman that he was, called the Adidas executives and had them come to, because these are a bunch of German people. I think it was a family-owned business at the time or something. So these German people come to a hip hop concert. At this time, hip hop is seen as radical and dirty and weird and nasty. And he told everybody in the audience, he told his brother Ron, he said, tell everybody to hold their Adidas in the air during the concert. So that's what he did. He said, everybody who has your Adidas on, hold it up in the air. So that 40,000 people held their Adidas up in the air. And that was Russell's evidence to Adidas, like, look, hip hop has power. You know, like they were the original social media influencers. They can make people buy stuff. So that was when Adidas did a deal with them. And what Alicia told me that was really interesting, I did not know this, is she said that people in the music industry had a big issue with that advertisement campaign. They had a big problem with the Adidas campaign. And the reason they had a problem with it is they said, you're promoting prison culture to the youth. Did y'all know that? They said, you're promoting prison culture. You're telling people to walk around with their Adidas to have no shoestrings in the shoes. And that's what they do in prison, just like sagging pants. This is before sagging and all that, right? But apparently walking around with shoes with no laces in it was prison culture. And they were like, we don't want to promote prison culture. And I thought that was really interesting. I thought that was really fascinating. Now, obviously, they got past their reservations. They promote prison culture everywhere. But this, to me, is just a fascinating example of how money can create the wrong incentives. This is where this is also where hip hop kind of, I think started that process of kind of going left. I think that as much as we want to, people in my generation want to look at today's music and say, I can't believe they're doing that. A lot of that kind of started in our generation. Even when yesterday I was listening to Luke apparently Luke from Two Live Crew is like, now he's a political analyst or something. He's like Team Kamala and stuff. Nothing against that, but that's what's happening. So I was listening to a live that he was doing where he was talking to people about the election and everything, and of course they were basically saying anybody who doesn't vote for Kamala is stupid. I remember hearing Luke make he made a video where he was basically saying, anybody who is popping their coochie and shaking their butt and all this other stuff, they have us to thank for it. They should thank Two Live Crew because we were the first ones to rap about that. And I remember thinking, I don't think I'm proud of that. Like that's not the kind of generational legacy that I'd want us to leave. Like we really taught you how to disrespect yourself. We taught you how to have irresponsible sex. We taught you how to degrade your women. We taught you how to just be sloppy, disrespectful men. Like I'm not proud of any of that. I don't want any part of that. And even at that time, I'll tell you the truth, even at the time when it all came out, I was like, this is terrible music. This is goofy. This is not like is everything about just nasty, weird, irresponsible sex? Like, is nothing sacred? I mean, is there nothing valuable about this experience? Like, is everything got to be reduced to a party and an orgy and going to the club? And, so I kind of feel like with hip hop, I actually like the idea that there are people who understand that some elements of toxic hip hop have become kind of this cesspool of nasty, ugly racial stereotypes, very anti-family behavior, anti-woman, anti-black male, minstrel show behavior, that is ultimately self-destructive, that ultimately will lead to your children going to prison. So it's also anti-youth in that way. So as much as if you're a conservative and you might want to accuse certain groups of grooming children in a certain way, and I do believe that kind of is, things are changing, right? I think that, it's very uncomfortable for me that they want to talk so much about sexuality to children. And so I do think that there's some grooming there. You got to remember, you've let hip hop artists groom your children for prison. You've let hip hop artists the worst ones. I'm not talking about the good ones, not the bad ones. You let them groom your child to become a drug addict. We've allowed them to groom our kids to become criminals, to put themselves to get killed at an early age. So as much as we might want to point at the youth, I mean, these are our kids, and so all of us have some role to play in this destruction, and it goes back to the economics for sure, because you have no economic benefit to having a 20-year-old boy that's sitting in rehab, costing his family money, when he could be out conquering the world and doing great things and bringing wealth into the family. He could be a 20-year-old millionaire, but instead he's a 20-year-old drug addict. Do you understand? She could be a 22-year-old engineer that's adding to the family wealth, but instead she's a 22-year-old hoochie mama city girl that just wants to go pop a coochie for anybody that gives her $20 in a bag of Cheetos. See, you got to understand the differences. You got to understand the shadow cost of destructive culture. The shadow cost is, remember, that's the opportunity cost. That's that cost that you're paying, but you don't even realize you're paying it because you never see the money, so you don't think there is any money there. Let me give you an example. When I was at InvestFest, a kid came up to me who had been part of the Black Business School for many years, and his name was Caden, Kayden. And I saw him, and he's like 14 now. I said, Caden, oh my God, you've grown. Last time I saw him, he was 7 or 8. Caden, I asked, so I knew Caden because Caden is really big into financial literacy. And I said, so how you been? What you been up to? So he's with his dad. We were sitting there. D1 was about to go on stage, and it was in the InvestFest crowd. So I was kind of in the corner and, in the dark area. So, and let me tell you, first off, I asked Caden, I said, you're 14. Wow, you're starting high school. That's a big deal. You know what he said? He said, no, I already graduated. I said, what? And I looked at his dad. I said, what, wait, did he say graduated? His dad said, yeah. We got him through high school already. I said, okay. Way to go, black man. This is awesome. And then I said, so what's he gonna do now? Is he gonna go to college? And he said no, because he makes 10 times more money than the average college graduate. Here's a picture of him at the White House. Like I said, this is what I'm talking about. This is what our children are capable of when you don't allow their brains to be polluted and infested with thug, hoochie, nonsense, ignorant culture. Because remember, Caden could just as easily be like a 14-year-old who's on his way to becoming addicted to Molly Percocets and in rehab. I know parents like that, by the way. I know parents who have really extraordinary, talented, intelligent young sons who are 19 years old in rehab because they got them hooked on fentanyl at an early age. I know multiple families like this, right? So that's what Caden could have been that. But you know what happened? His father intervened. His father said, no, you're not getting my child. The devil ain't coming up in my house because I'm the man of this house. And nothing's coming into this house, and nothing's going to poison my children. Nothing's going to intervene in their lives without my permission. And that required a degree of intentionality. And what I saw with Caden was I saw the potential of what our young men and young women can become when we stop sitting around letting other people raise our kids for us. When we stop letting other people tell us who we are, and we stop letting other people tell us who we're supposed to be. It's so what I'm saying is that overall, when I look at hip hop and I look at it in a real complex way, that's why nobody can really put me in a box. They try to say, oh, you hate rappers. No, I don't. I got 50 friends. I got more rapper friends than you got. Or, oh, you da. No. Let's talk about that. What I'm saying is that you have to address that toxic culture if you're going to ever achieve anything in this society. So influencer culture, to some extent, is connected to that a little bit because rappers are tremendous influencers. And I just want to see us influence people to do things that are going to make their lives better. All right. Okay, let me mention a couple more things before we bounce out today. And also, I want to remind you also later on this week, I am going to work with my team and hopefully try to convince you to consider coming to the All Black National Convention if you haven't thought about it yet. I will give you all in this class an offer that hopefully you can't refuse. And those of you who already bought your passes, I can make it up to you. You can hit up our support team. We can give you something as a bonus or something as a thank you because if you did pay full price, that's fine. But I am going to change the price, and we are going to make an offer. And I want to do this for those of you that where maybe money is a barrier or something like that. And I don't want that to be the obstacle. I really would love to have all the right people together so that we can accomplish these things together. So don't let me forget to do that. And also, my books and everything else you guys know is at drboycebooks.com. So if you have some needs for your family, for your kids, feel free to go to drboycebooks.com. And later on this week, Dr. Lene Javette, who's our Dean of Entrepreneurship in the Black Business School, is going to do a special event basically for those of you that are interested in creating side hustles or businesses for yourselves and for your families. That's going to be for free. That's going to be on Friday. I will text you all the link to that event. Just get on the text list. Make sure you're on the text list. Text the word morning, MORNING, to 87948. So text morning to 87948. I'll send you all this information via text later today and during the week. So kind of look out for that. Be on the lookout for that. All right. So let me just give you a couple quick facts. We're talking about social media influencers and how they don't make as much money as you think. Also, let me end with a couple of facts about sort of what social media does to you. When you watch people flaunt their wealth on social media, you must be extremely careful because studies, they're starting to research this and conclude that it really disrupts your mental health, especially if you're sitting there watching other people appear to live these perfect lives and your life is normal, in which all of our lives have problems, but people don't put those problems on social media. So here, a 2022 study in the Journal of Social and Clinical Psychology found that 62% of social media users reported feeling anxious or depressed after viewing posts showcasing wealth, luxury items, or extravagant lifestyles. So when you see somebody showing off how much money they got, or they took a picture next to their new Mercedes with a bow on it, and they typed the word hashtag blessed or something on the post, it does have an effect on you. And I encourage you to become emotionally intelligent, get in touch with your feelings. And if you start feeling that way, talk to yourself about it, kind of process what's going on and sort of shift your behavior. Like maybe you have to unfollow somebody or whatever so that you don't have to have that feeling inside of you. Okay. Jealousy is just a horrible feeling to have, and especially anxiety and depression. Actually, the next statement I want to make here relates to envy and resentment. Social media makes you jealous. It says here, according to a 2023 survey by the American Psychological Association, 45% of respondents admitted to feeling envious or resentful after seeing friends or influencers flaunt their wealth on social media, leading to feelings of inadequacy and lowered self-esteem. So what I would say to you, two things. Number one, be careful about that. I think jealousy is just such a toxic emotion. It doesn't make you a better person, more attractive. It makes you unhealthy in so many ways because it's hard for you to count your own blessings when you're counting everybody else's blessings. A lot of times we lose our sense of gratitude when we start gaining that attitude where we are looking at other people and what they have and how they're doing, and we somehow feel we're competing with them. You got to get out of that cycle. And again, I told you, if I believe if you start feeling that way, you should just unfollow whatever accounts are making you feel. All of us have those people we follow to just get on our nerves or make us mad. And so just hit the little silent button. That way you won't see their content if that makes you feel better. Maybe it's me. Maybe I need to. Maybe I don't like the flaunt. So that's the other side of it too. I also believe if you are doing well, why do you have to tell everybody how well you're doing? Why tell people, I'm not a poor person. I make money, right? But I'm not interested in trying to show myself sitting in first class or riding a private jet or driving a luxury vehicle. I think that that's shallow and weird and pathetic. And also, I think that makes people forget how blessed they are. So just kind of detach from that. They also said that 41% of this is a study at the University of Pennsylvania. They found that 41% of social media users experience increased financial stress and pressure to keep up with others after being exposed to posts about luxury purchases and vacations. So a lot of competition can emerge out of that. FOMO, another study showed that 56% of social media users, more than half, reported experiencing FOMO, fear of missing out, when they saw others enjoying their lavish lifestyles, leading to impulsive spending and poor financial decisions. decreased life satisfaction. I could keep going. Increased spending behavior, body image concerns, mental health impact on the youth. These poor babies. Oh my God, it's terrible for them. Reduced self-worth. I could keep going down the list. I just want to encourage you to just understand that social media is this big, monstrous variable that all of us are connected to, that in my view is something that has to be managed. It has to be managed in a proactive way, because the Zuckerbergs and the people that make billions of dollars getting you to scroll, through these algorithms, um, these people have basically hacked human emotions, and they've hacked your brain, and they've gotten you to the point where you can't stop scrolling. They know exactly what to put in front of you. They know exactly what kind of bells and dings and beeps to put on the phone to keep you connected and engaged. And these individuals don't care about you. They just pretty much want to use you so they can make money. So don't let social media use you. Use social media. You need to use it. Don't let it use you. All right. Take it from a guy who's does a lot of stuff on social media. So maybe I can almost be an expert at it by now. I have no idea. But anyway, that's it, guys. I'm gonna let you all go. I will see you all tomorrow for Money in the Morning. If you want to get an invitation, make sure you're on the text list. Text the word morning, MORNING, to the number 87948. So text morning to 87948. And also feel free to go to theblackbusinessschool.com if you want to see what we have going on in the Black Business School. We have stock market classes. Pretty soon we're going to do another meeting of the Prime program. Actually, Prime 101 is actually today, now that I think about that. So you can actually sign up if you're interested in stock options and you want to learn how to make income from stock options. That's what we do in Prime. So feel free to go to drboyceprime.com, drboyceprime.com. So have a good day, everybody. God bless you. We're this notoriously wealthy family that just pretty much, is they own so much stuff that people just make up rumors and myths about the family. Like they're almost like the financial boogeyman to some extent, where people are just scared of that family. They sort of believe that they control almost everything, which to some extent is probably somewhat true. And I'll kind of give you some insight into that. But I thought it would be a worthy discussion today in terms of really understanding the secrets of just what families like that are doing and what your family can do that can help you to have a level of power that's pretty extraordinary. It does require a certain degree of planning and stuff like that, but I'll try to break it down for you so that you can kind of sort of see the vision for your own family. In fact, how many of you feel like your last name is important? Give me a guess if you care about your family legacy. Give me a guess if you understand what I'm talking about when I talk about the afterlife. The afterlife isn't just heaven in a place where the streets are paved with gold and everybody eats blueberry pancakes for breakfast. The afterlife basically is what happens after your life is over. What happens after your life is over. And I spent a lot of time thinking about that when I was in Egypt, as the Egyptians were obsessed with the afterlife. They would just have these elaborate tombs and they would put all this stuff in there. They would try to take stuff with them, like their horses and their gold and everything else, which is crazy. But it was interesting though, because when I saw that King Tut only lived like 9 years, but he spent the whole 9 years preparing for the afterlife, and now he's got this 5,000-year-old legacy that came out of 9 years of labor. I thought that was kind of interesting, right? So I decided to talk a little bit about legacy building, and what I want to do is kind of give not just sort of a history and an understanding of the Rothschild family, but also some things that we can kind of learn in terms of how they got to be so powerful and so wealthy. If you want to know how wealthy they were, they were so wealthy that and Ferraris. They had the kind of wealth where they could decide which countries will go to war with other countries, or which countries are going to win the war. And this sort of went on for hundreds of years. In fact, I heard Kennedy, Robert F. Kennedy, or I think that, yeah, that's his name, the presidential candidate, and he was explaining that when we give a bunch of money to another country like Ukraine or Israel, it's not really money being given away. What it is he described it as a type of money laundering. And I was like, money laundering, interesting. And what he said is that, think about it like this. So you give a bunch of money to Ukraine or some other country because they're in a war and you want to help them win that war. But what do you do? With most of the time, money is power. Money is power. Money isn't just about the financial. Money isn't just like I'm putting something in your bank account. Good luck with your life. Money is something that translates into things that money can't buy. It translates into influence. It translates into conditions that you can use to shape the world into what you want it to look like. This is why things like Powernomics are so important, where every child on earth, every child in our community anyway, needs to read books like Powernomics, because what money lets you do is money lets you influence people. It can influence policy. It can influence governments. Like, think about it, process it like this. If I go, let's look at it, let's bring it down to earth real quick before we get back to the Rothschilds. If I go out to a school, and this has actually happened, and I come in and I say, I'm Dr. Boyce Watkins. I want to write a $50,000 check to your school. What are they gonna say? They're gonna be like, especially if it's a small, struggling school, doesn't have a lot of money, they're gonna say, wow, thank you. This is amazing. We appreciate this so much. But what if I didn't say, I got a cousin that's a teacher and I need you to hire my cousin on your faculty. Okay, sure, absolutely, because we want to maintain this relationship. Okay. And then I say, yeah, I'd like my name on a building or something, like, for my family. Like, that would, okay. And then let's say it could go into other things like, well, I really think you all should teach Black economics in the school because, our kids need to learn economics. Okay, well, Dr. Watkins wants that. That's what we want. Right. And now, mind you, power doesn't have to be used for malicious purposes. It's not like I've donated to a lot of schools, but never once have I pushed for anything that would be deemed inappropriate. But what happens is that money affects people. Money affects relationships. So let's go back to the example Kennedy gave. So Kennedy basically said, when we give money to Ukraine, we're not really giving money to Ukraine. What's happening is they're giving the money and they're making all these stipulations that come with the money. Money usually comes with a set of rules. That's why in the Black Business School from the very beginning, we say we're not going to take money from corporations. I don't want to be in bed with a bunch of raunchy, goofy ass celebrities. I also am not taking money from the Democrat or Republican parties because they don't write blank checks that allow you to do whatever you want. They're buying influence from you. So basically, when they give money to Ukraine, they'll say, okay, we'll give you the money, but we need you to agree to some conditions. Oh, okay, sure. What do you need? What do you need? We need you to upgrade your weapon systems to a specific global standard in order for you to move forward here. So that means your old stuff is garbage. You need to buy new stuff. Okay, no problem. Oh, and by the way, when you buy your new stuff, we have these defense contractors in the United States, Northrop Grumman and some other companies, that would be more than happy to sell you everything you need, right? You need more missiles? Oh, we got you. You need more bombs? Oh, we got you, right? You need tanks? Oh, we got a company that makes tanks. So you're giving them the money so they can spend it right back with American corporations. Do y'all follow what I'm saying? Do you get what I'm saying? And this, Kennedy correctly defines this as a type of money laundering. He said, what you're doing is you're taking taxpayer money and you're funneling that money to corporations that gave money to your campaign. This is why, and I'm sorry, and I know I hurt people's feelings because I don't jump on bandwagons and I'm not into all this Democrat Republican nonsense. I make fun of it. I joke about it. It's like, yeah, oh, Kamala washed greens in the bathtub. Oh, that makes her perfectly fit to be president. Or Trump. Trump. It's funny. The funny thing about Trump is that everybody's known Trump was an asshole for 30 years. Anybody who's ever followed him has known this guy is a blowhard, arrogant guy. Like, when I met Kanye West and I was on the phone with Kanye for all those hours, I said, okay, now I understand why you and Trump get along, because both of y'all are crazy. Both of y'all need therapy. Both of you think that you're the most important human beings on the planet. And I don't want to be around either one of you. So I make jokes about it. And I know people get offended because somehow they falsely believe in this nonsense. They believe that this stuff is really going to represent their interest. And what they don't understand is that politicians don't work for you. Politicians don't work for you. Politicians work for the people who gave them the money to get elected. They can buy you. They can buy your vote. All they got to do is tell you that they wash their greens in the bathtub or do the electric slide with you, and they got you. They got you. But the corporations say, I'm gonna write this check They're saying this to Trump, the Silicon Valley saying, Trump, we're going to write you billions of dollars in checks. Elon Musk, it says, I'm going to give you $45 million a month to become president. But when you get in office, I need you to subsidize the EV industry because we're getting our butts kicked by China. BYD's killing us. They're going to put us out of business. We need you to put tariffs on Chinese-made electric vehicles because they're flooding the market and we can't stay in business. Silicon Valley saying, yo, look, we're going to write this check for you, but we need to make sure you call off the Securities and Exchange Commission so they'll stop investigating us because they're really messing up our game. They're disrupting our swag. We can't go Google. We can't dominate the way we used to dominate because the Biden administration's investigating us for antitrust violations. Do you understand? So it is fundamentally, you could call it corrupt. It's definitely driven heavily by money. And this is a reason why I think it's kind of a joke. It's like we think that they're working for us, and it's like, no, they're not working for you. They're working for the people who gave them the money. If they don't work for the people who gave them the money, they will not get reelected. There was one sister out of Ohio who spoke up about AIPAC, and she was like, we can't just be doing what AIPAC says, and we need to do what's right, and da-da-da-da. You know what they did? They found another Black person in that area to run for office. AIPAC came along and said, we're going to give you X millions of dollars so you can beat this lady and get her out of office. And that's what they did. And when they spent the money, they were basically buying advertising, which ultimately buys influence. You advertise to people, you tell them that you make your greens in the bathtub so they'll vote for you, and whatever it is. I'm not picking on Kamala, but whatever. You know, politicians say, I don't even think, to me, it's like, that's such a goofy topic anyway. I don't even care about that. But it's funny, right? It's funny. And then when you get in office, they're like, they call you up and they say, hey, we're the people who gave you all this money. We need you to go ahead and do what we agreed that you're going to do. And it fits right in with your policies because this is what you said before the election, because you knew that we gave you money and you knew this is what we wanted. That's why, for example, Trump speaks heavily about putting big tariffs on products coming from other countries because Silicon Valley pretty much made that a condition before they could get his money. So effectively, circling back to the Rothschilds, they had a lot of financial influence that went beyond just writing checks and hiring people. This financial influence allowed them to determine whether England or France was going to win the war. And so let me kind of break down some of this so we can kind of understand the Rothschilds. In fact, actually, before we do that, I know sometimes I get kind of intense, and I don't want us to be too stressed out on a Sunday morning. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to actually play this video that I saw that was like this horribly made movie from the 1950s that basically kind of talked about the Rothschild family. And I thought it was kind of interesting. I think it's a good way to kind of start the discussion so we can pick up some of our lessons out of this. So give me 1 second. This is on my Instagram page. My Instagram is one of my Instagrams is Dr. Boyce Money, Dr. Boyce Money. So feel free to follow me on the gram. I can use your follows. All right, so here we go. Because y'all know my pages get taken down because I talk about stuff that you're not supposed to talk about. All right, so here is the Rothschild video. Check this out.
For money. Money is power. Money is the only weapon that the Jew has to defend himself with. Oh, mother.
Come, you must speak for you. All of you.
Much money is lost through sending gold by coach from one country to another. In times of war, it is seized by the enemy. In times of peace, by thieves. You are 5 brothers. I want you each to start a banking business in a different country. One to go and open a house in Paris, one in Vienna, one in London. Choose the most important centers. In your day, there will be many wars in Europe. And nations that have money to transport will come to the Rothschilds because it will be safe. You must stand by one another. No one brother must be allowed to fail while another brother succeeds. Your 5 banking houses may cover Europe, but you will be one firm, one family, the Rothschilds, who work always together. Work and strive for money. Money is power.
I'm going to play it one more time. First off, let me know if you all can hear that. Will y'all give me a yes real quick in the chat to let me know you were able to hear that okay? All right. And I'm going to play it again because this, y'all don't understand. There was a ton of financial consciousness exercises in that statement, in that short statement that he made. There were about 3 or 4 things that I want to drill into that's really going to shape how you see money. So let me pull this back up again, and I want us to watch this again because it's that interesting to me. So here we go.
Money is the only weapon that the Jew has to defend himself with. Oh, never.
Come, you must speak for you. All of you.
Much money is lost through sending gold by coach from one country to another. In times of war, it is seized by the enemy. In times of peace, by thieves. You are 5 brothers. I want you each to start a banking business in a different country. One to go and open a house in Paris, one in Vienna, one in London. Choose the most important centers. In your day, there will be many wars in Europe. And nations that have money to transport will come to the Rothschilds because it will be safe. You must stand by one another. No one brother must be allowed to fail while another brother succeeds. Your 5 banking houses may cover Europe, but you will be one firm, one family, the Rothschilds, who work always together. Work.
Okay, wow. First off, did anybody else sort of understand how powerful that was? Give me a yes if you could feel the power of that state of what you just saw, without me even jumping into it. Let me know. I want to know if you get why I watched this, why I had you watch this twice, why this was a hell of a lot of game dropped in one. And then this was, again, Dr. Claude Anderson's been dropping this kind of game for many, many years, and people don't listen. But what I want to do is I want to go through piece by piece that short video in 4 or 5 financial consciousness lessons that you can extract from just something that simple, right? To learn finance, you don't have to go to a college campus or take a class or wait for white people to put you in school. You can learn these things on your own. You can learn these things from each other. And I think, in fact, I think that's better and it's actually safer because I don't think other people should be educating us, because someone who makes money controlling you is never going to teach you how to be liberated. People who make money managing you and keeping you in your place will never, ever benefit from teaching you how to break out of their management system. And this really even goes back to especially when you talk about Black folks and how many people have worked extremely hard to maintain control of Black people. In fact, I got to go find this. I'm going to put this up on my Instagram later today. There's a brother who found a document in 1922, where there was a meeting of the Communist Party representatives, and they literally made a document on how they would control the Black community by basically connecting with the pastors, by creating organizations that would be set to manage Black people, by sort of connecting to us in certain ways. It was so deep that I really want to break that down as well. And what someone said is that, and actually he fast forwarded to things that Malcolm X said about how liberals work to control the Black community, and how some of these very same ideas about sort of going through the pastors and connecting with us in certain ways, that's exactly what the blueprint is, and it works effectively. So I'm not going to talk about that though, because I want to stay on this Rothschild thing, but that made me think as well. So the first thing I want you to notice is in that video, he starts off by saying that for his community, money is the only weapon that he says the only weapon we have to defend ourselves. It is the only weapon we have to defend ourselves. So he's talking about 2 things at once. He's talking about playing offense and playing defense. He's saying that money is a weapon, but it's used to defend ourselves. Now, if you read books like Powernomics and you listen to me even 3 or 4 times, you'll understand all the different millions of times I've tried to explain to you that money is a tool. Money is power. Money is a weapon that is used to control you. Money. So if you don't have something to defend yourself with, to defend your freedom, to defend your family, then someone's going to come and conquer you. So he says that in his community, Money is the only weapon that we can use to defend ourselves. And if you think about it, his community, and I'm not going to keep saying that J word because they're so powerful that they literally will ban you or come get you just for even mentioning their name. So we're not even going to do all that and also I don't want this to be interpreted as anti-nothing. I'm not into all that stuff. I ain't got time for that. And that's what I told Kanye too when he started ranting on all that stuff. I said, man, I don't want to hear all that. I want to talk about us. I want to talk about what we can do. Ain't nothing you can do to us that we can't do to you. Ain't nothing somebody else can do to harm us that we can't harness ourselves. So stop talking about how powerful other people are and let's start learning from that power so we can have power ourselves. So anyway, long story short, he uses the words weapon and defense. And I did a training with you guys called the economics of self-defense. I'm sure it's out there somewhere. If you go Google it, you could probably find it somewhere. And because literally I said, I get it. Black people want to be free and we don't feel free. The reason we don't feel free is because we got to get up and go work for a white man every day. That's why you lack freedom. And another reason you can't be free is because for whatever reason, we're not shifting the culture enough to implement enough economic discipline, like basic things like a $5 a day investing plan for our children to help them to become free. If we simply invested as much money as we spend on Gucci belts, fast food, and new cars, we would have plenty of wealth to be able to defend ourselves. We would not have to get up and go to work every day for somebody who disrespects us. That's the first thing. He uses the words weapon and defend. This goes back. This is a powernomics principle. Dr. Claude Anderson, he's talked about this for many decades. Number two, he says during times of war, when your gold is transported, it will be seized by the enemy. And during times of peace, it will be seized by thieves. Now, if you remember, one of the things I've always explained to you guys, and I'm going to go through it real quick, is I said there's pretty much 4 stages to wealth, 4 stages. One is you got to know where the money's at. You'd be surprised how many people lack even the basic financial consciousness to even know where money is. My thing is like, how do you plan to have money when you don't even know where the money's at? You don't even know that the stock market is the #1 wealth builder in America. You don't even know that entrepreneurship gives you a far greater likelihood of having wealth than working for somebody. You don't even know the value of owning versus renting. You think you can consume and buy things for the rest of your life and that you're going to somehow be wealthy. That doesn't make any sense. Or you're going this, get my bachelor's degree, go $200,000 in debt and work for other people route. That doesn't work. The studies show that doesn't work. So financial consciousness is critical for anybody that wants to be financially strong. So the first step is financial consciousness, learn where the money's at. The second step is you have to have a plan. I tell my girls, I say, look, if you ask a man what his 10-year plan is and he can't give you an answer in 60 seconds, that's not the man for you. Because success doesn't typically happen by accident, especially when you're Black. Because there's already a plan. You don't have a plan for your life, but they got a plan for your life, though. They got a plan for you already. So because you have not thought about your plan or God's plan, you're gonna have to submit to Massa's plan. Because Massa has a plan for you. Massa's plan for me was that my mother would abort me before I was born so that I would never be a problem. That was Massa's plan for me. So my mother, by going to those public schools and arguing with those teachers who wanted to put me on medication and put me in special ed because I didn't follow their rules, she was aborting, or she was, I don't say use the word abort, that's a different kind of abort, right? She was basically superseding Massa's plan and say, no, this is my plan for my child. This is what my child's going to be. And actually, if you ask my mother to this day, she'll say, I was implementing God's plan, because in my mind, when I sat down at that altar and prayed to God about this baby, should I have it? She said, God told me. This is what my mother says. Now, maybe she's making it up. I don't know. But she says, God told her, you got to have this baby because this baby is going to help change the world. She literally will say that. She said, I did not feel that about in my other children. I love my brother and my sister. They're amazing people. But she literally said that to me. And who knows, maybe it was a self-fulfilling prophecy. Maybe the fact that she told me that made me say, okay, I got to go do this, right? Which is yet another interesting thing about how the mind works, right? Whatever it is, but that's what my mother told me. So you have to be able to implement your plan and be strong enough and committed enough and fearless enough to make sure that that plan overrides any other plan that's out there, because they got a plan for you. They do. So the first thing is financial consciousness. The second step is to have a plan. If you don't have a plan, then you're not going to be successful typically. The third is you got to work the plan. You got to execute. Wealth is nothing but an accumulation process. All wealth is doing the same thing over and over and over again, and then eventually you've done it a whole lot. you're saving $20 a day or whatever, and then over time you end up having $1 million because you've been investing that money the whole time. Or just like walking down the road, if I take 2 steps every 10 seconds and I do that consistently, I'm going to eventually take 10,000, 20,000 steps. Right? That's literally how wealth is accumulated. So you have to work the plan, be consistent, do the same thing every day. Every single day, I get up each day and I talk to you every day about economics. Every single day. I've been doing this since probably about 2009. And now I look back and I'm like, holy crap, I've done 22,000 videos and it's gotten over 1 billion views. Oh, it was step by step by step. Because I'm not the most popular person in the world. There's a lot of people that hate my guts. A lot of people don't understand me. A lot of people don't want to hear what I have to say. I'm not a great speaker. I'm okay. I'm not anybody special, but one thing I am special about is that I know who I am and I'm very consistent about it. You can call me whatever you want to call me, but one thing you cannot call me is inconsistent. That's it. Even the people who hate me, sorry, my chair came down. Even the people who hate my guts can never say that I'm not consistent, right? So, and that's all. When I hear them say that, then when I hear them admit to that, I'm like, okay, that's all I need. I don't need you to like me. I need you to know that I'm going to be here. Period. So, what else? The fourth part. And this gets to the Rothschilds thing. So we talked about having consciousness, knowing where the money's at. 2, making a plan to get the money. 3, executing the plan. Number 4, this is what the Rothschilds were referring to. When you pile up resources, you better be able to defend that stuff. If you can't defend what you got, then you will not have it for very long. Once you get money, you become a target. You become a target of every cousin that's got a sob story. You become a target of the government that will tax you into the ground. You become a target. You a man, you're going to become a target of every cute little girl who's trying to come and get a piece of that money. If you are a woman, there are women. I know wealthy Black women who are hit on by what they call these hobosexuals, these men that are sexy and know how to drop it in bed, and they're really trying to get close to you so they can get access to what you got. Even the men are doing that to the women now, right? And so what he's saying is that during times of war, when you got money, somebody's gonna try to take it. Either the enemy's gonna seize it, or the thieves are gonna try to steal it. So what he's saying is we need a plan so we can protect what we got. We're gonna go get it, and after we get it, we're gonna defend it. Okay, now let's move on. What's another type of defense? Well, one thing he says in that video is he says, I want all 5 of you to go to different countries and set up banks in different countries. Now, again, I don't know if these conversations ever happened. Nobody knows, but that is what the Rothschilds did. So they went to different countries and they set up banks in different countries. Well, what is that? What concept of economic self-defense is that? Well, that's called diversification. Diversification is a critically important part of economic self-defense. It is an area in which many of our people fail. Many of our people fail for one reason. We've been raised on this false belief that having a job was the safest way to make your money. That when you have a job, you have job security, so you're more secure than if you are a person who's getting different streams of income, and that's not true because you're never secure if all your income is coming from one place, especially if it's coming from somebody who don't give a damn about you. You know that corporation don't love you. You know that they'll drop you in a second. You know that you could die at your desk. They're going to sweep your dead body up and then replace you within a week. But somehow you feel more secure because you're getting all your income from that one source, and you're pretty much raised and trained to serve these people from birth. Like that's all you're custom designed to do that. It's like the Eddie Murphy movie, Coming to America, when the girl came in and she's drop dead gorgeous, and he says, so what do you do? And she says, I spent my whole life being trained to serve you. So when he decided he didn't want her, she had nowhere to go. She had nothing to do. She was like, well, I've lost my sense of purpose. Well, a lot of you were raised that way. You were raised to go to school, get good grades, go to college, and get a good job. And if this society and if this economy does not want you, a lot of you feel like you have nowhere to go. That's why you see so many people when they can't get a job or can't keep a job. Give me a yes if you've seen somebody where because they lost their job and they can't get another one, they get depressed, they start drinking, they sit around and start doing. See, this is where the wino started. I talked to a Black man one time. I spoke for the National Black Chamber of Commerce. They had a real cool dude that was running the organization. Well, I was really impressed because I know that they have to be very political. And I said, okay, do you want, when I speak, do you want me to give you the political Boyce Watkins or the safe Boyce Watkins, or you want me to give you the real Boyce Watkins? He said, I want the real Boyce Watkins. I said, okay, you got it. And he was a good guy. I can't remember, I think his name was Big B or something like that. And anyway, when they were driving me back to the airport, I was talking to his driver, and his driver was an entrepreneur. I think he owned the limo company where he was driving me in this car. And he was 62 years old. And he said, I've never had a job in my life. I said, you've never had a job. Tell me what have you done your whole life? He said, well, he said, I just get money. I know how to make money. And I said, really? I said, where'd that come from? He said, well, when I was a kid, my father used to work in the steel mill, and he had a good job, was making good money. And then the steel mill shut down. You know, they make these big trade agreements with other countries. It was one Clinton made where they, and basically saying, uh-oh, somebody said I'm frozen with no sound. Can you guys hear me? Okay, let me know if you can hear me. Oh, this is bad. Okay, give me 1 second, guys. Let me see. Am I in here? Can y'all? I'm gonna. You can hear me. Okay, yeah. I'm in a hotel, and this hotel Wi-Fi. Lord Jesus. All right, let me. You know what? Let me try. I'm gonna try to switch Wi-Fi's real quick. Hold on, guys. Sorry about that. Okay, hold on. Let me see if I can switch my Wi-Fi. All right, so you guys can hear me. I'm good now. Am I good enough to keep going? Okay, let me know. Interrupt me if I go out again. Okay, so what he said was, he said, my father used to work in the steel. That's what. So let me tell you. So the reason that the manufacturing base in a lot of countries disappeared is because when they let China into the World Trade Organization, China was able to make a product for $1 that would have cost $30 in the United States. So why would you manufacture a product in the US when you got to go pay a worker a living wage and the product's going to cost $30 when you could go make it in China where it's going to cost $1? So that's when you started to see a lot of the major cities that have manufacturing bases just sort of fall apart. Milwaukee, Gary, Indiana, Detroit, places like Akron and Toledo, stuff like that. A lot of the Midwest got hit. So basically, effectively, these sorts of agreements end up harming people. So what happened was, this man told me that when those manufacturing jobs went away, he said that's when the winos started. He said, because you had a lot of black men who had only been trained to work for white men. That's all they knew how to do. So what they did was they would just sit around and drink all day, sit around, drink, and play chess all day. When a man loses his sense of purpose, it's hard for him to maintain his manhood. So a man has to maintain some sort of a sense of purpose that goes beyond just showing up to work for this white guy, or anybody. You have to know your value beyond just whether or not you have a job or can get a job. In my view, a better way to look at it would be, okay, I got all this free time now because you don't want to hire me. But now that I've got this free time, I can put this into something else. There's always something for me to do. There's always something I can do in order to make money. So rather than just working for a company, I think that children should be trained to just kind of work for the world, right? Like if I work for a company, that means that if that company doesn't want me anymore, then I'm done. I have no income. I'm in trouble. Oh my God, there's financial anxiety. I'm stressed out. That's why my wife is a therapist and she has to work with people that are going through this. But if your child is trained to just kind of work for the world, then they know, like, hey, you know what? If I can't work over here, then I'm going to find a customer somewhere. Instead of finding a job, I'm going to find a customer. Do you understand the difference? If I find a customer, that means, okay, this lady needs her grass cut. That's my customer. This other guy, you need the house painted? You're my customer. Oh, you need me to help come and build something for you? You're my customer. You want to buy this shea butter, whatever it is, you're my customer. So ultimately, I think that it's just as easy to train children to find a customer as it is to train them to find a job. Because when you find a job, all you're doing is trying to find a customer. That's it. Because your customer is a corporation. That's it. That's literally when you go on a job interview, all you're doing is selling yourself. well, I went to Brown University and I got a master's degree in mechanical engineering, and I'm a diligent worker, and I like to set goals, and my biggest weakness is that sometimes I work too hard, and you go into all these interviews, you're selling yourself. You're code switching, you're trying to fit in, you're trying to show them how great you'd be with the company. All you're doing is selling. So if you can sell yourself, then you can sell a lot of stuff. If I can sell myself, I could sell ink pens. If I can sell myself, I can sell cars. If I can sell myself, I can sell services. And the difference is, though, you just have a different boss. Really. So I would just encourage you, with kids. I'm sorry. People think I'm radical for saying this, but I don't think this whole like raising your kids to go work for white people thing is really working out for us. When I look at how many people I know that are going through all kinds of daily struggle because of the stress of their job, I say, wow, like you're really crying on your way to your dream job. Like, you used to dream about this job back you really wanted this job. Now you have the job. Now you're crying because the job is so stressful for you. This isn't where you're supposed to be. And maybe no one gave you the courage to realize that you can be in other places than this bad relationship. Maybe we have to heighten your economic self-esteem a little bit to let you know that you are worthy, you are valuable, even if this company don't want you no more. And I just think this is something that has to be taught in the beginning. So because I don't think any of the Rothschilds were sitting around saying, well, how are we going to get a good job? I don't. I think they were thinking, how we're going to find a customer. So let me keep going. Let me finish this video. I'm going to play this video one more time for those of you that just came in. And also, some of you are asking for this link, the link for the estate planning class in the Dr. Boyce Academy. In case you just came in, I did finish it's estate planning essentials. So it's for beginners. It's all about legacy building, protecting your legacy, stuff like that. A lot of you have asked me for this, so I put something together. It's $299 for lifetime access. But the first 100 people can actually get it for $99. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab this link and I'm going to put it in the chat. And also, I'm going to text it out later. If you want to get the text, make sure you're on the text list. To get on the text list, pull out your phone and text the word morning, MORNING, to 87948. Text morning to 87948. And what I'm going to do is before I show this Rothschilds video again, I'm going to actually give you the link in the chat for those of you that want to hurry up and sign up now. Give me a second here. Hold on. All right. I am grabbing this. And I think everybody should have some sort of estate plan in place. I mean, you have too many celebrities that die without any sort of plan. And it's just terrible because you're throwing all that money away. You're literally selling your kids into slavery. I mean, that's the craziest thing in the world. And so anyway, there we go. So if you are in the chat, you should see the link right there. If you want to hop over and sign up now, you can. It's totally up to you. All right, so let me go play this video now. And this is a video of some movie. I don't know the name of this movie, but I liked the theme in the sense that they were kind of going through the story of the Rothschilds. A lot of you have heard of the Rothschilds, but you may not know why they were famous and why they were so powerful. But here's the video. I'm going to play it one more time, and then I'm going to go through a couple of other lessons, financial consciousness lessons you can pick up from this. Here we go.
And strive for money. Money is power. Money is the only weapon that the Jew has to defend himself with. Oh, never.
Come, you must speak for you. All of you.
Much money is lost through sending gold by coach from one country to another. In times of war, it is seized by the enemy. In times of peace, by thieves. You are 5 brothers. I want you each to start a banking business in a different country. One to go and open a house in Paris, one in Vienna, one in London. Choose the most important centers. In your day, there will be many wars in Europe. And nations that have money to transport will come to the Rothschilds because it will be safe. You must stand by one another. No one brother must be allowed to fail while another brother succeeds. Your 5 banking houses may cover Europe, but you will be one firm, one family, the Rothschilds, who work always together. Work and strive for money. Money is power.
Okay, so So we talked earlier about some basic lessons. First of all, he talks about money as power, as a weapon, and as a tool to defend yourself. Okay, so that's important to understand from a powernomic standpoint. Never think money is just money. I don't know the name of the movie, Rosa. I wish I could tell you. I just saw the clip and I thought it was great. I'm always looking for something. If I see something where I'm like, oh, this would be great to cover in class, that's what I grab. But if anybody knows the name of the movie, then feel free to share it with me. I'm sure we can Google it. Number two, he talks about another aspect of financial consciousness, which is that when you acquire money, you have to be aware of how people see you. He says that during times of war, money will be seized by the enemy. During times of peace, it will be seized by thieves. The lack of financial consciousness reminds me of this woman that I met who told me that one of her friends, they had a little group of three really pretty girls, and they would keep track of when athletes or rappers would come to town because they feel like rappers and athletes are stupid. But they have lots of money. So what they would do is they would find out what they like and what they want to talk about and stuff like that. And they would show up and basically give the man whatever he wanted. And then they would put a date rape drug in his drink and set him up and basically extort him. They would put the 15-year-old in the bed and say, if you don't give us X amount of dollars, we're going to call the press, we're going to call your wife, we're going to call your football team or whatever, and you're gonna lose everything. So men would have to pay money, and it was due to their lack of financial awareness, their lack of consciousness that would cause them to be put in this situation. They don't understand that you can't be a multi-million dollar, multi-billion dollar, whatever commodity and just sort of be hanging out and doing anything that you want. Literally, this is real stuff. I like to use real stories in real life. In fact, I remember my father always telling me that a man who has something to lose should not be in a space with a bunch of people that have nothing to lose, or a woman too. If you've got a lot to lose, you should not be in a space with people who have nothing to lose. Tupac, I think that's why Tupac's not here anymore, to be honest with you. Tupac always wanted to be the same no matter what, but he didn't understand that the more famous you become and the wealthier you become, the way the world sees you is going to change, and you're going to have to adjust with that. So anyway, with that said, he talks about thieves and enemies stealing your money once you get it. Then he talks about diversification. Okay, there's five of you. All five of you are going to go start banks in different countries because we're going to be spread out. We're going to be diversified. That's another rule of economic self-defense. The other thing, too, is he understands the power of family. He says, we have five sons. And he says at the end, he says there's nothing more important than being a Rothschild. He says that no one, he said, you will stand by one another. No one is allowed to fail. You are one family. That is a powernomics principle. That is understanding that many of you, how many of y'all got kids? Any of y'all got kids? Anybody in here? Any parents in the room? If you are a parent or a grandparent, raise your hand. All the parents, because your job is extremely important, and it's the most important job in society. I don't care what anybody else says. One mistake people make in America is we view children as what they call a luxury item. In economics, they call that a luxury item. A luxury item is something that you do that's pretty much a waste of your money anyway. A luxury item is like buying a Coach purse or a Mercedes Benz. You don't need a Mercedes. You don't need a Coach purse. You do it. Why? Well, because you got extra money. You got a little money to burn. You're feeling yourself. So you go ahead and just make it rain a little bit. That's fine. But children are not a luxury item. See, there was a time where children were viewed as an asset. Not in a malicious way, not in an exploitative way, but in a way that said the more babies we have, and if we train these children properly, they become a source of power for the family. We're now gang affiliated. Like, anybody remember when you were little, and you ever know that kid at your school who had like 12 brothers and sisters and then 14 play cousins? And anybody remember a family like that back in school? No one would ever beat up anybody in that family because you knew that if they were loyal to each other, you were going to get your ass kicked. Like, you knew they were all going to show up at your house and kill you. Like you did not mess with the kid who had a bunch of older siblings that were always with them. There was protection there. There was safety there. Well, the grown-up world ain't much different. When you've got people that are with you, that have your back, then you can achieve a whole lot more than if you're trying to operate solo. This is one of the reasons why, since slavery, they have worked so hard to keep us isolated from one another. This is why people like, what was it, Hoover, or the guy that ran the FBI, whatever his name was. This is why they consider Black unity to be the greatest threat to national security in existence. They said, oh my God, if these people all start working together, we're in trouble. We are in trouble. So what I want you to understand is that what this Rothschild father was seeing is that I got 5 sons. Oh, that's a power move. I'm wealthy now. I just ain't got no money. Right? But I'm very wealthy already. I'm a millionaire. I just ain't got no money. And so what he did was he said, you are 5 sons, you will set up 5 banks in 5 countries, and you will be unified. He also said, you will not allow anyone to fail. None of you can succeed while the other one's failing. That's not going to happen. What he's establishing there is a gang. He's establishing what I refer to as an economic gang, and everybody's gang affiliated. Every gang out here has a code of conduct, and gangs aren't just in the streets. It's not just Crips and Bloods and all that. No, gang. The police department ain't nothing but a gang. The Apple computer ain't nothing but a big economic gang. They all got the same little logo. They all follow the same rules. If you don't follow the rules, then they're going to put you out the gang. The North American Free Trade Agreement, NAFTA, is an economic gang. We got together with Mexico and said, hey, homie, look, I got something, you got something. If we work together and set special rules for each other and codes of conduct, we can have more power. The Asian Pacific Union is an economic gang. The European Union is an economic gang. And the problem that you have as an American, particularly as an African American, is that you're constantly inundated with this very rugged individualism. You're constantly inundated with this false idea that you're supposed to do it all by yourself and that you're supposed to be the man. Or you're supposed to be the woman. You're supposed to be the boss. You're supposed to be the HNIC. I run into it all the time. I talked to D1 before he went to InvestFest, and we were talking for a long time. And I said, man, I love rap and I love rappers. I said, but some of these dudes, I cannot talk to them because they are so caught up in trying to be the man, trying to dominate, trying to be King Kong this, and I'm the best, and I'm the baddest, I'm the greatest. And it's a reflection of why the whole Black community fails, because you're always looking for this one guy to be the superhero instead of building institutions. It's ego. Maybe it's ego, insecurity, weirdness, bad culture, but this whole idea that it's like one person has to always be the boss and the leader and everything, it makes it so hard to collaborate, because when I approach other aggressive Black males with collaborative energy, sometimes, not all of them, I mean, a lot of them get it, a lot of guys get it, but some people, it's like they see that like threatening, like it doesn't, like they've never seen that before. Like either I'm dominating you or you're dominating me, but we can win together. Like, what's with the scarcity mindset? I think that's a scarcity mindset, to be honest with you. I think it's scarcity because it makes you think that the only way I can be successful is if I push you out of the picture. And that's not how the world works. When you're working together, there's something called synergy. And synergy is where 2 + 2 is not 4. Synergy is where 2 + 2 is 7. Synergy is where we're not getting together to chop up one pie. We're getting together because we're going to make the pie bigger. And then when it's done, each of us will have a bigger slice than we had before. It's magic. And I really think that you should really tune into that. I think that this is something that is cultural. It's cultural. It is something that can be taught. It's something that simply says, look, man, stop thinking. It's a consciousness concept, actually. It's consciousness, right? Think about it. Imagine a football team where you got a bunch of players who are a bunch of individuals who are all concerned with their own stats and whether or not they got the ball, versus another team that says, look, I'm not worried about whether I get the ball or not. I'm worried about whether or not the team wins. That second team is going to win far more championships than the first team, and there's going to be a lot more success to go around. And typically what's interesting is that when you start to see people's consciousness decline and people start to operate on that low vibrational level is when the team starts losing. When the team starts losing, it becomes every man for himself, and everybody's trying to get their best stats in because they know the team's not going to win. And that's when you start to get people and their egos kind of clashing and fighting with each other. But when the team is winning, and if everyone has the right energy, then you can all understand that you're better together than you are individually. Go look at, for example, groups like New Edition. In New Edition, when they were young and immature, Bobby Brown wanted to be out swerving his hips and kind of being the superstar. The other guys got jealous of Bobby. Next thing you know, the group breaks up. Ralph goes solo. Johnny goes solo. Bobby goes solo. The other three are just sitting there. They don't know what to do because none of them sing. But actually, what's interesting is that Michael Bivins, who I actually did meet him, I liked the guy. He seemed like a leader. He seemed like a guy that would pull people together. He forms Belle Biv DeVoe. Belle Biv DeVoe became more successful than Johnny and Ralph, and almost as successful as Bobby, right? And they had the least talent, but they had the right energy. They said, well, okay, individually, we suck. We can't sing that well. I'm not gonna say they suck, but y'all know they couldn't really sing as well as Bobby and Ralph and all that. But they became successful because they understood how to work together. They understood synergy. And then now that synergy of New Edition is as great as ever, because now they're older guys. They're all over 50. A lot of the egos are gone. And now you see all six of them on stage. Bobby's up there huffing and puffing, looking like he's about to pass out at any moment. But I love watching that because it reminds me of this basic idea that you really can be far more successful when you are willing to submit to something bigger than yourself. People don't like the word submit. You talk about submit, people are like, I ain't submitting to nothing. I'm going to do what I want to do. I'm going to do. Well, okay, keep your selfish ass over in the corner and keep on losing by yourself. I'm submitting. Every day I submit to my wife. My wife submits to me. Every day I submit to my family. Every day I submit to my goals. Every day I submit to y'all. I'm not better than you. I just want to be a good teammate, right? I show up every day because I'm like, I want to be a good teammate for you so that you'll be a good teammate for me. So that if I come through for you every day, you're going to come through for me when I need you to come through for me so we can be a great team. I will never, ever meet any of you and pretend like I'm better than you. That's it. I'm just not interested in that. Why do I need all that? If you are mentally healthy, you shouldn't need people to constantly hoist you up like you're so special and you're better than other people. Then you're sitting up there all by yourself. No, I want to be surrounded by great people. I'm a great man. Hell yeah, I'm a great man. I ain't scared of nothing. I know how smart I am. I know how good I am. You can't hold me back. I can't be stopped. But I also want you to have that same energy. I want you to know how great you are, because working together, we can be a great team. I am never going to be a great man because I'm better than you. That does not make me better. I want to be great together. What's wrong? I think that is how you win. I really think that's how you win. If we're all great together, then guess what? We become the baddest group of people on the planet. And I believe that intelligent Black people, B1 people, are going to be the most extraordinary group of people on the earth. I believe that within the next 20 to 30 years, it's going to take time, but we will be the most economically advanced group of people on the planet. We're going to be doing things that people can only dream of. Our children are going to understand economics at a level that far exceeds anybody else. Do you know, I met a kid who was in the Black Business School years ago. I told you, I got to bring him up again. Caden, I saw him at InvestFest. Caden was 14. I had not seen Caden since he was 7, but his father, they always check in with me every few years because Caden started off in the Black Business School and everything. And I'm talking to Caden, and I'm gonna tell the story again. I know some of y'all might have heard this, but Caden, literally, I was like, "Is that you, Caden?" And he was talking. He's a real polite kid, and I said, "You're 14. You're about to start high school. That's a big deal. Are you ready?" And he said, "Oh, I already finished high school." And I thought he made a mistake. I was like, wait, no, you didn't. And his father's like, oh yeah, we got high school out of the way. I homeschooled him. We got him through high school. And I said, so where's he going to go to college? And his dad said, well, Caden already makes more money than most college graduates, so he's just going to focus on his business. We went to the White House last week. Like, this is what this kid is doing. And here's what I'm saying to you is that I think we can mass produce little Cadens the same way you mass produce cars off an assembly line. I believe that we can have 10 million kids like this. Because let me tell you about Caden. Caden, his dad told me, he said Caden couldn't talk until he was 5. He could not talk till he was 5. There was something going on in terms of a delay or something. I don't know what the issue was, but his dad said, so it's not like he's he was born some massive super genius. He's smart now. Don't get me wrong. He's very smart, but he's not any different from a lot of the kids that you have in your own household. It's just his father understood the value of his child. He understood that The gold did not lie at the back of some white man's house. The gold was not in some factory. The gold was not in some corporate office. The gold was buried in his backyard. You understand? His family was the prize. He was the prize. His son was the prize. So he said, instead of investing my energy, think about this. When you invest your energy into something, what you're doing is it's like you're digging. You're digging for oil, or you're drilling for oil, or you're digging for gold, right? So you're going to your job every day, digging for gold. You're going out into the world looking for possibilities. You're like, oh, I wish they would give me an opportunity. But what you don't understand is, for a lot of you, just like it was for the Rothschilds, the gold is buried in your backyard. That's where, in my view, that's where you should be digging. So if you're a parent, grandparent, play parent, step parent, mentor, coach, whatever, understand your multi-million-dollar asset is right there around you. But what we do that is so backward, in my opinion, is we will neglect the kids so we can go off and serve massa. Tell me if I'm lying. Tell me if I'm lying. We will literally, our kids grow up like, I forgot my mama's name because mama's working 14 hours a day. And I understand mama's got to go pay the bills sometimes, but Lord Jesus, we don't even understand. Again, because we look at our children as luxury items. We're like, oh, we have these little badass kids. They cost all this money and whatever. And you do the bare minimum. And then you say, well, you drop them off at some public school so that some white guy can like get into their brain, right? And next thing you know, they're coming home and telling you that you're mispronouncing your pronouns, right? Or whatever. They're teaching in school. Because in Chicago, kids that are coming out of the public schools cannot read and write. And these are brilliant children. These are our children. These kids are smart. Somebody said my sound is breaking up. Let me switch my Wi-Fi real quick. I'm probably gonna have to. Can y'all hear me? Are y'all able to hear me? Because I keep going. Somebody said I'm going in and out. Am I good now? Thank you. Okay. I'm getting annoyed. All right, so let me give the last lesson because then I'm gonna go. My wife and I are gonna go to brunch today, and I don't want to make her wait for too long. The last thing that he mentions in that Rothschild video. So he tells them, you're one family, you stick together. And what he's doing is he's creating a defense system by saying, none of you let the other one fail. This is exactly what I talk about in my book, The 10 Commandments of Black Economic Power. This is exactly what in that book. If you go read that book, you will see that these are the things that I talk about. You have to set up a code of conduct. You take your family, they become an economic gang. Every gang has a code of conduct, and he's giving them the code. He's giving them the game. He's saying, look, this is what you're going to have to do. You're going to have to protect each other. All right. So somebody says my sound is going in and out. You know what? I'm going to switch Wi-Fi real quick so I can finish this point up. So give me 1 second. Let me open up my personal hotspot because apparently this hotel Wi-Fi is a piece of junk. So, and then we'll do the last point. Then we're going to get out of here. So give me 1 second. All right. Hold on. Okay. All right. So I'm back now. Give me a yes if you can hear me okay. Give me a quick yes if I'm coming through all right, because I'm on my phone Wi-Fi now. Okay. And if I have to turn off my video, I will. Okay, great. All right. Thank you so much, April and Gerald and Kelsey and Renee. I appreciate you. All right. So he sets up a mindset early, right? This is so important. He's telling the children, don't go looking out in the world for what you need. Look toward each other. Instead of turning outward, you turn inward. See, a lot of y'all were raised in households where you were not taught to do that. You were not taught to turn inward to fulfill your economic needs and responsibilities. You were taught to turn outward. Okay, Billy, I got 3 smart kids. You're going to go work for him. You're going to go work for her. You're going to go work for this company. And then next thing you know, all of you are so spread out. You're all applying insane amounts of energy toward things that are not amounting to shit, just so you can get enough money so you can barely pay your bills. That's what you're doing. But what the Rothschild father told them was, he said, turn inward, look at each other, go to your brother, make sure he's good. And this is exactly how the European Union got formed. This is how Apple Computer got formed. This is how any successful economic entity has that same philosophy. You take your energy and you apply it to the people that matter to you. It's the same energy that leads me to get up every day and to talk to you. Harvard University could not hire me to stop doing what I do every day because I would just tell them there's no place that I'd rather be and no place that I need to be that's more important than me being right here educating Black people about economics. This is the best use of my doctorate, period. So that's another thing that he was given. Because remember, if you don't give the kids the right mindset, they can have all the talent and opportunity in the world and it won't amount to anything. So mindset is everything. Economic culture exceeds economic education. Education means nothing without culture because the education gives you the skill to do something. It tells you how to do something, but the culture tells you why you should be doing something. It tells you what you should do with your skill. If you teach me how to shoot a gun, but you don't tell me who I should be shooting at, I'm going to kill some people. I might pull that gun out and shoot my mother in the face. So you have to train me like, no, you don't shoot your mama, boys. You got to shoot the enemy. Aim right here. This is who you got to tell them the why. We don't give them the why. We give them the what and the how, but we don't give them the why. Why are you doing this? The why is where the fire's at. When I come in here acting like a crazy man, jumping up and down, it's not the what and the how that's making me do this. It's the why. I'm doing this because I know that in a few years, we're going to kill it. And I'm going to tell you, I was extra fired up when I went to InvestFest and I said, this is what I was always aiming for. Thousands of Black people getting together only to talk about economics. This is so different from the beginning when everybody acted like it was crazy and weird and stupid and nobody was interested. Now everybody's interested. Now we got our people right where we want them. Now in the next generation, what we do is we're elevating this. We're building on top of this. See, because the Jewish community did not become the most economically capable group of people in the world in one generation. It took hundreds of generations. It took a long time. So ultimately for us, we're still in the infancy of this movement. We're still at the very beginning. Sure, we're doing a lot, but what's going to be amazing is what your grandkids do. They're going to be looking at us 100 years ago and say, this is where it started. And this is what we're doing now. They're going to be running trillion-dollar corporations. And what our job is to lay out the framework, to lay out the groundwork, to get them started, to move them in the right direction, to make sure that we can clear the obstacles. It's like if you're trying to build a building on a forest, first you got to clear the land. You got to chop down the trees. You got to remove all the stuff that's going to get in the way. And then they're going to build on top of what we created. So the last piece I'm going to throw in here is the last thing. The Rothschild father said that was really interesting. He said, there will be many wars. Now, he did not say which side of the war you're supposed to pick. He didn't say who you're supposed to fight for. He said there will be many wars. And in these wars, both sides are going to need our services. So he wasn't saying go out here and gamble and get into a war and fight people. He said, pay attention to the war. And whenever people need a service involving the transport of money, they will come to the Rothschilds. So here's what this made me think about. In the California gold rush, most people who rushed for gold did not get any gold. Most people who went into the gold rush, they jumped in and they did everything they could to be a part of it. But most of those people came back with nothing. But there were people who said, look, I don't want to go dig for gold, but I'll sell lunch to the people who are tired after they spent the whole day digging for gold. Or I can be a tour guide for the people who are trying to figure out where to go to dig for gold. Or I'm going to sell, or Levi blue jeans. They said, we're going to sell these really rough, rugged blue jeans so that when people are digging for gold, they can have some good pants to wear while they're digging for gold. I'm not going to dig with you, but I'll sell you the service that will help you to go and speculate. And that's what the bankers and the Rothschilds were doing. They were like, look, we ain't going to fight in these wars. We ain't trying to be involved, but we'll finance the war for you and we'll sell weapons to both sides. That's what and so to this day, and this creates some animosity for them, unfortunately, is to this day, this is kind of the reputation they have. This is why they became the economic boogeyman, because they were the ones who got to decide as the bankers who was even going to win the war, who was going to have what they needed, who was going to get access to the gold. And so effectively what it says is that when you're thinking about business, see, it's almost reminds me of like stock options, right? A lot of people are into buying stock options. They love to speculate. They love to, throw money out and invest it and hope for the best. And I got a text message from a rapper. I'm not going to say his name, but the other day he was a rapper. He sent me a message on Instagram, and he was asking me about stock options. And he said, man, I was curious to know what you think, because he said I lost, $100,000 buying stock options. And he said, so what do you think about that? I said, well, actually, I don't buy stock options. And he's like, what do you mean? I said, well, I don't speculate. I sell stock options. I don't want to buy the option, because that means I might either make a bunch of money or I'm going to lose money. But if I sell the option, I'm always going to make money, because I'm selling the option to the people who want to speculate. I don't want to be the gambler. I want to be the house. And so basically, when you're thinking about investing and making your money move, you want to sort of understand the terrain well enough to know where you want to position yourself. So this is that was the last point that was really interesting, is that he was basically telling his sons various aspects of economic consciousness. He said there's going to be many wars. Money is a weapon that can be used to defend yourself. He mentioned that when you get money, you're going to have haters and enemies that are going to try to take it from you. He said, which means that you're going to have to stick together and you're going to have to diversify, which is why I want all of you in different countries. I also want all of you to have each other's back. And then at the end of the day, we're not trying to get involved in the petty nonsense and the low vibrational stuff, like wars and all that. What we're going to do is we're just going to give people what they need so they can do whatever they're going to do, because at the end of the day, the Rothschilds are always going to win. And I kind of think that there's something to really learn from that. So like literally when I'm watching all this stuff, I'm gonna tell you right now, I'm very frustrated because I don't enjoy watching Black people fight each other over Democrat Republican stuff. I don't want to see, one Black person stop being friends with another Black person because they're fighting over politicians that don't give a damn about either one of you. I understand if you're a Democrat, be a Democrat. If you're a Republican, be a Republican. But I don't see where any of this division is going to benefit our community directly. So I would encourage you that after you finish being a Democrat, after you finish being a Republican, become an intelligent Black person. Connect to each other and say, okay, now that we've argued over the basic stuff, let's go ahead and put that to the side so we can focus on the stuff that actually matters. And I think this is a level of consciousness that I hope more people can embrace, because I don't think everybody's going to get it. They know exactly how to trigger us. They know exactly how to get us fighting with each other. And I just really encourage you, and I applaud those of you who are able to kind of see beyond just the very basics. So anyway, that's it, guys. I'm done talking. I hope this conversation was helpful to you. I hope you guys have a great day. I'm going to go eat lunch with my wife. She's been waiting patiently. So I will see you all tomorrow morning. If you want to be on the text list to get notified when we do Money in the Morning, this is 7 days a week, every single morning at 10 a.m. Eastern. Just text the word morning to the number 87948. Text morning to 87948. Also, I will text out a link where you can join the estate planning essentials class. I put that together. The lifetime access fee is $299. For you guys, for the first 100 people to sign up, it's $99. So I cut the price by $200, and it's lifetime access. It's yours for life, and it'll get you started on legacy building and preparing for the next generation. So I'll text that out to you as well later on today. So have a good day, everybody. God bless you, and I'll see you all tomorrow.